to go to his main zone on the map.
Fair.
And that's when he's going to be empowered, doing a little bit more damage and actually starting to run around you if you do get some good damage onto his headshots. There you go, closing the gap once again. Here he's going to be focusing mainly onto the side of Nigma Galaxy. The car is going to be on fire, going to run out. And they do make it in time, but that is a mistake that could cause your life very quickly against Ninetales.
It's a strong strategy to use the car. Technically,
this fight. Again, it's down to the final bullet, as you stated earlier, Kalaris. So if he's able to just outlive these two players of Enigma Galaxy and actually just slowly whittle at the health of Ninetales, he could be the one to secure the win for SUG.
I think it's been interesting to watch the tactics that the teams have been employing, of course, as SUG arrived very
Hello
early, trying to get as much division as possible. Enigma Galaxy bided their time, and now they know once that 1/3 has gone down, they need to try and eliminate SUG and take it at their own pace, though. But Lord, here was some
ये आवाज थोड़ा कम करता, ठीक है? इनका थोड़ा कम ही करता हूँ, ठीक है? कैसे हो रहे, क्या हाल है सभी के? हेलो कृति, हेलो देवांश, हेलो फा, हेलो किरितो, हेलो किरमाड़ा। सभी को गणतंत्र दिवस की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। कैसे हो रहे, क्या हाल है एवरीवन? हाउ आर यू ऑल? व्हाट्स अप बडीज, व्हाट्स अप गाइस, व्हाट्स अप एवरीवन? कैसे हो, क्या हाल है? इजी इजी इजी। Brah, brah, how are you, brah? How are you, brah? ओए, आज तो लेट नहीं होगा ना? जैसे कि अभी तक जो कास्टर लोग हैं वो अभी आए तो नहीं हैं, अपने को भी कोई इन्फो नहीं मिला है कल का। सो क्या सीन? यार ये लोग वैसे ही मजे कर रहे हैं, मतलब ये क्या कहते हैं इनको दिखा के, ये क्या है ये इवेंट वाले मैचेस खिलवा रहे हैं क्या इन लोग को? पर खिलवा ही क्यों रहे हैं? हेलो 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 तनिष्का जी, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। कैसे हैं आप, क्या हाल है आपके? हेलो, मैं ऑडिबल? क्या मेरा आवाज आप लोगों को क्लियर आ रहा है? हेलो 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 हेलो, कैन यू हियर मी गाइस? हेलो, ये लोग फिर से जा रहे हैं ये खेलने भाई, ये नारुतो वाला मोड यार। व्हाट द हेल आर दे प्लेइंग इन द वाई? इन द वाई मी गुड गुड? ओ माय गॉड, यू गुड गुड, वाओ। ये डेस्कटॉप का ऑडियो आ रहा है?
Yeah, here you go. It's going to be good for the drop.
आ रहा है ना?
Very interesting ninjutsu technique to use here is going to be the M4. Quite a deadly weapon if you want to use it for yourself. But we'll see 4 Thrives actually is going to be Falak in the main city portion here, updated off Pachinki. While Yangon Galacticos looking to get some weapons on the more northern edge of the city. We see these chests is really want to aim for, because every single time you go for that chest, you will get a ninjutsu ability every single time.
I already kind of like Yangon Galacticos' approach here to dropping in that location just a little bit closer. That said, though, Falak and, of course, Husefa have been able to find themselves on the south side of that, so they're going to be able to gather up a little bit more. PPB's on in action here for Mr. Falak.
Oh, yeah, Uber is happy about that one. Falak's going to be having that one for himself, followed up with also a... Now he swapped over for the Olga, of course, the weapon that does have the skin from this current collaboration, which looks absolutely amazing. But now, yeah, as you said, the area where Yangon Galacticos are currently playing around is very loot dense. A lot of the chests are going to be localized around here, and also get an extra bit of elevation because of how the...
ये कमबैक आएगा, ठीक है, मेरे को तो लगता है कि आएगा। चैट करते रहो रे, मेरे को चैट नहीं दिख रहा आप लोग का। कौन कौन आ गया स्ट्रीम पे? लो तो भी 2 चल रहा है भाई, ठीक है, इवेंट पे।
Just going back to regular PUBG Mobile, right? Yeah, okay, I think they saw the Huzaifa was going for a wide wrap behind them. Yeah, maybe they want to just get better entry points. They're just trying to reorganize how their approach to that fight is going to actually go down. Or maybe they're just unhappy with the loot, which right now you open the chest, it's a bit random. Maybe they just didn't get the abilities they wanted, so they're really chasing down the extra jutsu, especially, as I said, not the reanimation jutsu, the substitution jutsu would be great to find if he gets an angle with the eyes.
Hello everyone.
This is very respectful. A respectful Pachinki hot drop. Mana has been spotted though. I appreciate the trigger discipline that we're seeing so far because this can potentially allow Falak to reposition and go for that pincer maneuver that they could get on Yangonglak.
You can tell the fourth rise are trying to be very methodical, very thoughtful of how they want to engage that fight because if it was a 4v4 it'd be a bit of a different kind of approach, but here you get one knock, you instantly turn into a 1v2, which odds of winning are going to be insane. But Murna drops down, he's going to be instantly taken out by Huzaifa. Can't get the flush just yet, so it's not mission impossible, but I feel like here they're just going to fully send it Naruto run style and get that flush confirmed.
Smiles trying to reinforce this, but it was the perfect moment, right? When you're vaulting out of that window, it gives you that opportunity to just laser them down there and get that elimination under wraps. So yeah, even trying to maybe bait in Smile a little bit further, but they will get that.
ये क्या चल रहा है? Guys, welcome to the stream. ये 2v2 करवा रहे हैं, ठीक है? इरेंगल में 2v2 करवा रहे हैं भाई। Yes, we are going. We also going. Alpha 7 sound increase कर दे.
There we go, Nigma Galaxy, Alpha 7, Yangon Galaxy.
मैं जान के sound कम किया था.
So now, it was already quite intense.
मेरे को लगा थोड़ा irritate हो गए यार तुम लोग, जैसे कि मैं हो रहा हूँ. So इस करके मैं वो कर दिया था, आवाज बहुत low. क्योंकि ये फिलहाल पता नहीं क्या चल रहा है, टीम या तो player या फिर ये पुराना दिखा रहे हैं बंदों को. कुछ तो चल रहा है भैया. कुछ तो खतरनाक सीन है.
Falak on his 2 arms, that's the only guns he can bring in game.
Do you think? Do you think Falak's like jacked to the 9s? You think so?
I don't know. Yeah, he scares me in game, so in real life, he knows.
That's fair. That's
fair. There too.
All right, here's the rules as we do start things off. A 3-minute losing period, and then moving into the Valley of the End. Players may only attack each other using ninjutsu, as well as those shurikens obtained in game. And the last surviving team, look at it, Max. They get to do the commemorative moment.
Ooh, that's going to be great. Sick animation at the end of this game, with some very popular characters from the anime that we might be seeing later on in his final match. But Valley of the End is very interesting of an area because
ये चल रहा है, ये बस ऐसे ही पता नहीं क्या दिखा रहे.
Valley of the End has so much.
इसमें तो मैं क्या ही करूं, क्या ही दिखाऊं मैं तुम लोग.
Everyone has spawned in. It's 2v2v2 showdown. Who's going to become your champions?
Interesting that our looting phase starts here, of all places, for these teams.
So you have crates spread throughout Valley of the End, but they're very hard to find. But here you go. The fight is ready to begin.
All right. So what are they going to be able to find to start things off? Of course, nobody really starting with anything other than some shurikens. A little bit of damage done Falak here. A little slow in all as well, and he's already down. Oh no!
मोहम्मद जुबैर भाई कैसे हो, क्या हाल है? How are you? How are you? Like कर देना स्ट्रीम को चीचा, जो लोग आ रहे हो स्ट्रीम पर.
They're all damaged, they're wounded, they're on the floor, and now Alpha 7 looking to clean it up.
Trying to pick him up and get him out of dodge.
मारो
It's not going to be
तो
Lord here. Just turn around a little bit once again. There is moving on a little bit.
मर गया माला ला.
There we go, Huzaifa in the 1v2 situation is not looking too good. He's going to try and run the way.
Yeah.
He can't even make it out of the water, and now it's going to be Alpha 7 winning the final match.
There you go. I didn't think it was going to happen that quickly.
ये चल क्या रहा है? क्यों चल रहा है?
A little taken back, Max.
सबसे बड़ी बात क्यों चल?
A lot of shurikens will be used there. Apparently the looting stage was just non-existent. The shuriken is all needed.
Yeah, I guess it had occurred kind of with that one fireball.
ये तो दान फाड़ रहे.
In water, definitely very effective.
Very nice as we see the final moments here as well. Alpha 7 using the shurikens to full effect and getting themselves the final blow.
Oh, Cario Revo smiling there at the end as they become your champions of this mode. Well done.
कैसे हो रे, क्या हाल है आप सभी के?
Alpha 7 being the champions of Naruto.
Hello.
It's a good feeling.
भाई चैट नहीं कर रहे तुम लोग, मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई.
Our video is the same, so it was funny.
तुम लोग पीतने वाले हो मेले से.
It's cool. I like it. Thank you for everyone who supported us and keep supporting us, and let's go for 7.
ओके समझ गए, ठीक है. हो गया भाई इनका 2v2 हो गया. छक गए तुम लोग.
Of course,
कर
congratulations
दिया हमारा टाइम
being
वेस्ट.
able to win that. Did you have a good time, Max man?
I had a
ये
fantastic
यहाँ पे
time.
क्या कर रहा है ये?
Good plays, CNM 249 to take down
ये
Nine
शख्स.
Tails. That is the way to do it. So I'm happy they are on the same level as me in game.
Is that the case, is it? Right, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
चल
I
रही
think
है.
they're
आओ
significantly
तो
above my
बाहर
level,
हो
I'm gonna
गई
put it
ये.
that way. Thank you very much for
A7
joining
तो
me here,
बाहर
Max
हो
man.
गई, ये
We are
पहले
gonna go
दिखा
and
रहे
we're gonna
हैं.
have the studio right after this.
A7 बाहर हो गई है, बट ये वो चल रहा है कि 2v2 और तेरा ये मतलब एवं दिखा रहे हैं भाई. लाइक ये इवेंट वाला मैच था, समझा? समझे कि नहीं? थोड़ा इवेंट को प्रमोट करने के लिए दिखाया जा रहा है ये. कैसे हो रहे, क्या हाल है आप सभी के गाइस? हाउ आर यू ऑल? हाउ आर यू ऑल? मेरे को लगता है अभी अपने ब्लॉग आए नहीं रे, मतलब फिट हुए नहीं यार काफी लोग ना. मेरे को ऐसा लगता अभी तो थोड़ा टाइम ले रहे हैं ये लोग. थोड़ा डिले विले करके मैच स्टार्ट करेंगे. आज मेरे को लगता है कि भाई अबे भेंडी तो मेरे को लगता है कि आज 11 बजा देंगे भाई अगर ऐसे ही चलता रहा तो, क्योंकि ना करने में भी भाई 1.5 घंटा तो एक्स्ट्रा लगना ही है. ठीक है, 10:30 तो वैसे बजने हैं और 4:30 बजे का पहला मैच का टाइमिंग रहता है. बट अभी देखते हैं ये लोग कितना डिले करेंगे, क्या सीन है क्या नहीं है, समझे? Are you understanding guys what I am saying? Do you understand?
Booth here at the PMWC at the EWC 26. We're checking out what's on
न्यूज़ तो कोई नहीं है भाई, अभी तक कोई न्यूज़ नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, कोई इन्फो नहीं है अपने को ना. ये लोग बताए हैं, मतलब ये अपने एंड से अभी तक तो कुछ कंफर्म नहीं किए कि एग्जैक्ट क्या हुआ था कल एंड क्या रीजन था डिले करने का एंड ऑल. सो क्या लगता है तुम लोग को अभी फिलहाल?
Oh, mate, it's got to be done, John. It'd be silly to be here at EWC and not get involved with what's going on at the PUBG Mobile Naruto booth. Much like these beautiful people that are over here playing the game. That's the step, John. Sign your name and play the game.
That's the first two on the list. Kalaris and Neptura are both trying to collect those brain rots, get the passive income rolling up, you know, tung 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 sahur and all of that.
How rotted is your brain today, Nep?
Extremely rotted right now. I'm all in. I'm all in.
Well, that sounds good to me, John.
Absolutely. Beautiful stuff. Fantastic. We are going to take a look at what else is on offer, though, here at the booth. There is plenty to do. Taking a photo, maybe, with some of our representatives. We've got the chicken mascot, of course, the PUBG Mobile player unknown.
Get over there and see if we can wrangle them.
Yeah, absolutely. See if we can get either side of them, because taking a picture.
Let's see if we can, John. Hello. It's good to see you again. I imagine, John, here's what you do. You kind of come in, phone out, quick snap, call that a selfie, and then you want to tweet that one. But what's the hashtag, John?
Hashtag PUBG Mobile France. Make sure you hit that one online, because you can win yourself a lovely t-shirt for our collaboration with Naruto. Make sure you're checking that out, because it is fresh.
It is indeed. You can be fresh printing all over your battlegrounds. You won't want to miss it if you're here at the venue in Paris, France. Get down to the booth.
Third place. Close enough to see the trophy, but never close enough to lift it. For Aurora Gaming, the road to the Esports World Cup is about more than qualification. It is about finishing the story this roster started last year.
Hello Misha, कैसे हो, क्या हाल है? स्वागत है स्ट्रीम पे.
PMWC, they established
Hello
themselves
Kido,
as one of
welcome
the
to
most
the stream.
mechanically
How are
gifted
you,
teams
bro?
in PUBG Mobile. Their aggression was fearless,
कैसे हो,
and
क्या
one
हाल
knock
है?
could quickly become a complete squad wipe.
What's up,
Doc,
buddy?
Top, Zeol, and Reefus could all take over a fight, but at times, they looked more like a group of incredible individuals than one fully connected team. Doc was named MVP, but they still finished third.
За бидрийг одоо төрүүлэхэд зогсцоосон зүйл нь гэвэл үгүй миний хувьд бол яг тэр үеийн яг сэтгэл зүй жоохон нэг тийм байсан болоод тэгээд ер нь зоонч тэр rotationч тэр ер нь тийм болоог баха.
Then came PMGC, another huge international performance, another MVP level showing, and another third place finish. Two of the biggest tournaments in the world, 2 podiums, but still no trophy.
За өнгөрсөн жилийн үеийн бол бас 2 том тэмцээнд 3 дугаар байранд орсон. Тэгээд энэ жил одоо тэгээд чадхаараа хичээндээ.
Now, they return under Aurora Gaming with a new organization, the same firepower, and another opportunity to finally win. The question has never been whether they have enough talent. Their MVP titles have already proved that. The real question is whether multiple stars can now play as one complete championship team. Their qualification run showed promising signs. Aurora still played aggressively, but their rotations looked more controlled. Their pushes had more support, and the team appeared more connected. That growing coordination was on full display in the final match.
Oh, what's the name of Reefus? The 1v4 from a range!
They wiped out the last team and won the EECA finals by the smash rule with 145 points and finished first in the regional qualification ranking.
That will be the tournament going their way. They've done it. Aurora are your champions.
За өнгөрсөн жилээс энэ жил нь ондоо зүйл гэвэл одоо манай багийн хувьд ер нь сэтгэл зүй өөр амьсгал багийн тоглолт ер нь нэлээ өөрчлөгдсөн. Одоо яагаад гэвэл өмнө жил одоо 2 том тэмцээнд 3 дугаар байранд орсон болохоор одоо жишээ нь авраг авахаас одоо нөө хой суугдсан алдаануудаа ер нь тэгээд бүгд засч орж ирсэн. Тэгээс авраг авахын төлөө ер нь чадхаараа хичээнэ.
Hello, Birojgar Shriman bhai.
The international podiums are already there.
Let's check it back. कैसे हो, क्या हाल है? KG bro, welcome to the stream. How are you bro? कैसे हो?
As the uncrowned kings
कैसे हो, क्या हाल है? खाना वाना खाए कि नहीं खाए?
and finally become
नहीं
global
खा रही हो.
champions.
इतना cute है.
That will be a dream for Aurora fans if they are going to be able to become champions, because they have the MVPs to back them up. And if they become champions, I think I'm going to be the curse for that team, because this is the one event that I'm actually not picking them to be champions. Once again, welcome back. Huge shout out to Kalaris and Maxman, son, for being able to do that amazing show.
Maxman, son.
Yeah.
बहुत बढ़िया हैप्पी इंडिपेंडेंस डे हैप्पी इंडिपेंडेंस डे ब्रो सी जस्ट लंच हुआ ना ओह आपका लंच हो गया वेल डन
in really good style as well. Really enjoy what we saw coming in from Nigma, both in that one game and throughout the day, quite honestly. Very, very excited to see what they've got coming in onto day 2, because it was a fantastic start. They're in, what, 4th place? 3rd place, I think, even. Looking very, very good indeed. And they just have to keep going.
देख आरू यहाँ पे लो लग रहा है, इधर मान्य लो लग रहा था, ठीक है? देखो 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 देखो, ये कल का है।
I think Coop's coming in. I've said it
देखना भी
you were quite bold of me saying it, but
देखना भी ना
finish. Just have to keep going. 3rd place, I think.
स्लो मो में देखना भी
Very, very good indeed. And they just
ये देखो आरू लो लग रहा है यहाँ पे, ठीक है? आतंकी भी थोड़ा सा, बट एक ही पे ठीक है, यहाँ पे ठीक है।
have to keep going on this sort of trajectory.
यहाँ पे मान्य लो लग रहा है भाई, देख रहे हो? मतलब एस पावर थोड़ा पंप है, बट ये लो लग रहा है।
And I think they're going to finish off really, really well.
एडमिनो भी ठीक ही था। हाँ भाई, इन लोग को स्टार्टिंग से ही हो रखा था, सारे प्लेयर्स का हेल्थ कैसा ही वी डोंट नो, कुछ नहीं बताए हैं लोग अभी तक तो अपने को। एंड कोई मेल नहीं है मेरे पास, ठीक है? मेरे पे कोई मेल नहीं आया है कि मैचेस का शेड्यूल क्या है, कि क्या क्या किए हैं। अभी तक तो अपने को यही पता था कि 4:30 बजे पहला मैच स्टार्ट हो जाएगा, बट लग तो नहीं रहा है 4:30 बजे मैच स्टार्ट होगा, ठीक है? बट मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई, अपने प्लेयर पहले से ही होते हैं।
Up getting the land with 10 eliminations.
Those final moments, right? It's just keep them a full set. Keep those four. Keep the
We do have vitality as well.
Those are
club championship, so why not let it over? She's got to.
We are deep in the trenches of championship weekend here at EWC 2026.
Almost many players still feel sickness. Reschedule का पोस्ट आया था, अब न्यू शेड्यूल का आइडिया मेरे को भी नहीं है। अरे वो रीशेड्यूल जो हुआ था उसका तो आइडिया मेरे को भी है। पहले स्टार्टिंग में मिरामार होने थे 2 स्टार्ट, जो मैचेस स्टार्ट होने थे 4:30 बजे होनी थी। Felix भी कर दो। ए यार चिचा।
Which makes them CC eligible. Then over on the chess side of things, we also have a grand finals match happening, and this one is a big one because we thought we were going to maybe see a
अभी किसी को कुछ नहीं पता है।
Last year, however, after an insane day of matches, both of our Falcons players are now in the 3rd, 4th decider match. It does, of course, mean that Falcons are guaranteed 3rd place level points when it comes to the club championship side of things. But the big surprise is GM Dennis
जो लोग मेंबरशिप ले सकते हो यार ले लो यार, थोड़ा अच्छा रहेगा यार, तुम्हारा नाम थोड़ा हाईलाइट होके दिखेगा। Why day 1 matches will not be host? Bro, नहीं हो सकते यार, कोई फायदा नहीं है रिहोस्ट करवाने का यार। आप लोग खुद ही बताओ, मतलब आप लोग बताओ, अभी तो टीम इंडिया 14 और 15 नंबर पर है। इफ 1% या फिर 10%, 50% जितना भी मान लो, टीम इंडिया के दोनों टीम #1 और #2 रहते, तो क्या आप लोग चाहते कि रीहोस्ट हो यार? जिन कंट्री के प्लेयर ऑलरेडी, जिनकी कंट्री की टीम ऑलरेडी ग्राइंड की है, वो अच्छे पॉइंट्स गेन की है यार, उनका भी तो सोचो यार। जो हुआ वो सभी के साथ हुआ ना, बट वो लोग थोड़ा बेटर फील करके उन्होंने किल्स निकाले, पॉइंट्स लिए, तो ये तो फेयर नहीं होगा यार कि रीहोस्ट कराया जाए डे 1 ना। अगर दिक्कत सिर्फ मान्य और ओजी को होती ठीक है, तो आप लोग एक चांस बोल सकते थे, बट वो सभी प्लेयरों को हुआ है यार, समझे? तो रीहोस्ट का तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं ब्रो, सब प्लेयर, सबको सिकनेस फील हो रहा था। यस, आई वाना रीहोस्ट फॉर फेयर गेम प्ले। नो ब्रो, नहीं, कोई फेयर नहीं है, वो फेयर ही है जो है। सभी टीम्स, मतलब यार त्यानबा कितना अच्छा खेली है भाई, मीलू कितना अच्छा खेले है भाई, मीलू तक को, मतलब मीलू ने तो ऑन स्टेज वॉमिट किया है ब्रो। मीलू की सबसे ज्यादा तबीयत खराब है त्यानबा में से ऑल ओवर प्लेयर में, समझे? तो ऐसा नहीं भाई, वो लोग उस सिचुएशन में अच्छा खेले हैं, तो भाई बिल्कुल भी नहीं यार, रिहोस्ट तो नहीं होना चाहिए यार। सिर्फ इंडिया के बारे में मत सोचो, वो ग्लोबल स्टेज पे हर कंट्री के प्लेयर हैं एंड वो ऑलरेडी फेयर गेम प्ले ही है, समझे यार? तू उसको रोका मत कर, साउंड कम कर दे। अच्छा
And they will be bored is going to be and I think
ठीक
we're going to
है,
see some very different names
समझ
in
गया।
that top 5 at the end of today, so
48
yeah, I think Irina
48 पॉइंट है इनके, त्यानबा 45। देख रहे हो भाई, विदाउट एनी चिकन। और इसमें मीलो सबसे, मतलब मीलो की तबीयत बहुत ज्यादा खराब थी रे, बट फिर भी अच्छा खेले वो लोग, समझे? कोई ना रे, आई थिंक मान्या थोड़ा ठीक है, कल आई थिंक पोस्ट किया था मान्या ने, बताया था कि भाई अब उसको थोड़ा ठीक लग रहा है भाई, आज पॉइंट्स चाहिए। ये मैच तो पहले स्टार्ट हो, पॉइंट्स तो तभी मिलेंगे ना। नो फेयर गेम प्ले फ्रॉम माय पीओवी, एक्सप्लेनेशन यू ऑलरेडी नो। नो ब्रो, नो 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 नो, कोई रीजन ही नहीं है यार रीहोस्ट का, तो मैं तो नहीं चाहूंगा बिल्कुल भी रीहोस्ट हो, समझे? आ रहे हैं प्लेयर, आ रहे हैं लोग, आने लग गए प्लेयर, थोड़ा सा डिले था, अब आने लग गया थे प्लेयर। ये लो है रे, थोड़ा लो फील कर रहा है।
grab the eliminations who they're versing, but I believe that today they're going to be able to come in, grab those placement points and skyrocket
क्या
up to
मेरे
those
को
top 7.
थोड़ा सा दिखेगा कि कुछ टीम की तरफ से फिफ्थ प्लेयर खेलेगा।
Second page as well. We saw S2G, we saw Hora Esports, which a lot of fans are wanting them to be able to improve, and now we're looking at one team that is going to be looking to improve in a big way when we're talking about OG, when we're talking about Godlike as well. But we're going to talk about the Sony story of the day, which is pretty much attacking the first place, attacking that throne at the top for these teams because of what I was talking about in regards to the format. If you end up at the end of the day in first place, you will be able to set up that Smash Rules threshold. So let's say a team ends up with 150 points at the end of the day. Tomorrow it will be plus 10 of that, where they will be able to actually hit the threshold, the Smash Zone. And then after that, if they get a win, they win via Smash Zone.
they do. Yes.
Carry on.
No.
Go ahead.
Okay, well.
For you.
Okay, well
फिलहाल
then.
इसे भी 8 मैचेस
Well,
होने
I think
वाली।
the Smash
भाई
Roll has been
मेंटली
so fun
इम्पैक्ट सब
in
पर
the last
अलग
few
तरीके
last
से
few tournaments
पड़ता
we've
है।
had it. I've
If two
always really
people
enjoyed it.
fail
And I think it's going to be
fallen from fever,
it's
that
going to be a lot of
doesn't
pressure
mean
on these
both
teams. I
have
think we've had a
the
lot of pressure so
same
far. This
critical
lobby is
condition,
incredible.
physical
It's
and
very, very
mentally.
different to what we've been seeing so far in the tournament.
Let's
and
check
they've
it, bro.
turned,
Just
they flipped the switch, and
leave
they've
that
just gone
topic.
110%.
According to
Very
my
excited to see
opinion,
what that's
भाई
going to
मैं
be
फिर
coming
भी
through
यही
for them.
बोलूंगा।
Honestly, the Smash Roll is
यार
going to be a big
bro,
thing. You got these top 5 players here. Milu being
जैसा
the
है
MVP
चलने दो यार,
herself.
गोड्स प्लान है, कोई बात नहीं, ठीक है।
Big GG for him,
अभी भी
being able
काफी
to pick up
टाइम
those
है,
14 eliminations, 2800
ऑलमोस्ट
damage.
14
But we're
मैचेस
also
अभी
looking at some of
अपने
the other
पास
names in
हैं।
this list.
कमबैक
Like we have
इजी हो
Thomas
जाएगा,
Wong,
ज्यादा
Warren,
पॉइंट्स
QZZ.
का गैप नहीं है, मतलब ऐसा नहीं है कि भाई वो लोग 80 पे हो और अपन अभी 10 पॉइंट पे ही हो, ज्यादा नहीं भाई। वो लोग 50 पे, अपन 10-13 पे हैं, हो जाएगा रे। 2 चिकन, बात खत्म रे। 2 चिकन पे ही थोड़ा कमबैक आ जाएगा। स्टार्टिंग के मैच में चिकन आ जाए टीम का तो बहुत बढ़िया रे। मतलब आप खुद ही देखो कि ओजी एंड गॉडलाइक दोनों #1 #2 पर एंड कर रही है टीम, तो बहुत बढ़िया रहेगा, समझे? जस्ट प्रे करोगे यार, अपन हमारे जो बंदे कल सफर किए हैं वो आज सफर ना करें एंड उनका माइंडसेट बहुत ज्यादा पॉजिटिव हो और वो बहुत अच्छे से ग्राइंड करके आए हो। और भाई यहाँ पे लंका लगा दे भाई, मतलब भाई वो मानने बोला था ना कि कह देना कैसे आए थे पेल के चले गए, भाई पेल के जाना है भाई अब, ठीक है? 14 मैचेस बचे हुए हैं भाई, बहुत अच्छा खेलो, अच्छे से सब कुछ करो, पॉजिटिव रहो, शांत रहो, ये माइंड माइंडसेट होना चाहिए उन लोग का। अपन लोग कुछ नहीं कर सकते, अपने को सिर्फ प्रे करना है, ठीक है। 5 मिनट वैसे भी आई थिंक आगे चल रहे हैं वो लोग, तो थोड़ा सा है भाई उधर से, बस प्रे करो रे सब कुछ सही हो जाए, ठीक है। अच्छा उनका वो रहे, गेम सेंस अच्छा रहे, ज्यादा बेकार कॉल ना दे वो एक दूसरे को, और बिल्कुल भी सफर नहीं करने चाहिए वो लोग इलनेस से। टूर्नामेंट ऑफ PUBG मेरे को पर्सनली गलत लगा, बट प्रे फॉर ऑल प्लेयर एंड दे विल डू देयर बेस्ट। भाई आज दोनों टीम ऊपर आने वाली है, देख लियो। 3 से 7 के बीच में, 3 से 7 के बीच में, ये 3 से 7 के बीच में नहीं ब्रो, टॉप 2 टॉप 3 ग्राइंड करेगी टीम, देख लेना अभी अभी में करेंगी। एंड भाई मैं चाहता नहीं टॉप 1 ग्राइंड करे, क्योंकि जो टॉप 1 रहेगी टीम उसको 10 एक्स्ट्रा पॉइंट मिलेंगे रे कल को। ऐसा कुछ सीन है स्मैश रूल में, ऐसा कुछ सीन है।
For Thrives, if we bring them into the conversation, they are getting these eliminations, but they're not really making it to that end zone. So these two championship teams, and obviously we got some PMC damage.
ये पोचिंकी का आज भी ड्रॉप क्लैश होगा, क्या लगता है तुम्हें? ईडा वर्सेस एनजीएक्स दोबारा पोचिंकी देखने को मिलेगा क्या रंगल में? बताओ 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 बताओ। ये देखना था मेरे को सौम्या का ना यार, मैं यही बोल रहा था यार, यहाँ पे एडमिनो आया था इसको ले जाने के लिए, तो उसको जाना चाहिए था सौम्य को, रुकना नहीं था सौम्य ब्रो, निकल जाते तो अच्छा रहता है। यहाँ फंस गए ब्रो आप लोग, कल काफी डिसीजन गलत लिए गए हैं टीम के द्वारा ना। फिर तो जीएल आ रही है टॉप 1 पे, गुड लाइक भाई। जो टीम आज टॉप 1 पे रहेगी ना, कल को उसको 10 एक्स्ट्रा पॉइंट मिलेंगे भाई। मतलब अगर आज कोई टीम 140 पर एंड करती है, ठीक है, और कल भाई उसको 150 पॉइंट हो जाएंगे उसके, ऐसा है स्मैश रूल समथिंग, समझे? अगर मैं गलत नहीं हूं तो यही है यार स्मैश रूल, ठीक है।
By a play like that, and I think if Vitality didn't go down that early in that game, it would be very different position in the rankings. But yeah, the elims are going to slow down right now. We are no longer playing into those feeder teams. These are all
guys, let's go for 20 like यार, जितने भी लोग स्ट्रीम पर आ रहे हो थोड़ा सपोर्ट दिखाओ यार, शेयर वेयर करो स्ट्रीम को। एंड आई थिंक बहुत जल्दी मैच स्टार्ट होने वाला है। पहला मीरामार का टीम्स आ चुकी है, टीम्स आ चुकी हैं ऑलरेडी।
Yet for that squad.
No, they're not. This is only a glimpse of what we know this team is capable of. For me, yeah, Tizzy was 2.25. I mean, that's crazy, right? We're getting really, really good average elims from all of these players. Still, I want to see them just continue that trajectory, continue to go forward, because for me, when you're thinking about, we've got 8 games today, blank. That is a lot more than we're used to.
Yeah.
It's 4 Miramars as well, right? But it does mean that for a lot of these teams, the pressure is going to get to them, I think, and also you're talking about that mental stamina as well.
Have no habit
extra
of
games like that. For me,
eating frozen
I think are one of the only teams in this lobby that actually have that mental fortitude.
जहाँ पर आप करेक्ट हो, बट यार इतनी बड़ी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, ठीक है, EWC, तो यार उन्होंने ऑलरेडी उन सबको, उनका मैनेजमेंट होगा यार, मतलब उन्होंने उसी हिसाब से कंट्री वाइज उन्होंने खाना भी बना रखा होगा, समझे? मे भी कुछ रीजन रहा होगा यार, मतलब उसके पीछे का अपने को भी कुछ नहीं पता। जस्ट अपन एज्यूम कर रहे हैं, एंड जो अपने को कॉल मिली है कि भाई फूड पॉइजनिंग की वजह से थोड़े प्लेयर ठीक हुए थे, स्लीप किए थे। सो अकॉर्डिंग टू EWC उधर से कोई कंफर्मेशन नहीं आया कि एग्जैक्ट क्या रीजन था उन लोग का, तो पता चल जाए यार। थोड़ा वेट करो आप लोग भी, इतना हाइपर वाइपर मत हो कि ये करो वो करो। फूड पॉइजनिंग इशू है, ब्रो इशू फूड पॉइजनिंग है, बट उसके पीछे का रीजन क्या ये नहीं पता ना।
Godlike on the other hand,
ब्रेकफास्ट से लोग मतलब ब्रेकफास्ट के बाद जब मतलब लोग स्टार्टिंग से ही फील कर रहे थे थोड़ा थोड़ा मान्य को महसूस होना स्टार्ट हो गया था स्टार्टिंग से फर्स्ट मैच से ही। देखते हैं यार 4 भाई मतलब ये देखो 4 मैच मिरामार किए एंड मान्य का मिरामार बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग है रे, आज के दिन बहुत अच्छे पॉइंट्स गेन कर सकता है। नॉट लाइक ठीक है, मान्य का मिरामार काफी स्ट्रॉन्ग है। फास्ट इन्वेस्टिगेशन नीड अदर प्लेयर को बोलना चाहिए था, ऑलरेडी बोल चुके हैं। यानबा का मीलू बहुत ज्यादा बीमार हो गया था यार एंड मान्य समझे एडमिनो और एक्स पावर थोड़ा मतलब कल मैच था तो परसों से उसको गोल्डन वो हो रहा था। आज मजा आएगा भाई, मस्त मजा आने वाला, मैं बता रहा हूँ तुम लोग को। मान्य का मीरामार बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग है एंड ओजी का भी मीरामार बहुत अच्छा है, नो डाउट। उसके आरू के कॉल बहुत अच्छे है मीरामार के अंदर, बहुत ज्यादा अच्छे है। वो जोन बहुत पहले पिक करके बैठ जाएगी एंड किल्स निकालना बहुत इजी रहेगा ओजी के लिए। बस वो थोड़ा सा बहुत मतलब भाई बिल्कुल ठीक होने चाहिए वो लोग, बाकी तो भाई अपने आप निकाल लेंगे भाई वो किल विल, ठीक है टेंशन न लो रे, बस सपोर्ट करो। यूएलए का भी प्लेयर, हाँ यूएलए का भी प्लेयर बहुत होता। इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है ब्रो, क्या रीजन रहा होगा वो पता चल जाएगा। एंड सबसे बड़ी बात ये है कि भाई ये लोग बात को घुमा ही नहीं, इन्होंने सीधा बोला था कि भाई प्लेयर थोड़ा सा अच्छा फील नहीं कर रहे, थोड़ा इलनेस है उन लोग को, तो इस वजह से पोस्टपोन किया है, ठीक है। तो EWC का ये भी अच्छा था कि ये लोग छुपाए नहीं क्या रीजन था, बस कंफर्म नहीं थे कि एग्जैक्ट क्या रीजन था, तो उस वजह से जनता को नहीं बताया ये लोग। ये बहुत अच्छा था इन लोगों की तरफ से। बाकी क्या रीजन रहेगा बैकएंड पे वो पता चल जाएगा, इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद सभी को पता चल जाएगा, या तो पोस्ट कर देंगे या कोई रील भी डाल देंगे लोग। बट अभी तो बस यार आप लोग बस प्रे करो, मैचेस बहुत अच्छे जाने चाहिए आज के, बस और कुछ नहीं रहे। लेट्स सी क्या होगा क्या नहीं। बल्कि अभी वो नहीं है रे, मतलब ये फिर भी अच्छा रैंकिंग कर रहा है एज कम्पेयर टू उससे भाई वो जो भी इंसान था ना यहाँ खड़ा रहता था।
fans, Aurora fans, and for all the fans currently here, don't forget you can go check out the fan zone experience here at EWC 26, where there is the awesome
भाई मजा आने वाला है लिटरली भाई, आज मैं बता रहा हूँ तुम लोग को।
or you can go check out the Brain Rot Royale, which I've been playing. I think I'm
आज के मैचेस बहुत ज्यादा अच्छे होने वाले हैं, देख लेना।
Get some of the other cool stuff. We have gotten so many shirts. Actually, for disclosure purposes, I've only gotten one shirt.
One shirt. Yes.
Have you gotten any shirts, Mike?
Oh, I don't have a wardrobe or anything like that from this event. That's not happened.
No.
I've got nothing.
It's so cool though. It's so cool though. Lace, you finally get one.
आज की स्ट्रीम तो वैसे लंबी होने वाली ही है यार। आज का टारगेट यार क्या टारगेट रखते हैं भाई? लाइक का क्या टारगेट रखते हैं बताओ?
They're gonna play the security camera from earlier when we were actually over there before anybody was there. Us just putting shirts in the top.
100 likes today.
Yes.
Can we? क्या लगता है guys?
Especially in Miramar, is there one
क्या
team
आज 100 लाइक हो जाएंगे क्या लगता है? पोल डालूं?
Fourth Thrives. For me, Fourth Thrives has to do it now. Yes, they will have that second chance in the Rondo, but for me,
बताओ पोल डालूं? Can we hit 100 likes?
They need this. They feed off momentum so much that if they want to survive all 8 matches and still be on top, they have to start now.
I think it's a weird day for Fourth Thrives, honestly, because they love to start on Rondo. They say all the time in the past that Rondo is their best map. Usually they start off Rondo really strong and then they can transfer that momentum. Starting on Miramar, I don't think that it's the craziest map. I still think they can play it. For me, it's probably S2G. S2G has had a tendency in the past for miracle Miramars.
Yeah, I have to agree with that as well. And plus, Miramar, you get 2 at the start, 2 at the end. So these are like practice Miramars, you know what I'm saying? And then right at the end, that's where you have all played.
चलो पोस्ट डाल। वो क्या कहते हैं, पोल डालते हैं रिव्यूट करना.
Esports because of what they were able to do yesterday, especially on the last game. They were able to get that chicken dinner, get those extra placement points. But if we were to remove that one chicken dinner out of all, you would end up noticing that they would only end up having one placement point. And for me, that is the biggest red flag out of these teams, when you're not able to just convert only on LMs and the placement points start fading away. I know you said that, yes, a team doesn't really need a chicken dinner to be able to win PMWC, but in my eyes, they do need to be consistent at least towards the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, the beige flag right now is fourth rise, right? We're in the middle ground. I mean, the 4 placement points, not great, but it is promising to see this still 21 eliminations. That shows, you know, gusto going to these matches, which I really do like.
Yeah, 4 thrives. We saw some of these incidents yesterday. I think that's what it was. Especially the one that I really have to nitpick, Nepturo, with 4 thrives has to be when they decided to coexist with Hora Esports for a little bit too long. I feel like that ended up hurting them in a big way in that match. It would have been one of those things where we usually tend to see them being a little bit more aggressive, making teams back off, but that wasn't the case.
Well, yeah, if you pull into their like elimination average, which is 5.25.
ये नीचे क्या लिखो ये एक तो मैंने लिखा yes second option second poll में क्या लिखो क्या लगता है तुमको क्या रखना जल्दी बताओ
really into that top 10 sort of scenario very much. So if they can just obviously push themselves, just give up the fight a little earlier, guys, and get yourself into that rotation, their eliminations will match and they will actually do a lot better today.
And as we're seeing there in 16th place, EDA Esports with just 2 points. Those 2 points coming from eliminations. This is a team we're talking about give up the fight, talking about wanting to fight. This is a team that needs to figure out what they actually want to do, because we saw them hot drop with Enigma Galaxy 3 times yesterday, and after the first one, Raouf called them out, which, by the way, Raouf, keep on talking that smack, baby, because when you talk that smack is when we actually start seeing your true potential. You get that little chip on your shoulder. But yeah, for Enigma Galaxy, for EDA especially, they need to just get rid of those hot drops.
Absolutely, dude. You're throwing. I mean, there's no other way to put it, but you are just throwing at that point. Today, though, is great because we don't start on Rondo or Erangel. We just
let's go for 20 like
so hopefully no hot drops there. If there is hot drops,
let's go.
May need to have like a stern fatherly conversation with Ida at some point.
There could be a couple here going into Miramar, unless some teams decided to adjust. But enough talking. You guys saw us talk yesterday. You guys saw us talk right now. It's time we get into this games of day 2 PMWC at EWC finals.
बहुत बढ़िया. कल बहुत बातें सुन चुके हैं. It's time to go. इसके बाद आता रहेगा रे काम. क्या चल रहा है क्या नहीं से मुझे पता चलता रहेगा. Guys, जितने लोग स्ट्रीम पर आ रहे हो यार, make sure to hit the like and the subscribe button. Yeah, let's go, man.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue at EWC here in Paris. This is the last.
क्या था ये? मेरे को लगा मैच स्टार्ट होगा.
Here in Paris, I'm so excited, Bunny. What's happening here?
Our attention now shifts to the teams that have to perform well today, because just 8 maps remain until we set the smash score going into Championship Sunday.
Yeah, Bunny, and it's crucial to not fall behind and to stay on the top of these rankings, because everything played today as well.
That's right. We've got young contenders, historic rivalries, and legends of the game ready to go toe-to-toe on the Gadia City grid.
The better player on Worlds meet again for insane games. But which team will seize the opportunity and rise above the rest?
One step closer to $3 million.
जब चैट में सो गए क्या? अरे वही ना यार, चैट ही नहीं करते, उनको बहुत बुरा लगता है. इनको बहुत बुरा लगता है भाई, चैट नहीं करते ना. मैं इतनी मेहनत करके भाई सिंपल.
We are so glad to be back.
back. It's time for Miramar to get locked on in. We've been waiting since yesterday to jump into this map. We are going to be treated to that now, and it could not be more important for all of our teams here. They are going to need those points every single time they can get them. They've got 8 chances today.
That's what it's all about here, to be on top of the leaderboards going into the final day of
ये
this
100
tournament
like
tomorrow. That's
complete करो और आज का target है 100 like क्या है?
Normally we start the day off hot in Rondo, but we're going to be starting it off hot in the sandy Miramar desert.
Than usual. It's kind of easy to disregard. Maybe you think, oh, it's only 2 extra games in the day, but that's another maybe up to 2 hours that you need to keep your mental.
नहीं बोर हो गया भाई लिटरली मैं ऐसी तो मैं बोर हो जाएगा यार जब मैं बोर हो जाएगा रुको बाकी आईडी से लाइक करके आया हाँ करो इतने लाइक करो
Happens in the hours nobody sees.
Intel
Core with a thought
that
turns into a dream. Reach your impossible.
Under control, because
Interested to see how these teams have prepared for this, how their coaches are going to be kind of hyping them up. I was getting a little bit of a view backstage and while hearing some of these coaches talk to their teams, like, look, I want consistency. I want to see you guys be able to play the game that got you here in the first place, and that's what we definitely need to see.
What I'm kind of interested in as well is normally you've played the Miramars the previous day, you have all evening, all night to recollect your thoughts about how your Miramar performances went, to be able to re-engage those strategies, anything you noticed, anything you wanted to change, you can really fully brief your team as a coach.
Start हो रहा है
now they're going to have to do that faster for specifically Miramar than we've seen for any other map, and so that could be an interesting dynamic to let unfold here in terms of those point scoring when it comes to the end of today and the last 2 matches of it. As we're getting locked in, our players boarding the plane for the first time.
Human glitch.
Looking ready.
अभी तक किसी का chat नहीं आया मतलब सब active नहीं है.
We know what they like.
Spider-Man, happy welcome to the stream.
It is not Erangel.
कैसे हो क्या हाल है brother? How are you?
It may be Bigado.
5th match.
It's not Erangel, it's not Rondo, so they have to try and get some points on board.
They need to desperately. Let's get this one started here, folks. You can see the players are excited. I'm hyped. I know y'all guys at home. Started here, folks. You can see the players are excited. PUBG mobile action. Let's get into it. Down the center in a beautiful diagonal. So these teams, no crazy plane paths to start us off here. But I like what you mentioned, you know, we have to look at it for what it is, right? We're playing 2 Miramars today, and then we're playing with Miramar today. So it's going to be really interesting to see like how these teams are going to go.
You can't believe it. बहुत अच्छे मैचेस जाएंगे. हमें को अंदर से फील आ रहा है भाई अंदर से फील आ रहा है हमको.
To prepare for those final 2. So I'm interested to see how these squads start here and end here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it would be interesting to compare the differences. We haven't seen them yet. I'm talking in the future now. But compare the differences to the adjustments that we're going to see potentially on Erangel, and then look at what adjustments we may see from the start of today. But that's a conversation for later on, because we do have to get stuck into the action. Hopefully not super quickly, but stranger things have happened.
ये मैं बता रहा कि भाई चिकन आ रहा है भाई देखना तुम लोग.
These drops looks like teams are fairly extricated from one another.
अच्छा जोन है ना मतलब ऐसा नहीं है कि भाई काफी पानी वानी वाला हो.
However, I don't imagine that's going to be too much.
काफी बड़े-बड़े कंपाउंड है.
Get back, regroup.
सर्कल अच्छा करता है. 5 रुपए की पेप्सी सुबह वाली से.
Maybe some danger between Godlike and Orangutan.
Ah, yeah.
Far enough field, I don't think that they're going to get too aggy with it.
Yeah, you can see Enigma Galaxy, they're going to be heading on over to El Pozo. That is normally Alpha 7's drop, but they are not here in the finals, so they should be able to get looted up pretty quick here. They're going to start off by, of course, securing those vehicles. Super important inside of Miramar. Koops right in the trike. You can see him looking up, being like, trike, come on, man. Where is my UAS? Where's my Murado? He's going to need to find something else here. Or stuck to doing some little baby looting here. They're going to be fighting some buildings. But
they should be all right.
yeah, they should be plenty. They'll have plenty of time here to get looted up.
Yeah, they're fairly center on this one. They could potentially break out towards some of the areas in Crater Field.
जब से
to
पेट में
send
था,
some looting over there. Alora as well,
तब
likely to head
भाई।
towards La Cobraria. Maybe try and hold some of the hills, leave an outpost down south. Aurora gets some target practice in. Yep, that bush is gone. That's no points for that. Unfortunately, shrubbery does not count towards your elimination total.
Hey, you always gotta check the bush, all right? You never know. You never know. There could be a random player hiding in that one. And you're gonna see QZZ get his Murata. So he's gonna be driving fast down the lane.
Guys, let's go for 30 like रे. आज का टारगेट ही 100 like है भाई, कंप्लीट कर रहा हूँ भाई 100 like.
From Alula up north, near La Cobraria, it seems like they wanted to try and get engaged
with
that fight, but
Wiluk is Eagle acting.
just a little bit too up to his name.
Aura versus ULA का quick.
Again, and Quick is turning tail.
Sky, Sleepy Sky. Quick को पकड़ा.
They're still hiding out, and he has to dunk it out by the concretes. Now
अकेला है तो दोनों चढ़ जाएंगे रे.
Come through, but currently no response really being seen from the rest of Alula. They're leaving him kind of high and dry as Jiggle from Aura is going to try and descend on this location too. Finally, they're into the vehicles and they're coming in for the rescue.
Oh!
Gonna be too little, too late.
I
They have to go for the hot swap to the UMP juice.
What a sick shot with that shotgun. Unfortunately, it doesn't hit the mark enough to get a knock.
बस वो connect नहीं हो पाया.
Other side there because he doesn't have a vest at all. He wanted to be able to at least get something, but because of this fight,
Alula के दो तीनों player आ गए हैं.
You can also see some of the other members of Aura going to come and try and support
3v3 है.
3-man. Can he hit the shot? No, unfortunately, Reb doesn't get it. It is a 3v3.
आवाज अच्छी नहीं आ रही तुम्हारी.
And that off angle. Let's see how this turns out.
I mean, when you have that south side hill under lock and key for no fear, if he's gonna get engaged here into the fight, maybe not, maybe.
अभी ठीक आ रहा है ना मेरा sound? Hello.
It's fine. We got this. We got this under control. They're not pushing. They're being timid.
बुक्कड़ बहन क्या कर रही है?
It's not what you want to see. A very aggressive.
क्या आप तनिष्का को पूछ रही हैं?
In that scenario.
Okay, right now. Okay.
I thought maybe they had stopped off a little bit before, but no. They just kept on going, kept hounding that.
Alula versus Hora. Alula का एक player जा चुका है रे. 3v3 अभी फिलहाल तो.
That's the exact question, right? So I like what Aura did, right? They saw
हाँ उसी को
point. That's fine. I'm starting to wonder what Alula.
एक और knock. Bro, no fear भाई. कितना दूर से कवर दिया. एक और नॉक. I think Hora finish भाई. Hora गई भाई यहाँ पे. अलुला सबसे पहले फिनिश हुई भाई. सबसे पहले फिनिश हुई है.
Eliminations for the team, one apiece. Sleepy will get back to his feet and they can look to re-establish control back down towards Crater Fields. They may need a little bit more loot on side depending on how much was going through. I think I did spot a Winchester on one of the players for Horror, so probably looking to get that one replaced, although there will be crates on the players coming through from Alula as well. In the meantime though, Godlike has managed to capitalize on this opportunity from this northeast side. They've managed to move in and could contest for the Crater Heels approach.
All right, yeah,
Darken.
you can see these movements coming out really, really quick.
ईडा का Darken था, but IQ और ये लोग यहाँ से निकल गए, रुके नहीं.
E-Arena up on top, waiting to see when Godlike's gonna wake up. They
मेरे बाबा कहाँ गायब थी तब से?
Points. Let's see if they can do it. There's still plenty of matches.
कैसे हो made in भारत भाई? How are you?
They're gonna get shaken up big time by the end of the day.
I mean, we talked about it yesterday a little
Mummy
bit.
phone लेती
18 match sets. Generally, you can put more stock into your averages performance rather than those big E-Arena 29 limmers kind of coming on through.
Yeah.
Which, even then, didn't serve them too well in a 12-match set, which is absolutely insane. But, yeah, absolutely. I'm talking about getting consistent 6-pointers on the boards.
Lord knock दिया Furia को.
If you can do that, every time you get further than that, brilliant, beautiful stuff. Furia
Lord पे push आ गया silence का. ये वाला अच्छा था यार. ये वाला अच्छा था रे, बहुत अच्छा था ये वाला. Scopes चढ़ रहा है.
Here for Nigma Galaxy, it is not a good start. In third place, you don't want to be losing players early, not like this.
Flash का बंदा knock हुआ.
Silence with the DBS in the mid-range is able to get the knock. Very, very crucial. Instant thirst as well. So you can see Coops is going to be hunting down some high ground, trying to get the revenge for his teammate, but Ayala is climbing this up as well. Is Coops going to see him? He does! He finds Silence slipping. Now he's going to go for the 1v2. Uh-oh. Got to watch out for that shotgun, though. Oh, that did tip him up a little bit. Coops so good in the CQC, though. Push it back and forth. Finds the angle and catches the 1v2.
Scopes अच्छा वन होता रे. Scopes बहुत मस्त वन होता bro, बहुत मस्त था. एक और आ गया.
This is vengeance coming through for Coops, and Furia left flagging. Unfortunate. Silence may be resible here as Chief sidles in to go for the res. There is another fight happening on your elimination feeds as well as Fourth Thrives.
क्या ही लेट गया?
On the south.
और भाई वन
Coops goes for 3 now against Furia.
लास्ट बंदा है. 1v4 आ रहा है क्या?
Finding out what it feels like to be under the wrath of Coops, turning his attention out now to the open sand dunes, but
M4 लेगा क्या?
on the first part of the spray down. Look some more.
और
Are you kidding me?
और
It's Coops with the
Coops
1v4 against Furia.
Beautiful stuff going on
But-
from Coops. Furia needed to keep that one together. That was not looking tidy. Flash in the meantime have now been dragged down to 1 on the south side as Fourth Thrives are going to be the main benefactors of that, getting 3 elims. I think, yeah, they're the team that's taken down all 3
पक्का
players so
उसी
far
का
from
कौन
Flash.
करने के लिए नहीं
A little
होंगी
bit
टीम
further
बाबू
afield
को.
in those
यश थोड़ा
Ricardo
गलत हो
Hills
गया.
to the north side of
हाँ
it.
भाई
Didn't
क्लच
contest it just yet. So for Fourth
क्लच
Thrives,
दे दिया.
they
हाँ
have to
भाई
because
पूरा
you can
क्लच दे
see
दिया.
the
1v4 कर गया अकेला.
this zone.
Yeah, that Eastern shift is gonna.
भाई इतनी रिवेंज लिया भाई बहुत गंदा वो भी 1v4 से. Literally.
Fourth Thrives. They are not in the zone just yet. They're right on the south side of San Martin.
Guys, let's go for 100 like
Get
rate.
their vehicles going, choosing for the buggy. All right, they're all set up, and now gonna find a spot in this next zone. As far as teams that are not here yet, you're gonna be looking at Nosham Red Force.
40 भी 3 एलिमिनेशन लेके बैठी है. ब्रूटली रिवेंज ब्रो, बहुत तगड़ा रिवेंज लिया है रे भाई. लिटरली भाई. Hey, good luck.
Right now with 21 points.
ईड़ा.
With this zone
Good luck.
this, it definitely buys you a lot.
निकाल निकाल चल 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 मार चल.
It's just rotating very carefully.
मैं कह रहा हूँ भाई पुश मारो.
Play things very, very calculated. You can see Tianba already set up in these buildings near water treatment. And this is where they're going to park themselves for as long as possible.
Oh yeah, you're just going to hold out for the time being. See if you can hold hold down on these houses. Just trading shots. Ooh.
Oh!
Razy's found
Vitality.
himself a big green gun.
That's my favorite. The
Age of the
AWM. I want to see some snipes, man. Nothing gets me more excited than see a crazy flick headshot to turn the game around. Let's see what Razy can do. He's got the 8x too. Let's see what this replay. Coops, pow.
एक knock.
On the silence. Wins the
Then
clutch
फिर
one
आता है.
against Ayala. Look at the terrain usage from Coops.
अच्छा नॉक तो ये वाला भी.
That's what I was highlighting before, right? That
यहाँ
shot
सब्सक्राइब के हिसाब से 1 के लाइक आ जाते हैं.
dodging the shells coming through.
आने तो चाहिए यार, बट 100 ही कर दो अभी के लिए तो यार.
Gonna have the advantage, or at least be on a level playing field if you can do that. The nade on target. Yeah,
नेट बहुत अच्छा था यार.
just didn't seem to understand how.
देन फिर भाई स्प्रे देख रहे हो भाई.
Not too sure.
Very much long रे, very much long.
Spot to begin with, but yeah, it's a.
ये गॉडलाइक देख रहे हो, गॉडलाइक का जोन अच्छा है. ओजी के पास भी जोन अच्छा है.
Down towards San Martin on that south
ओजी पे यूएलएफ एंड ये अरोरा 40 यार आ सकती है भाई. कंपा ओ 93 एसयूजी.
to the southwest of water treatment.
Knock.
It's going to be tricky to navigate. And
Eagle ने knock दिया, finish दिया.
Try and do so. Try and keep themselves alive. S2G find out just how tough it can be to move past this location.
Yeah, a smart play there from Tianba. They go ahead.
बट बहुत अच्छे आए और एक ही प्लेयर पर है चारों. मर्द हो या औरत, शेर हो या शेरनी. क्या कहना चाह रहे हैं? Tell me about question answer.
An elimination for Tianba and a slightly better position as well. So this gas station is pretty solid if the zone
क्या
shifts
कह रहा
away
रे?
from them. The most important thing though is protecting those vehicles. It's very weak to that hill behind them. So they're gonna have to put them in some different spots just in case the zone does shift.
I mean, it is that road that they are sat right next to that is.
होल्ड कर रही है ध्यान में यहाँ पे किल निकाल लिया बस होल्ड कर रही है क्वेश्चन कहाँ है वही ना क्वेश्चन है कहाँ सबसे बड़ी बात क्वेश्चन कहाँ है फ्लैश है रे ईड़ा के सामने टॉप से टॉप
Aurora getting spotted. I think Fourth Thrives are getting stuck into the fight. Fourth Thrives, 4 players alive. Aurora having one of their players flushed away, and now Hazaifa close up into the fight. The pump action for
नेट पर है जोल नेट पर है जोल के नेट से एक जाएगा जोल के नेट से एक जाएगा क्या टॉप भी नेट पे अरोरा का लास्ट प्लेयर है 3-1v4 है उसका भाई अब डॉक अपने नेट से चला गया 6 elimination अच्छा है ये क्वेश्चन क्या है इसमें क्वेश्चन क्या है
So that's the 4th place team.
मैं तो लड़की हूँ
4 thrives in 6 now with 6 eliminations, looking really strong to start the day.
Oh yeah, that's exactly how you want to kick things off. But remember, as we said before, it is a marathon today. You can't allow yourself to get tired out. I mean, it's excellent when you find those moments, when you find those high octane, high adrenaline moments, but you cannot allow yourself to drop off after that. So I hope that they're going to have their heads screwed on tight so that they can keep their nerve for the rest of the day as well. And there is still much more of this match to play, so they have to get a lot further. And in this position that they are right now, against Nongshan Red Force, I feel like they potentially could have a good time, but they're going to have to shift northwest away from their current location, past San Martin, which is going to contain.
सोम्य इंटेल लेने क्या था I think सोम्य को इंटेल मिला कि बंदे पुश करेंगे
Flash that was dealt with earlier by Fourth Rise themselves.
Yeah, you can see
नॉक दिया ULF ने
now 4 thrives, man. I'll tell you one thing. When it comes to the finals, I'm already feeling a different level of aggression here. Like, these teams are pushing immediately the second they they're sending it. Now, here comes Aura. We saw Sky get an elimination in the feed. We're going to keep an eye on this one, though. This is circle just to that bottom right side.
पावर निकल रहा है सौम्य फिनिश हो जाएगा सौम्य क्लियर सौम्य ब्रो
They got that flush that they found the knock for earlier. And godlike, they are now down to 3. S-Power though can just regroup over towards the rest of his team, and they should be fine out there. Horror can look to try and navigate their way forwards. I don't expect another fight between these two teams. Maybe for the next minute or so. Oh dear.
Yeah.
No. That's a real bozo.
ये तो गलत हो गया यार इसके साथ ये मैं प्रॉपर अच्छी लड़की हूँ हेलो राधिका वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम हाय एवरीवन हेलो क्वेश्चन सुगोई के लिए है बहन तुम बट की लड़की होगी ध्यान से खुद को देखो ये मैं प्रॉपर अच्छी लड़की हूँ वंस अ लेजेंड सेड दैट बाप की चड्डी फटी पड़ी है और बेटा PUBG में यूसी चिल्ला
with the AWM starting to put in some work.
Shouldering that can opener. Looks to try and
split the seams
of Tianba's hold on the longhouse, but we know what Tianba can do when they're holding down a longhouse, so we know what Milu can do at least. Vitality want to try and find it. The res comes through. Milu is low HP, but he can get some healing done. Razy is close by. Another stepping forwards, but staying on the rooftops here is bold from QZZ. It may just work. In response is brutal. Another to follow it up over towards Aching. Now only one player in the longhouse. Milu looking to try and hold it down. With the Molotov burning, it's going to slow it out, but there's the offense.
Bhai, one of the best push race.
The backup coming from Eagle. He's too far away to get involved here. The nade dribbles down the stairs. Might prove to be difficult to get past there. Does go down. And the res is still yet to come through. 3 players now for Vitality on the inside. Nade's cooking. Axel with a long one. Up to the top floor. May just blast them apart, but Eagle, he's just chilling. What is going on?
He's leaving it up to Milu. Say, you got this, bro. Oh, I guess you don't got this. As Axel gets the nade onto him. So that is Tianba just getting picked apart here. And really unfortunate for them. But you know what? Vitality soaking up some good points.
I mean, the Eagle has flown away here. It is not.
Yeah, Tianba का last player है. Eagle का ही और है.
What he's trying to do. Maybe
Eagle गलत फंसा हुआ है.
The rest of your team's dead, mate.
उधर एडमिनो ऊपर है. Knock. Admino knock.
Opener with that AWM that we were talking about, the can opener on the position.
Admino knock दिया रे.
Keep that momentum rolling with some big nades up to the top of the roof and a couple more positions beside. Admino looking to stop the run out from Vitality, and they will have to run out with the circle shifting central.
Oh, Admino's got this on lock. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to see a crazy shot here from Vitality to help his team out. I know that there is an AWM somewhere around there. And oh, nice shots there. They know exactly where he is. They say, oh, you think you have this down? Oh, nice shot though. So
Oh my God. Admino, nice red.
Oh, that looks like it is Eagle going down. Oh, there's
Tianba गई.
He's got it. Say, pick me. I dare you. I dare you to go over that rock.
ये अच्छा था.
Boom! Takes him down from behind the rock. What a pickup coming through from the shot. At the end of the AWM barrel, beautiful stuff. They baited him into thinking it was a rifle fight as well. Yeah. Little tickle trades, and then he was like, I'm gonna win this trade surely. And then he's like, bam! You didn't expect that.
भाई ये लोग एक नॉक निकालते ही पुश कर रही है विटलिटी देख रहे हो तुम.
After losing one earlier to Horror on that northwest edge. Ooh, Tizzy, that's not good news. That's immediately flushed by 4 Thrives on the southeast.
Now we're going to go ahead and see Vitality. That goes to show you, folks, the bolt action could change the game for you.
पूरा पुश मारेगा पावर एंड मान्या पे. क्या पावर का क्लच आएगा? भाई 0 किल लेके तो मत जाना रे गॉड लाइक. सिर्फ एक ही फिनिशेस है. ये स्प्रेड होके गए तो मर गए. ओए बे विटलिटी तुम्हारा वेट कर रहा है. मत करो. इनको इंटेल नहीं किया. Oh, you need instant rest.
And this is an interesting one. I mean, we still have San Martin in play. A lot of open field though as well. You can see Aaron getting in some headshots on the So Easy, and now here comes.
भाई चारों पुश डाल रहे हैं.
They're looking to roll around. 2 players now remain for Godlike. Federalis leads the charge into the position. S-Power first to face. Molotov on the window.
एक नॉक. बहुत बढ़िया. 2 नॉक. पावर.
The suppressor on the end of the SK-12 makes it quiet.
3 नॉक. पावर.
And he looks for more as well.
Last है. पावर भाई.
The flushes to keep it going. Manya will not be in this fight just yet as he drops for another.
Oh भाई.
And in comes the backup. Manya.
He hit him with the Molotov, and now Razak is down to 1 HP.
Power.
Ascendancy coming through for Godlike on the north side. Vitality, they thought they took enough out of them, but no. The gas in the tank. Burning.
Let's get this going. Are you kidding me? Day 2 of the finals. Starting off hot here. Multiple 1v4s. S-Power at the end of the day yesterday said the domination begins, and now it has begun.
Nice power.
Luxurious hair, sweeping it left to
ये
right.
तो मस्त था भाई. ये मस्त था. ये मस्त था.
Vitality have no idea what hit him. Milu. These house shotgun plays. I'm telling you, man, there's something special about it. I love to see it. I absolutely adore it. With 5 eliminations now in the game, Godlike looking to keep their march going, but they have to get across the ground here. The arena will be fully aware of what has just occurred on their north side. They should know exactly what has unfolded, and crossing this open ground is going to be difficult. I imagine that it's more likely they may look to sweep to the east, get a little bit more coverage as they may try and approach Ulf or sweep through the remnants of other teams across the map.
Let's see how the rest of this match turns out. It's already been so hot here. Coops had a 1v4 earlier. They're sitting with 4 points on the edge of the circle. Satan, I believe, does have a position. Oh, I think this is still out of zone. So
that's so, bro.
Ooh, XEY.
Literally.
Ooh, this one hurts. This is stage 6. This one's going to start chunking you down. So he's going to go ahead and get himself healed up. And yeah, already getting shot. He's like, oh, I thought I was safe.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, you thought. Down he goes on that side. Ulf all too happy to pick up the point there. They're now on to 6 eliminations. And that will hopefully...
Power no kiya.
He was going to find the shot onto...
Wait, no हुआ power. Finish भी हुआ. ये उधर तो दिखाओ क्या हुआ उधर उनके साथ. मान्य भी नॉक हो गया. हुआ क्या? अबे हुआ क्या? किधर कैसे?
It's plays like that that can be the difference, right? I mean, from
1 2 3 4 5 6 7.
So, I mean, godlike losing players early, still put some good points on the board on the back of that 1v4.
ये पॉजी पॉइंट तो नहीं मिल पाया यार.
They got their eyes set onto
5 मिनट बाद आएगी अगर इंस्टा ओपन किया तो.
But he should be able to get safe here, Rez. I like the fact that Rauf is starting to throw some util up on top just to buy his teammates some time.
तो जाएगी रे.
They should be able to get the reset here.
I mean, that was a long-range assist coming through. Hodder on that north side. I think that's at least 300, if not 4.
Yeah, shit, man. But अच्छा खेला भाई, अच्छा खेले. थोड़ा स्प्रेड बताओ यार, थोड़ा साथ में रह के खेलो रे. ओजी के साथ भी कुछ हुआ था मेरे को देखना है, बट मैं आफ्टर मैच देखूंगा. NGX वर्सेस ईडा. भाई ये तो अगेन बहुत, ये तो राइवलरी है भाई अगेन. ये तो राइवलरी है.
And they're in the zone too. E-Arena versus Aura on the north side though, that looks like it could get nasty soon.
Yeah, I think EDA are just kind of holding him out here because they realize the zone is coming and the edge of this might be outside of it. Let's see how the play ends up reading out. Satan throwing in some nades in there, trying to get that crucial first knock. Rita.
कोई तो गया रेनेड से.
Oh, the off angle here from EDA is going to be huge. Let's see what he can do from that spot.
Could have been huger, but I think he just dropped the nade into the sand dune instead of throwing it over towards the opponents there. Not quite as efficacious as you need it to be. You can see on the picture-in-picture there's fights across the map. Horror really suffering against E-Arena as Enigma Galaxy still hold the stay all over. Ida on the run out now, rolling around the edge. Henry goes down.
क्या कर रही थी?
Cacophony of shotgun shells blasting them back. A tide of lead sweeps them straight back in the door they ran out from.
Darkin कुछ कर सकता है, मेरे को लगता है सिर्फ Darkin ही कुछ कर सकता है.
Galaxy can do on this push though. Darkin's up on top, Coops in the front line with the S12K. That's the weapon you want in the CQC. The best close quarters combat gun in the game. Now let's see what Ralph can do. Everybody shotguns out. Oh, nice play there from Ida, catching some little angles there, peppering up the side of Ralph. These guys are level 3 out of their minds though right now.
Oh, goodness me. There's the off angle. I think that's E-Arena taking shots across the way. Because, of course, E-Arena did clean up the fight with Horror just a moment ago as well. Hot Jukes on that northern side. They got some really big openers with a couple of nades. And we're able to... What a bank on the nade there from Coops. And now just one player on the top floor. And the shotguns are going to continue to put the pressure down. There's still a little bit more left to fight. The Galaxy are taking shots from across the way. They get rid of Ida, but now Ulf step into their shoes. Take down one.
Another one's here to play. Hello. Catch is right there waiting for you. Aaron's gonna have to turn around though.
No finishes, bro. देख रहे हो 9 finishes, bro.
Galaxy though, great start. 8 eliminations so far. Ulf have 9 though. They're looking to put themselves up on the leaderboards here. But hey, E-Arena's gonna have something to say about that. They're gonna go ahead and start throwing some util.
Guys, let's go for 40 like yeah.
Where is the biggest threat here? And it's gotta be E-Arena. Scarface.
It's very close.
Thinking about trying to pick up his teammate, but E-Arena's right there.
Oh man, this position is really annoying.
Enigma Galaxy के सिर्फ 2 बचे हुए हैं. उसका एक knock है.
Easy for them. They could take control of that whole June all the way out to their west side, but with Coops and Ralph still in action, they are penned in here. Solar's bleeding out, and E-Arena can start to establish that chokehold on them.
Oh, vehicle coming on up. Here come the mollies too. Aaron's on fire. Not able to make it happen here. Scarface on the other side as well. He's gonna throw some util.
Yeah.
Ulf just getting picked apart. E-Arena.
Big.
Oh, those nades.
Finish.
Huge. That's gonna pepper up Mormon real good. And it opens up the door for Enigma Galaxy as well.
They're moving across the open ground and they do
Nice.
fall. Oath cannot weather the storm again. It's that position from Nigma Galaxy.
2v, 2v,
Sweeping out to the west.
2v3, 2v3, 2v4 हो जाएगा, रिवाइव हो जाएगा वो. Hello stranger, welcome to the stream. बाकी ऑडियंस पॉपकॉर्न खाते होंगे और यहाँ कुछ और यहाँ मैं कुछ और मुर्गी खा रहा हूँ. ये मैं तो कुछ भी नहीं खा रहा रे.
All the way from Aaron Gale Pachiki. Look at how quiet here. Coops
Oh.
with the headshots. Gets peppered up a little bit though in the process. The thing is that these guys are out of position big time. It's going to take a miracle for Nigma Galaxy to do it.
ये इन्हें के 8 फिनिशेस हैं. कैसे हो? डे 1 का फाइट वन साइडेड लग रहा था बट आज का मैच में फाइट है. हाँ, आज सारी टीम अच्छा खेल रही है रे. बहुत अच्छे फाइटिंग चल रही है, देखना तुम.
On that stage 9 zone.
ओजी को थोड़ा सा मेरे को लग रहा है थोड़ा एक दो कमबैक की नीड है यार. एक दो क्लच की नीड है ओजी को. हेलो सिंजर, कैसे? मैं बढ़िया यार. सिंजर तुम बताओ यार, तुम कैसी हो? आ गए तुम, हो गए फ्री? नहीं तो भाई आजकल तो स्ट्रीम पर आते ही नहीं भाई. सिंजर तुम बड़े लोग होते जा रहे हो यार.
Play that mid range. I like that.
आते हो तो रुकते नहीं हो. ओह,
Use your numbers advantage. Use the blue zone, and E-Arena should have this lockdown.
Yeah, they're playing this very, very safe. E-Arena looking to try and convert from the top of the tables to a chicken dinner at the start of today. It would be so incredible for them to open that kind of a lead. And again, we've talked about it before, Schweppes. The only player here with a chance to get the 3rd title of PMWC champion. The only player in the world with that opportunity.
Oh, here come E-Arena. They're going to go on the push, where they're going to get aggressive.
Joker.
They take down Coops. It's just Rauf, and that is it. E-Arena get the first chicken dinner here today.
20 points.
They're excited, and they were on top of the leaderboard.
20 points, 20 points.
Even further beyond.
10 finishes और 10 चिकन के पॉइंट. हम रोज आते हैं, रुकते हैं नहीं. रुकते हो रोज? रोज आते भी नहीं हो, रुकते भी नहीं हो. भाग जाते हो बहुत जल्दी. मैं ठीक हूँ, तुम कैसे हो? मैं ठीक हूँ. बहुत बढ़िया. ठीक है रहो यार, अच्छे रहो, मस्त रहो, सोच रहो, खाते पीते रहो. नॉक नॉक कोई है? हेलो मुनिंदर भाई, कैसे हो? वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. यार मिस कर दिए तुम. 1v4 मिस किए हो अभी.
I do not want a repeat of what happened for the rest of that day. They did not keep that pace, and it is again that marathon today. So for E-Arena, a
Good
Miracle.
1v4 दिखाता हूँ तुम्हें, देखना अभी, ठीक है? यहाँ तक ओजी, मेरे को ओजी भी देखना. ओजी एलिमिनेट हुई कैसे, ठीक है?
Alula as well, likely to head to what you want to see. A very
अलुला गई.
To begin with, that right next to that is so difficult to cross right now for Team Open Swap. He knows.
ये फ्यूरी आएगा 1v4.
Looks to try and split the seams.
यहाँ कुछ हुआ, ठीक है? ओजी को यहाँ पे कुछ हुआ है.
We know what Tiamba can do when they're holding down a long house, so we know what Milu can do at least. Vitality want to try and find it. One play to sway to be young.
I guess you don't got this as
हाँ ठीक है.
you got this, bro. Oh, I guess you don't got this as
एनएस ने आरू को नॉक किया नेट से.
So that is Tiamba just getting picked apart here. And really unfortunate for them, but you know what? Vitality soaking up some good points.
I mean, the Eagle has flown away here.
This got
It is not what you want to see. I'm not entirely
finished.
sure what he's trying to do. Maybe he wants to keep that forward position, but
एक ही अपनी नेट से नॉक हुआ.
the rest of your team's dead, mate. You need to do something about that. Vitality were
Aru finish.
through there. They got a really great opener with that AWM that we were talking about, the can opener on the position, and he was able to keep that momentum
finish.
rolling with some big
आतंकी डीबीएस से गया भाई. बहुत गंदा हुआ इन लोग के साथ. तो ओजी तो एक भी नॉक नहीं निकाल पाई. किसने करा 1v4? अब देखना 1v4 अब आएगा असली 1v4. विटेलिटी जानते हो विटेलिटी को, ठीक है? अब देखना कैसे घुसेगी ये.
Vitality, that goes to show you folks, the bolt action could change the game for you. and it works out here. AW. Now, this is a couple of players that got like catch game, stage 5, circle play. A lot of open field though as well. You can see Aaron getting in some head.
They're looking to roll around. 2 players now remain. 4 godlike. Federalis leads the charge.
पावर का क्लच है मौली एक का
immediately posts it.
सेकंड नॉक थर्ड नॉक लास्ट प्लेयर है फिनिश किया उसको गरम मौली लगी मौली स्प्रेड हुई एंड क्लच 1v4 पावर का
coming through for godlike on the north side. Vitality, they thought they'd taken enough out of them, but no, the gas in the tank burning.
Let's get this.
भाई यही गेम चाहिए रे अपने को ना अपने ऑडियंस जो प्लेयर है ना ऑडियंस को यही गेम चाहिए यार हैप्पी इंडिपेंडेंस डे टू यू एंड to you and all. Okay, to me and all. Okay. Same to you यार आपको भी रे बट भाई लिटरली भाई जो ये पावर का क्लच था ना भाई मैं जितनी बार देखूं उतनी बार कम है भाई देखना अभी ए देखो फ्लो देखो भाई टीम का कितने फ्लो में आई टीम नॉक सेकंड नॉक थर्ड नॉक फिनिश किया साउंड आया मौली किया मौली स्प्रेड हुआ यार इस मैच में 2 क्लच में 1v4 एक तो पावर का था एंड एक था तुम्हारा टॉप्स का यहाँ पे देखना अभी फ्यूरिया को कितने मस्त तरीके से मारेगा देखना कोप्स का क्लच देखना अभी एक नॉक सेकंड नॉक
He baited out so many of the shotgun shells, forced the weapon swap. He knew he had a disadvantage against the shotgun there and was able to do a lot of work. This is vengeance coming through for Coops, and Furia left flagging. Unfortunate. Silence may be resible here as Chief sidles in to go for the res. There is another fight happening on your elimination feeds as well as 4th drive.
ये नेट से ये बहुत मस्त नेट किया था भाई ये एंड देन फिर भाई वो जो दूर बंदा रहता है ना बढ़िया था क्लच हाँ ये वाला भी देखना देखो कितना दूर है वो
His attention out now to the open sand dunes, but not going to quite connect on the first part of the spray down. Looks for more.
Ooh, headshot! Are you kidding
दो
me?
1v4
That is Coops with the 1v4.
2 1v4 हुए हैं इस मैच में एंड यार ओजी सर जी कुछ तो कर दो बहुत उम्मीदें हैं आपके साथ पैनिक मत हो रे बी पॉजिटिव सब कुछ अच्छा होगा पैनिक नहीं होना बहुत अच्छे से करो रे ग्राइंड तो हाँ बड़े लोग सुबह डीएम नहीं देखते अरे यार मैं इंस्टा ही बहुत दिन हो गए मतलब मैं नहीं चला पा रहा टाइम नहीं मिल रहा मेरे को ना इंस्टा को मैं सिर्फ स्टोरी लगाया था देन बंद कर दिया वो सिंजर को देखो कैसे चैट्स इग्नोर कर दी साफ बड़े लोग बोले सिम्टम्स दिख रहे हैं बड़े लोग वाले है ना वही ना बढ़िया था क्लच मस्त क्लच था अरे नहीं इग्नोर नहीं किए हम तो किसी लोग में ही नहीं है आते क्यों तुम भैंस हो ना बड़ा दुख हुआ सुन के एकेजी मुंबई तो जा रहे मुंबई जा रहे एंकर चुप मत बैठे भाई ये करते रहो अरे मैं थोड़ा सा मैच में खो गया था रे मेरे को थोड़ा ये लगा कि बस थोड़ा सा और अपने एंड से कुछ हो जाए क्लच ये G14 ये तो मैच का था ना गॉड लाइक 7 मतलब 6 पॉइंट आए हैं एक पोजीशन पॉइंट लिया है 5 फिनिशेस 6 पॉइंट ओके
first chicken dinner. They have actually had so much progression through every single match. It's been amazing to watch. Yeah, we got
guys, जितने लोग stream पर आ रहे हो, make sure to hit the like and the subscribe button.
stages, but their consistency has been key.
Yeah, for Enigma Galaxy, it's all about that.
ये काफी टीम मतलब जो पहला मैचेस गया ना, इसका साउंड थोड़ा सा कम करता हूँ मैं। जो फर्स्ट मैच हुआ है उसके अकॉर्डिंग लग रहा है कि भाई सभी टीम के सभी बंदे पंप हैं, फाइट लेने से कोई नहीं डर रहा, सब लोग अगर नॉक, खास करके विटिलिटी भाई बहुत ब्रूटली घुस रही थी ये। एक नॉक दिया देन पूरी टीम भाई बहुत अच्छे से रश कर रही थी, 2 क्लच भी किए, बट कोई बात नहीं रे, अपन बंदे को भी थोड़ा पंपिंग चाहिए भाई, होंगे आएंगे क्लचेस आएंगे। सुगोई भाई मैच में ऐसे ही फोकस थे इसलिए वो छोड़कर चले गई। अरे वो थी नहीं यार, छोड़कर तो तभी जाती ना, वो थी नहीं भाई। Guys, let's go for 40 like रे, जितने लोग स्ट्रीम पर हो make sure to hit the like and the subscribe button। भाई ये क्लच ब्रो, गेम सेंस देखो भाई, उसको पता चला बंदा रोटेशन दे रहा है, ऑलरेडी मोली डाल दिया, देख रहे हो, एंड वो मोली इतने मस्त डली कि भाई वो स्प्रेड हो गई, उधर भी उसको लगी है मोली, ठीक है, और वो पैनिक हो गया भाई जैसे 3 बंदे नॉक किए, ये लिटरली मस्त था। ओए 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 ओए, तबीयत तो ठीक है ना? ओए तबीयत ठीक है ना बंदों का? हेलो, ऑल गुड? ध्यान से रीड करो, जोर जोर से, क्या रीड करना? विटिलिटी को खुद का मेडिसिन टेस्ट पता चल गया होगा, रो रहा है ये तो, ये रो नहीं रहा, ठीक है ना? कौन है ये? टी शर्ट से नहीं पता चल पाया।
We're not going to talk about Aurora. We're not going to talk about
I'll talk about Four Tribes though. Look, they had such an immense sort of
टी शर्ट से नहीं पता चल पाया रे।
sort of making their rotate. And it was only a matter of time before they were able to do that. And what we were obviously touching on yesterday is their pacing. So obviously when they get that first contention,
ये गलत आ गया भाई, इसको यहाँ पे नहीं होना चाहिए था।
to what we want to see. So it's very, very impressive that they were able to do that. Unfortunately, they did have IQ at the southern side trying to find a position in zone whilst that contention was going on.
अरे ऊपर देखो, AKG क्या चैट, इससे ऊपर चैट है AKG का। सुगोई भाई मैच में ऐसे ही फोकस थे। नहीं नहीं मैं नहीं जा रहा, तुम जाओगी, यू आर सिलेक्टेड। सुगोई भाई मेरा भी व्हाट्सएप और मैसेज नहीं देखे। मुनिंदर भाई ये कब हुआ? बड़ा दुख हुआ सुन के, इसको बंदी की याद आ रही है। तारीफ, दूसरी वाली का आउटफिट अच्छा है, इसका की इसका, ब्लू की वाइट। Messenger need new stage even perform top notch performance। आज सुबह ही तो हुआ, तुम देखे ही नहीं मेरे से। वाइट आउटफिट दोनों का सही है, मेरे को नहीं पता किसने क्या क्या पहना हुआ है वैसे। भाई ई अरीना 68 पॉइंट एंड निग्मा गैलेक्सी 59, Yanva 46 and 45। ये 2-3 चिकन चाहिए रे टीम को, गॉड लाइक 13 पर आ गई। एक पॉइंट ऊपर गई है। कौन सा मैसेज नहीं देखे? एस पावर 1v4 शर्मा जी वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। यार तुम मेरी स्ट्रीम पर देखे ही नहीं शर्मा जी, बट 1v4 मस्त, अरे मजा आ गया। लड़की का चक्कर से दूर रहो सुगोई, पूरा यूसी खर्च करवा देगी। नहीं नहीं नहीं, मैं किसी के चक्कर में नहीं हो रहे। Let's see what's going to be happening on the second Miramar because it's getting spicy here. Hot Dukes. भाई पहले कूप्स का 1v4 देखा, ठीक है, उसके बाद फिर भाई पावर का 1v4 देखा भाई, लिटरली मस्त था भाई पावर का 1v4 ना। व्हाट्सएप क्यों नहीं देखे? मैं व्हाट्सएप नहीं चलाता, बंद कर दिया मैंने कल से। अच्छा है कि जी ऐसा तो नहीं होता। सिंगर उसने पढ़ लिया। अरे पढ़ लिया मैंने ऑलरेडी यार।
matches played total of our 18 match set. We're going to set that smash boundary. A lot to play for today.
मेरे को चिकन चाहिए यार। मेरा मारे में उसका गॉड लाइक का, देन फिर रोंडा में भी गॉड लाइक का चिकन चाहिए। एंड ओजी को एस्ट्रेक 2 चाहिए रे किल्स के साथ। ओजी के पास एस्ट्रेक 2 रहना चाहिए किल्स के साथ दोनों मैचेस में। मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई, दोनों टीम को किल्स एंड प्लस चिकन दोनों चाहिए मेरे को। हम तो कुछ बोले ही नहीं। गाइस जितने लोग स्ट्रीम पर आ रहे हैं यार, मेक श्योर टू हिट द लाइक एंड द सब्सक्राइब बटन। लेट्स गो फॉर 40 लाइक रे। मैं संदीप आचार्य करता हूँ। हैं? भारत में जो देशद्रोही है उनकी वहाँ का भरोसा। अरे भाई संदीप भाई तो भेजा था मैं रील है ना, एक मूवी का स्पाइडरमैन जिसको चश्मे की नीड नहीं, और यहाँ स्पाइडर सुबह बिना चश्मे की बात नहीं करता। तू हेलो अजय भाई। भाई क्या
we're mixing things up for sure. And this is going to be that second Miramar match. So if it wasn't hot already, we're going to get
कैसे हो जी भाई? क्या हाल है? स्वागत है स्ट्रीम पे बाय द वे। शर्मा जी कैसे हैं? हाय शर्मा जी कैसे हैं? आवाज चली गई सारी। अभी आ रही आवाज? क्या हो गया है भाई? भाई 1v4 किया पावर, बट वो अलग बात है कि अभी पॉइंट्स अच्छे नहीं आ रहे हैं। जल्दी टीम खत्म हो गई, बट मस्त मारा भाई वो। मेरे से और रेंट पर ले लो, थोड़ा क्यूटनेस लोड हो जाएगा। अच्छा हेलो बड़े लोग। सुगोई भाई माइक सही करो। अभी ठीक आ रहा है? चलो शर्मा जी लड़का है लड़की? लड़की लड़का है लड़का। संदीप शर्मा नाम है उनका। कुत्ते हेलो बड़े लोग। टू ये आवाज ठीक है ना मेरा? हेलो बड़े लोग 2.0 कैसे हो? NGX भाई ये बंदा कूप्स, ये भी 1v4 क्या था नेक्स्ट मैच में ना, लास्ट मैच में, नेक्स्ट कह रहा लास्ट मैच में। मेरा भी हाल ठीक है, मैं एकदम ठीक हूँ। आप बताओ कैसे हो? हाँ आ रही आवाज सुबह। ओके ठीक है फिर तो आवाज आनी चाहिए रे मस्त। For TR versus E Arena, but 4TR जा रही है। नहीं IQ आया, दोबारा आया। IQ इंटेल निकालने की कोशिश। ओ IQ को, आई थिंक IQ को पता नहीं है। ओ बड़ी ओ गिराया जोकर। भाई उनको गाड़ी भी फूटी हुई है। गरीब का मजाक। ठीक है अभी। राधे राधे। आई एम गुड। राधे राधे कैसे हो? क्या हाल है? हाउ आर यू? जिम्बाब्वे जीत रही है क्या? नहीं, एक गरीब बड़े लोग का मजाक थोड़ी उड़ा सकता। अभी के लिए तो ई अरीना भाई #1 पोजीशन होल्ड करके बैठी है। देन फिर सेकंड नंबर पर NGX है, त्यानबा, ULF, अरोरा, 4TR, विटलिटी, फ्लैश, NS, सोरा, SUGI, फ्यूरिया, गॉडलाइक, अलूला है ना? अलूला ही है या ULA है? I think गलूला ही तो नाम है ना हाँ फिर orangutan and then फिर कीड़ा
Their goal should be to just set that point threshold so dang high that nobody can possibly smash in the final day. Now, so far,
मैंने कुछ मिस किया है भाई आज की स्ट्रीम में हाँ 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 दिखाऊं 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 कुछ मिस किया तुम ना
PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational. It was, I believe, Furia that was on top with the most points, but Nongshim Red Force won that final game.
Charge into the position as Power first to face. Molotov on the window.
Knock.
Immediately posts him.
Second knock.
The inside has more to say. The suppressor on the end of the SK-12 makes it quiet.
Third knock.
Speaking loud with it, and he looks for more as well. 3 players fall at the feet of S-Power, and he looks for the flushes to keep it going. Manya will not be in this fight just yet as he drops for another flush, and in comes the backup. Manya.
He hit him with that Molotov, and now
1v4
And there they go.
S-Power with the 1v4. Make sure that they just stay secure.
यही था बस एक
in
क्लच
the end game here.
अमन भाई कैसे हो क्या हाल है स्वागत है स्ट्रीम पे
Gotta be able to make some plays, man. That 1v4.
एक गरीब दूसरे गरीब को ही चिढ़ाता है
They're still having
हेलो तनिष्का राधे राधे कैसे हो सब कुछ मिस कर दिया गॉडफ्रे का 1v4 टाइम ये कब हुआ रे
still got plenty of time to bounce back. But if they want to win this thing, they've already kind of burned through the bad games that they can already.
वही तो एक ही गरीब को चिढ़ाते हैं बड़े लोग को थोड़ी
Because when you see E-Arena on top, that's a
सिंजर मेरा आप बता रहे हो ना मेरा गरीब बोल के सब मजाक उड़ाना अच्छी बात नहीं है क्या मिस किया हूँ सिंजर आज की स्ट्रीम पे हैप्पी इंडिपेंडेंस मैं भी बढ़िया तनिष्का बड़े लोग ऐसे ही बोलते हैं क्रेजी अजय guys hello how are you पम्मू भैया वेलकम है आपका स्ट्रीम पर राधे राधे
It was a big fall off coming through from Arena, and to that end, they didn't deserve to make it straight to the ground.
अबन भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम कैसे हो क्या हाल है इसलिए मेरे को चिढ़ा रहे हैं सिंजर आप राधे राधे पम्मू भैया कैसे हैं आप अमन भाई हाउ आर यू कैसे हो क्या हाल है अरे पक्का 4 नंबर चला रहा होगा गाड़ी में बता रहा हूँ
In terms of an indicator for what we might expect for the rest of this phase.
Yeah, and we got to be honest too. I mean, these guys very luckily made it here into the finals. They were barely able to pass up the Wolves.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, to see them barely make it in, at least I think it gives a lot of relief, right? Because you know, for all the Wolves fans out there, they're like, we were so close.
Yeah.
But for E-Arena to actually pop off, it's like, okay, you know what? The team that made it deserved it, right? Like they're actually doing something here. If they were at the bottom of the leaderboards,
इसलिए तुम मेरा मजाक उड़ा रहे लड़ो भाई ऐसे मत लड़ो यार एक दूसरे के मुक्का मुक्का मारो रे
so far was kind of a perfect storm, right? Because they had the record.
गाइस जितने लोग स्ट्रीम पर आ रहे हैं यार मेक श्योर टू हिट द लाइक एंड द सब्सक्राइब बटन रे लाइक वाइक नहीं बढ़ रहे रे 31 पे जिन्होंने लाइक नहीं किया है यार लाइक करो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल एंड टारगेट 100 लाइक का है बट पहले 40 लाइक कंप्लीट करवाओ यार अरोरा 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 उरोरा उरोरा बनिवन करे देखो एक बार कौन किसको चिढ़ा रहे द प्रूफ है चैट में हाँ यही ना हेलो अजय बड़े लोग वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम ऐसे स्ट्रेंजर ने लिखा था भाई गवाह मेरे भी होंगे आ जाओ अजय बनिवन करें स्ट्रेंजर आ जाओ अजय और बाप रे
In those scenarios, that adrenaline just hits your system, and it can end up once it drains out after the end of the game.
Yeah.
That can be a real detriment to your performance, and that's when you need to rely
कौन जीतेगा
on the advice of your coach on
अमीर है
the feeling
जो जीता वो अमीर है
that you can find with the rest of it to be able to absorb the impact of falling from that great height.
Yeah. And okay. Well, speaking of height, right? The zone goes all the way up to the tippy top here.
Going back.
Yeah, near Crater Fields, near the Hacienda del Patron area.
Oh, gee, godlike.
In the last match, so
Zone.
teams are going to be trying to take a similar spot to what they had here. Arena, like, yeah, why don't we go to that same spot we were at last time? We won from there. We'll take that.
Yeah, I mean it's a little bit further west. It does keep.
चलो आ रहा हूँ हम गरीब काम डॉक ने फ्यूरिया शेफ को नॉक दिया and knock finish दिया oh NG हाँ
Again, I feel like they should definitely be aware of his location this time around. But losing a player, you know, for Furia, that's not a good feeling. That is not a good feeling.
Yeah, that's Miramar for you. It's tough. I mean, you're trying to rotate, and losing players on rotation is a rite of passage here. You try to avoid it as much as possible.
अरे मान्य लो
That one guy there waiting for you. You can see Godlike getting peppered up from Lost, and all these players just ridiculously good at shooting people out of vehicles. And Jiggle.
और मैंने नॉक करा
Jiggle ends up taking out quick from Aula.
All the best both of you गरीबों को गरीबों का king
This time it's taken them a couple more minutes, but same start to unfold. Horror managed to transition down towards that south and
Esports बताइए कहाँ पे लड़ना है
but sits to the east of Crater Fields and overlooks a lot.
हैदराबाद
So a powerful position for them.
तनिष्का girls
If they can maintain it. A little crash between Flash over on the east side and Vitality.
हैदराबाद में लड़ रहे जाके
Win trying to get some revenge, but not really connecting as Razak bumbles over the top.
ये एक तो गोली नहीं लगा रे एक तो गोली नहीं लगा
There goes Vitality, rotating away. They're taking that elimination and run with
आउट ऑफ जोन जाके रोटेशन चल रहा है भाई आउट ऑफ द जोन और ओ अरे 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 भाई अरोरा के दो एक फिनिश हो गया एक लास्ट हो गया अरे लास्ट बंदा बचा हुआ है
Only one player now left standing. I do not think Doc is going to get the back up. He is over 500, probably about 700 meters away from them right now in the shadow of Nigma Galaxy on the west side. You just can't move. This is an easy set of flushes coming through. Ulf have got this
नाले के ऊपर जाके
quite a decent amount of cover.
Messenger
On their northwest across the road, up on that
उस दिन अजय मुझे भी चैलेंज कर रहे हैं नाले के ऊपर जाते ही डूब जाएंगे
as central as they are, it's unlikely.
Yeah, they're sitting pretty. They don't pretty much have to move very much.
Messenger सुअर हो क्या
They don't have to move at all here with this next circle. Vitality though over there by water treatment, they're gonna have to push on in. Ocean Red Force on the south side.
ये विटिलिटी फिर भाई फिर गॉडलाइक के साथ फाइट होने वाली है विटिलिटी के मैं बता रहा हूँ त्यानबा सौम्य बीच में फंसा हुआ है यूएलएफ पे पुश हो डाल दिया मीलू घुस गया अरे सोल Bro, 1v3
steps into the fight as well to assist his teammate, but there is still more to do. QZ won't go down, but he finally falls, and Solus stands in the face of Tianba. Says not to.
Wait, Solus 1v3 करता भाई क्या दिन चल एंडी क्या खेल रहे हैं तुम
And oh, you can see the pressure is on. You can see the player catch relieved after that one. What a play from Solus though to be able to shut him down.
Bendy.
There you go. Tian bounced out of that compound. It was not to be. I mean, what a lineup there. A little bit wayward on the crash. It felt discoordinated between the two players in the vehicle. Not quite what you want to see from Tianba. I don't want to say lazy. I feel like it was being harried by Horror with the off angles there on the northwest side. S2G were putting pressure on the back of that, and it became a little bit too chaotic. They couldn't quite find their way through it. There was no way that they could navigate that storm, unfortunately. But for Solus, that is a monumental clip farm. Not quite a 1v4, Jukes, but it was pretty damn close.
That's as close to a 1v4 as it gets here, folks. I'm telling you, big plays coming up. Axel getting naded up pretty good, peppered by Al-Ula. This is with the replay here. Solus with
ये किल फील्ड इतने में दिख जाएगा ना तुम लोग को
and still making themselves good movement.
जगह तुम्हारा टाइम तुम्हारा फाइट तुम्हारा जीत हमारी है जगह तुम्हारी टाइम तुम्हारा
but there is damage pouring back over towards Vitality as Razy now and Axel have to step into the fight to try and keep this one going. Razak gets shut down though as S2G are flowing out to third party on the north side here. Kamikaze, Solke, both moving into position. Lost is out on a north wide flank too.
Axel trying to find some high ground here, trying to find an off angle. Razy just forced to just run out in the open, no vehicle to his name. Trying to be able to help out Federalis. Federalis is knocked, and it looks like he will be thirsted here because it's taken a long time.
चलो आ जाओ तुम
Back things up. Say, you know,
किल फील्ड दिख रहा है ना तुम लोग को ये बताते हो
let's prioritize that instead.
हाँ किल फील्ड बचा ओ बीस गॉल अरे वाह
Can he spot out one of these players?
आरओ भी किया रे बहुत बढ़िया
When he's going to take that shot? No, does not see a good
बीस को अरे नहीं
Yeah, it doesn't have the team shots to be on. Well, doesn't have a team to take shots with. Is more accurate here.
सौम्य नॉक सौम्य फिनिश
100% sure that you
एक के अप पे नॉक एक के अप पे फिनिश आतंकी ने स्वाजिन को नॉक किया
but there's still a little bit more to do. Ida being devastated yet again. Rita now the last to stand. Aru and Atanki about face for another approach. Rita cooking a nade to try and slow things down, but there's an off angle coming through from Irina, who is stepping up and
बहुत बढ़िया
into the firing line of Orangutan, who get 4 elims on the game and send.
क्लच आ गया
There we go, and that's going to be the 15th place team so far. Starting to turn things up, but here we go. It's the White Rabbit.
Irina versus 40R
Against 4th Rise.
finish
Getting the flushes. It's all up to Falana.
40R finish
Good enough. Irina just putting in that work, and they're going to keep their whole team alive.
और आतंकी एंड आरू ऊपर ही है
Nicely done, nicely done.
यू अलुला वर्सेस V20 अरे अलुला भी गए
A solo against Alola on the
अबे
north side.
अरे
Where did that come from? Razy's popping off on the north as a solo.
तीन एलिमिनेशन 1v3
Points here for Team Vitality.
बिगनर्स मिस्टेक है तनिष्का और सिंजर का हैदराबाद वहाँ तो मेरा मामा भी है हैदराबाद में तो हर गए हम वहाँ लड़ाई नहीं हो सकता कहीं और अजय भैया बुरा हो जाएगा चलो आ जाओ तनिष्का फिर दोनों डालो और किस किस को लेके आना चाहते हो लेके रहो
And now you got Enigma Galaxy right next to Nongshim Red Force as well. Let's see how they're going to play this out. Coop's got that Mini 14 looking for that long-range headshot.
I'm also looking at S2G on the northeast side of the circle right now, Dukes. They have to push in, and as a 4, do you go in the shadow of Aura, or do you try and sweep down and push past Flash? But it is a difficult approach for S2G, and they do not have long to make that choice. I feel like they are committed much more up to the north edge.
गॉड लाइट अभी फिलहाल 0 एलिमिनेशन लेकर बैठी है ठीक है एंड आई थिंक देख ली एडमिनो भी नॉक हुआ एडमिनो फिनिश भी हुआ ब्रो बता रही हूं
Mino does get knocked though from Godlike and flushed.
तो मैं एडमिनो ब्रो गॉडमिनो what are you doing man
in the same boat.
don't do this
Driving around just
ओए आगे डॉग के अकेला बंदा ले दो
Meanwhile,
ओए जाओ
they're trying to catch S2G.
ओजी यू कैन डू इट
Here, Sleepy
तुम दो लोगो
is able to put some suppressive fire, keep him away for now. Kamikaze's buggy is smoking.
गया
He's gonna get popped out of here by No Fear.
ए गलत रुका
Pressing the ridge line, no fear. Spiking the heart rate of S2G as they try and make their way in. They
भाई अगर ये मौली गई ना लिटरली
But moving in, they've managed to get 3 through. And into a position which is at least
ऊपर चली गई मौली तो अच्छा किया था
really super beneficial to their long-term prospects.
सुगोई को लेकर आएंगे उसको पीट देना फिर हम जीतेंगे तुमको हराकर कितना बकैती हो गया थोड़ा गायब हुआ तो मेरा भी बैकग्राउंड बड़ा मेरा बैकग्राउंड बड़ा है तनिष्का सुगोई को तो खुद हमें पीटना है पावर नॉक आरू ने पावर का नॉक फिनिश डाला एंड मान्या भी गया
Okay, this is the replay of the 1v. I think 3.
Yeah, there we go. Yasser catches him out as he pops out the vehicle. And then, pow, beautiful use of that ridgeline. Ray-Z just picking apart Aula. Those mistakes, man, making it look easy there.
Yeah, that was pretty clean. Swaps out to the bayonet as well for the final moment. I wanted him to run it.
Godlike finish हो गए, 0 finishes लेके गई है Godlike. इस मैच में 0 finishes हैं Godlike के.
You're looking pretty cool already.
Oh जी बहुत बढ़िया. You have a chance.
Fixed at the end of the barrel.
Yes, indeed. Let's see what Razy can do with it. He's gonna be holding on to that AUG as well.
ये लोग लेकिन को अच्छा नहीं कर रहे. सुगोई तो मेरे को सपोर्ट करेगा ना. मेरा भी बैक से भी बैकग्राउंड बड़ा है. मेरा वो मतलब नहीं था सिंगर. हाँ उसका बैक से बैकग्राउंड बड़ा है, मतलब समझ रहे हो अजय भाई, उसकी कमर बहुत बड़ी है. तुम नहीं समझे क्या कह रही है. उसका बैक से बैकग्राउंड बड़ा है, मतलब कमर का कमरा है उसकी कमर. ओए what the hell.
With 3, that's a different conundrum altogether. Ulf could potentially have an opening road towards them if they don't go down in this spot.
तनिष्का मेरा चैट्स पढ़ लो सुगोई. सर जी आप इंग्लिश कोचिंग करने आ जाओ हमारे यहाँ.
A couple more sidelines available, and that is a massive benefit of having 4 players in a scenario like this. For Furia, it's going to help them a lot on the western side.
कमर नहीं कमरा है. अबे सुगोई ओ गलत समझ गए हैं सिंगर आप. बीच में रहो. अरे भाई मैं बता रहा हूँ ये आईकेजी तो तुम्हें सीखना चाहिए था ना. तुम क्यों नहीं सीखे. क्या मतलब तुम ओवर हो कि तुम्हें मना कर दिया उन लोग ने कि तुम्हें फ्री में क्या तुम्हें पैसे में भी नहीं सिखाएंगे.
Into the cauldron of this fight as Lord gets better from the back lines in the arena. Third party, the end of that fight into the for Nick the Galaxy. And now they're down, second place out this early. Good news for the arena, who are now on 6 eliminations. And third party tries to hold.
Oh, you mean?
As well. It's Furia chiming in with a long range third party as well. And the arena, they're now down to just 1. Sweats on the back line, and Furia want to change the tune.
Ayala gonna have to switch weapons here. XEY just able to get the reload on the MK, but it ain't gonna be good enough. Furia with the fourth party able to clean up the fight. What a shot though from Hyunbin there.
भाई थर्ड पार्टी पे फोर्थ पार्टी हुई. फैमिली बैकग्राउंड की बात चल रही है सुगोई. चैट में देखो भाई. हाँ हाँ. अरे ओह यहाँ पे फ्यूरिया किल ले गई यार. फ्यूरिया किल ले गई भाई. अरीना ई अरीना थर्ड पार्टी करने थी बट उसको नहीं पता. ओह आरुण हो नेक्स्ट आरुण को आतंकी बचा हुआ है.
Sneaky beaky like it's Razy on the side with his ghillie suit.
अबे
Trying to play it quiet.
जिगल ऊपर है बैठा है.
These angles.
Razy playing it very, very quiet. Finds a little spot to hold himself in for now. But he's over so dangerous. He's got that ghillie suit. In the desert, not quite the best camouflage he wants.
Yeah, it's the green one, not great.
It's the green one. But you know what? He's looking to get that green for his team. And this is how you do it right here. Staying alive, just, you know, able to get some confirmations, some sneaky confirmations on some knocks, soak up some points. Meanwhile, S2G got a little car wall set up here.
अबे तो शेड नहीं है AKG.
Silence up and to the ridge line. Jiggle will be aware of it. Razy completely hidden from Furia's radar right now. Operative word being right now.
Right now, and yeah, look at this silence. Gonna have to be silent here, but Razy, he knows something's up. He's waiting for someone to peek that hill, waiting for someone to make the move. But instead, he's just gonna stay very, very quiet here. Uh-oh.
Up they go.
Jiggle.
भाई ऑरोरा का भी एक बंदा, विटिलिटी का एक बंदा, यूएलएफ का एक बंदा, ओजी का एक बंदा. 4 टीम, चारों का एक बंदा बचा हुआ है. फ्यूरिया के 3 है, होरा के 3 है, S2G के भी 3 है. Yeah, well, guys, once upon a time there was a legend whose name is Gandhiji. One quote is very famous.
Just playing in the same spot. Looks like they're trying to start to move out now, which I like. I think it's the right decision. And we've got solos from Aurora, solos from Ulf, as well as Orangutan. Atanki, maybe the first one to go down, but before he goes out.
Put some damage on the board. S2G looking to clean this up here. They definitely need to win. They're in 12th place. Win will definitely
7-8 पॉइंट लेके गई होगी, I think.
Furia the same boat. Let's see who's going to take this chicken dinner though. Aura rocking a 2-1 split with Jiggle on the absolute high ground here. Don't forget about Doc though. Aurora all by himself. He's still there. You can see him. He is just holding that spot and starting to soak up some placement points here. Only 6 teams remaining.
और चिकन मे बी तुम लोग कितने गलत मीनिंग निकालते हो, क्यों समझ आ सके। एसयूजी का नॉक हुआ, finish.
Finds the flush as well, so S2G now down to 2 players. Jukes, there's a lot of solos here, but they aren't without their opportunity.
Yeah, that's for sure. They can win this whole thing if the timing ends up perfect for them. You can see nice shots there from No Fear. Oh, instant confirmation.
कोई खाएगा बताओ? Anyone want?
That would have been nice.
Please.
How about some of that? Long nade. Not able to get the finish. And it looks like S2G should be able to get the reses here. Does he have a Molotov for another nade? Because I mean, he has the high ground. He might have the arm to get there.
भाई जोन तो अभी फिलहाल स्लीपी पे है अच्छा खासा, और आई थिंक स्लीपी पे रिच भी अच्छा है। नहीं स्लीपी पे नहीं, जिगल पे है रिच तो।
It's Razy that I've got my eyes on still from Vitality. He's gone so far.
No fear.
Such a distance, Aaron. Most likely the next solo to fall. Eagles
जोन से गया एरन।
very close to Doc for Furia. That could be a dangerous spot if they're caught unawares. Oh, he's hopped out as well. Doc might just be able to get away with a free elim here. There's a nade in his hand. This is not where you want to be for Eagles.
Nade Doc nade पे, Doc nade पे।
This might just be a free knock, but he's into the vehicle again. And I think he's read into it.
Push.
He's up into the wall now. Doc has to hold his little shack out in the open.
ओए अगर साइलेंट जाएगा तो नो के नहीं, मेरे को लगा इधर ही बैठा हुआ है। हाँ अरे अच्छा ट्राई था, दोनों लो किया है। अच्छा ट्राई था। देखो जीगा एंड स्लीपी दोनों को लो किया है भाई। बोलो सिंजर सुगोई भाई, आपकी पेट तो पिटी हो जाएगी, संभल जाओ नारी शक्ति।
So we are playing 3v3v2 as Furia in with a chance here to put that chicken dinner on the board. Same story for all 3 of our teams. I feel like
Furia S2G क्या लगता सबसे घटिया तो है, और मुनिंदर मैं तो देख रहा घटिया लोग। छी मैं तो ठीक हूँ भाई। शर्मा जी
see what No Fear can do with that high ground. This is stage 8, folks. The zone will be closing into nothing. Once that zone pops, Sleepy applying that pressure on S2G. He's got the intel now, knows exactly where they're at. He's got a couple nades. Gonna go ahead and use that high ground to try and get the shots. But some big shots on the Aura. That's No Fear eliminated. That angle being gone is critical.
A really nice pick up there over onto the high ground, as well as Jiggle going down. Leaves Aura now just on the 1 player alive. Furia want to regroup, and the descent comes through from the last remaining player for Horror, Sleepy, who has broadside on Lost, but he's not taking the shots just yet. I think Lost spotted him just before he ducked behind the ridge. And he has to drop down a little bit further to be a bit safer. Spots Lost, gets a headshot, but doesn't quite get that full-blown knock just yet. And then they roll. He finds the other though. He finds his teammate, and maybe a 1 versus 2. But Furia now sat with their players.
अरे बहुत बढ़िया स्लीपी का 1v2 1v2 है रे, वो 1v3 चला जाएगा रे। फ्यूरिया का चिकन आ गया। वेल डन रे। Wow. SUGOI hit, yeah.
Dinner was only gonna take a little while, and it happened to be just 2 matches here into day number 2. So
AKG भाई आओ आपको बताता मैं ना क्या हो गया सिंजर डर रहे हो क्या तनिष्का
Absolutely beautiful stuff. I think it was 9
अब
Olymps
रोंडो होगा ना
in that region. It's a massive jump for them. 18 matches. A game like that can really give you the foundation that you need to jump up to be in contest. With E-Arena going down,
डर रहे वो भी हम ऐसा तो कभी हो ही नहीं सकता
on side for these teams, but that is going to put a dent in the
ooh la la ooh la la
keeping that mindset on side of every single game.
वेट करो लाला सबसे अच्छा मैं
One step closer to the title.
मैं थोड़ा खाता भाई थोड़ा स्नैक्स खाता स्नैक्स भाई लंबी स्ट्रीम होगी तो मैं भी थोड़ा सा कुछ खाता फिर मैं खाना खाए क्या हुआ सुबह भाई डाइजेस्ट नहीं हो रही है क्या हाँ मतलब क्या डाइजेस्ट हिंदी ज्यादा बोल रहे थे तुम लोग
Oh yeah, it's going to be a little bit toasty over on Rondo next, which is very, very exciting stuff. We've already seen, what was it,
Changer.
1v4s, at least 1v3.
शर्मा हाँ बिल्कुल
Why not throw them in there?
अरुण भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम कैसा अरुण क्या हाल है
The Razy solo 1v3 on the north side there, beautiful. The impact he had also cannot be ignored. If 4 players were alive for Horror in those final circles, I think they win that.
Changer.
Without Razy having that impact,
ठीक हूँ
it completely changes the dynamic.
बस ठीक है
It allows Furia to be so much more free and easy on that western side. The suppressive force of Horror on that north edge is so much assuaged. So I think that is a very, very important part of that last game. That
मैं मस्ती नहीं करूँगा आज के लिए ना पे
Yeah, you got to
वही
be
ना
hyped up for Razy. 1v3, then finish him with a 1v2. And you guys got a 1v1 and watch the rest of these matches coming up in just a bit.
हाँ हाय अरुण कैसे हो जी आप बताओ कैसे हो Oh my God.
Impossible doesn't happen overnight. It happens in the hours nobody sees. It starts with a thought that turns into a dream. Reach your impossible. The impossible doesn't happen overnight. It happens in the hours nobody sees. It starts with a thought that turns into a dream. Reach your impossible.
बस मन मर गया नहीं तनिष्का मैं नहीं डरता बस मन मर गया ये लेट्स गो फॉर 40 लाइक रे क्या कर रहे रे हाँ हाँ इसलिए कुछ नहीं बोला हूँ स्ट्रेंजर बड़े लोग अब तो नहीं हो सकता कमबैक हो जाएगा कर सकते हैं अभी डे 1 कंप्लीट हुआ है अभी डे 2 स्टार्ट होगा अब स्टार्ट होगा एग्जैक्ट डे 2 भाई का स्ट्रीम 18 प्लस नहीं है इसलिए रहने देता हूँ गलती से मैं मेरा और $1 आ गया तो वही ना
Absolutely. It's my 3rd year on the trot coming to this, so yeah, really excited to see what today's got on offer. First time here in France, so actually.
ना गुड लाइक ना हो जाएगा हो जाएगा रे हो जाएगा
Normally it's like in Saudi, but here in France, it's exciting.
You enjoying it though? Getting on with the vibes, bit different, right?
Yeah, we got in early on the train this morning, so took a little bit of waking up, but I think we're into the swing of things now.
You always look fresh, both you do. You've come out giving it. You got the style on the go, so I can't complain, boys. And there you go.
You're showing us up. Yeah, can we get a fit check, please? Fit check.
कोई ना रे
You look unreal.
जल्दी आएगा टेंशन मत लो
Strap, look. Ugh.
That's what we do. That's what we do at PUBG Mobile. We've got a bit of a different vibe on the go. I know you love a bit of PUBG Mobile.
ब्लैक टी में पी रही ना
You've been enjoying the chicken dinners? Caught any of the glimpses of the
I haven't
games?
caught any glimpses just yet, but they're going crazy as we speak.
ब्लैक टी अरे बाप रे
Screen up there, and I can't wait to watch some of it.
It's going to be big. I think we've had a lot of interaction from the fans.
Kagi chai.
It's been cool. A lot of different
पत्ती ज़्यादा डाल दी क्या?
super loud. We've had drummers. We've had like.
ये दूध नहीं डाला.
I've seen instruments I've never seen
heard
before.
it. I thought it was a football game. I heard it. It was crazy. I can't believe this.
Ginger,
It's unreal.
They've kind of been getting sick with it too. One of our commentator talent basically used to be a drummer.
Oh,
so he's
okay.
been sat there every game, mate. He's watching in the background. I just want to get involved. I want to teach him a new
He's
beat.
loving it. He's loving it.
You any good on the instruments yourself, pal?
Me, no. So Jizzle, however, he has an own producer back in his day, you know. I dabble.
Hey, we got to get you in there. We could cook something spicy up with the fans, right?
No.
एक मिनट रुकना रे.
EWC anthem, come on.
Don't quite have the same rhythm as I used to, you know what I
It
mean?
could be a nice tie-in. We'll get that in for the next charity match, no?
Maybe.
That's what I'm saying. That would be sick. Look, it's going to be a good time. We got about, all of today, so about 6 games overall today, and then tomorrow we go into the.
भाई but literally यार थोड़ा
Vitality, legendary.
थोड़ा kills की and उसकी need तो है यार टीम को अपनी ना.
Come on, orangutans. Listen, this ginger bearded beast. My orangutan. Yeah, come on. I've got any orangutans.
Oh, mate. I hope they do you justice.
Yeah,
They've been looking.
Coordination बन नहीं पा रहा रे टीम का कुछ तो issue हो रहा है यार.
Got orangutans. Let's go.
All right, let's see what
बहुत जल्दी ना को जा रही है टीम.
Any final words before we send this one back?
Up the EWC, up the PUBG Mobile. Bosh.
We'll see you later, guys.
Thank you, Jackie. And I agree, Jackie. You look good today. You look good every single day. And so do we. Joined by Lace, Calaris, Natura, and once again, the 7WG. But we got to talk about Furia, that last match. The Brazilian
Without milk wala.
was there, and boy, did they show it.
Didn't they
हैं?
just? I'm so
Black tea ये
excited.
बन गया.
Furia's back.
Last Anisha अकेले Black tea पी रहे हो.
He's just gone. Okay, my show now. Furia, right? Furia was on top of it. I really.
Lemon tea फिर भी ठीक है but black tea
yeah.
yuck.
So well, right? You've got the duo of
Ginger को पिलाओ टी.
Alaya.
चलो ठीक है अभी Ginger को
Ayala. There we go. I got it.
सुबह
Ayala
को
and Silence. Both
मेरे
of them
लिए
just
भी
coming
बनाओ
in
फिनिश
onto
का.
that third party against Nongshim, then over to EA. Just wipe
फिर मैं चाय नहीं पीता.
no point about it.
मेरे लिए Monster लाना बाजार से.
The western side, making sure that Furia couldn't, making sure that S2G couldn't go around to the south side, but also pressuring Hora to actually push into S2G at the same time. Very, very well played. Good control of the teams, good control of the zone, and the timing.
Tian bar 0 finishes.
They backed it up with firepower.
40R.
Seeing 9 eliminations.
Ball like 0-0-0.
Is exactly what they needed.
I just absolutely love the
हाँ OG के 8 आए रे इस मैच में.
they had that sort of western side of the mountain.
Point.
Had such a great setup though. Right?
ये क्या लपेट रहे भाई? बताइए दिखाया तो था कैमरा पे वही लपेट रहा हूँ.
Zone closing in pushes them off the mountain, but Highguard's just down there scouting for the entire team, able to get that little 1v1 out of the way, and then having that sight so that when they obviously descent down the mountain, Sleepy comes down the mountain further and just cleans it up easily. Their timing today, Neptura, why are we Furia fans? Still backing you up. That was just such a smooth play from them, and when we're used to just seeing them get in a vehicle, charge down, whatever, this is more strategic and smart from them. Very exciting.
नहीं रहने देते हैं उसके lyrics नहीं पढ़ते पर ना. Ginger दारू पीते से सुगोई तो मार खाएगा. नहीं सुगोई खाना खाएगा भाई. Order कर रहे हो क्या दिन इसका बताओ. Pizza order कर दो.
When it comes to them controlling that kind of mountain, La Cabrera is somewhere they oftentimes go to. They've actually abandoned that and gone to Valdemar on most of these Miramars. They had to abandon their loot phase.
हम काली चाय नहीं पीते. I'm good.
Extreme wide rotate based on those so-called shifts that were going north.
Ginger बचपन में दूध नहीं वोडका पीती थी. Crash कर दे. Ginger नशेड़ी.
Well, to the point where they were having to deal with certain circumstances that they didn't want to have to, like trying to cordon off Ulf as they're trying to move forwards as well. So an very impressive game here by Hora, absolutely.
It is. S2G as well being able to collect some points in this last match too. And one team that was able to collect even more points that definitely needs them, Orangutan. Collecting 7 eliminations. It's something that we've been wanting to see out of this squad, being able to frag out a little bit more. I know yesterday we saw the passiveness out of OG that we're so used to seeing.
मेरे से तो तू मार ही खाएगा. नहीं यार पार्टी देते हो तो बताओ.
Coming out with 3 eliminations.
I mean, it's great. I mean, I think in the group stage we saw more from Wiz.
Pizza order कर रहे हो तो.
He's coming in really nice. Ara the IGL also.
मैं आरू 3 kill.
Fragger as well, which is really nice to
Arpan
see.
की थी.
Very excited to see. Very very excited to see what we're going to be looking at into the next rondo, for instance, right? Getting the that momentum on the Miramar is like 7 eliminations on a Miramar already. What's Rondo going to be holding in store for them?
Feels weird that we're doing
Best
Rondo
रे
at
best.
the start of the
It
day.
does, doesn't it?
But
हो रहा है W.
Well, mid-game, mid-day.
Mid-rondo.
स्ट्रेंजर से डर के रहो वो सुनना है उसके पास गन भी है.
At the halfway point, where teams that weren't performing well, that would kind of use Sandhawk to just spark up their day. But talking about Rondo, let's look at the top teams right now from Rondo. You got Enigma Galaxy up there. Aurora.
कोई बात नहीं स्ट्रेंजर. अजय भाई के पास वो है level 3 का helmet vest. लगेगी नहीं उन्हें.
Yesterday, and I'm hoping that Aurora is going to be bouncing back here.
Yeah, you'd like to think so, right? I actually do think that there's definitely been lulls in some of the performances internationally as well. And
दूर से कार 98 AWM लेके आएंगे हम ना. कनिष्का बचपन में.
Everyone was hoping that eventually they'd hit it big, eventually be able to get
But
those
she need
tiles.
complain.
Coming into that day one, I thought to myself, wait a minute, is this the time? Is this the time
अरे बाप रे.
Aurora finally makes it happen? Because they were able to be up towards the top. They've slipped a little bit, especially
Stranger Things की जय हो.
so far. But mate, there's still a chance. There's still hope.
Yeah, for Aurora right now, 34-point gap. So I am hoping that we're going to be seeing some insane gameplay out of them, especially going into Rondo. We have seen E-Arena put up 29 eliminations. Can anybody get even close? We saw the aggressiveness out of Furia with the third parties too, but we got to talk about Enigma Galaxy been performing well as well. And what I really enjoy about Enigma Galaxy so far is the way that they've been getting those placement points.
मैं तो भाई साहब E-Arena का रखा है अभी फिलहाल.
Exactly, they've got
मेरे को जो दिख रहा है.
points outside of that win.
मेहंदी 74 पॉइंट भाई.
Making sure they hit that podium time and time again, backing it up with eliminations. And again, this is something that I saw yesterday from Enigma Galaxy, is their timing is on point. Coops is back in his prime, it feels like, and the whole team is rallying around that. So the timing is really good, the synergy is very good. They're holding, they're waiting, they're making other teams play for them instead of doing all the dirty work themselves. It's a really, really nice control play that we're seeing from Enigma, and it's working out beautifully.
I mean, I just want to quickly
एक पॉइंट का अंतर है बस OG में और गॉडलाइक में. कल 15-14 पे थे, आज 14-13 पे है. Shout out to everyone who is present. Big shout out to you guys. पर चैट में हाय तो लिखो.
Against that and able to sort of decimate that entire squad. Obviously the rest of the team sort of joined in that position, but look, they're making split decisions quickly when that moment comes. Is it bad that these decisions have to be made?
चने खाएगा कोई चने?
Because they didn't plan it out beforehand. A little bit.
भुने हुए चने.
Capitalize on it.
It is. One team that I'm going to be looking to hopefully capitalize here in Rondo as well when we're talking about eliminations is going to be none other than Tiamba. Tiamba has been quite slow today. We've seen them just going down that ranking, and it's a team that needs to be able to bounce back because guess what? Yesterday, it was all about eliminations. Yes, they do end up having some placement points, but it wasn't of the likes that we know they're capable, especially with what we saw to survival.
Yeah, Milu and QZZ have looked fantastic throughout the entire tournament, right? And Milu really rose to the occasion after QZZ was able to get that MVP title on previous internationals. I do think that, yeah, it's been a bit of a slow start for them, but regardless of that fact, there's definitely an opportunity for them to get back to fragging power, fragging potential that we've seen from them in the past.
चलो गाइस आते हैं हम थोड़ी देर में. वो थोड़ी देर नहीं होती, स्ट्रेंजर्स को कहते हैं अब हम आते हैं कल को.
It's all about Coops right now. Hopefully somebody else will be able to step it up from that team as we're going to be going into Rondo. So Hot Jukes, John Allen, take it away. What is Satan looking at?
Here we go. We're headed into Rondo. The match to put some massive points on the board. As if Miramar wasn't crazy enough already, it's about to get even crazier.
Maybe it's just something about the start of the day, Jukes. Maybe it wasn't Rondo all along. It was just the first games. Maybe this will be the calmest Rondo we've ever seen.
Yeah, they brought that Rondo energy off the rip, right?
Yeah, they're used to it. Fresh off the breakfast, ready to find their dinner. And that is what we're going to be looking to find here for one of our teams.
Promotion कर रहे हैं भाई, रात को भी कर सकते हो promotion तो.
Early game. We saw it from Milu yesterday. Huge, and the rest of Tiamba as well. Huge start to the day yesterday. Not quite as powerful in the game so far today.
अभी करके क्या करोगे?
For Tiamba, they can find that resurgence here, and if you're an arena fan, you're hoping that they can continue to make their strides forwards and keep that White Rabbit chase going.
gotta be able to separate yourself from the rest of this lobby, and if you're gonna do it anywhere, it's Rondo. That's for sure.
AKG भाई मजाक
39
थोड़ा वैसे वाला करो, ये मजाक में नहीं आएगा.
Oh man, well that turned things around from. Look at team vitality though, averaging 4.33 elims.
एक दो बार अच्छा लगता है, बार-बार नहीं.
Average here. The thing is if you want to win that $500,000,
Dr. Shin की sister, MS Stranger.
you gotta do something special consistently. So I'm interested to see, right, how these teams are going to fare now that we're playing Rondo for the third match of the day, right? Are they going to be able to keep that aggression up throughout the entire day here? And who's going to be the kings of Neox Factory?
Oh, could be.
Stranger घूमने जा रखी घाट में.
So we don't want to be going to Neox Factory.
सही है भाई.
In general, when you're talking about podium competitors, you're talking about teams who are looking to get about 10 points average. 10 to 12 points average tends to be where we see at the end of these game sets a first place type scoreline being.
वर्ल्ड कप पीने वाले लोग से सुगोई भाई बहस मत करो.
At the level that's needed to rise above the rest. So hopefully our teams will be able to keep that on side and being able to get, as we were seeing, sort of mid-4 elims average, being able to complement that with placement points is very, very important. There are a couple, I think, of teams who have a distinctly higher average on those elims than others, but it is definitely something that you need to be focusing on to join up at that 10-point average, because right now I think quite a lot of our teams are falling short of that metric.
That's a fact here. And if you want to be able to get in that metric, though, this is the place to do it. You can see these players are locked in, they're focused. They understand what's at stake here, just how important Rondo is for your total tally. You only play it 3 times in this whole finals. And this being the second one.
6.3.
Yeah, 6.3 average from Tianba, man. This squad have been really, really consistent here. A night and day difference from their group stage performance. And this is the Tianba that we know and love. We expected them to do very, very well here. And it's only a matter of time. I think they get that right position going, and then we see them get that chicken dinner.
I mean, we want that survival stage, Tianba, right?
Yeah.
To be able to jump up with the very, very best. Furia fresh off of their chicken dinner. Their numbers don't quite display that sort of a storyline just yet, but it is a great start for them to be able to add that one to their tally. And again, it's a real great mental boon to these teams to be able to find a high-scoring game and to be able to close out that game. Sure, maybe the point swing isn't huge depending on how many seconds into those final circles you last, but I feel like there is nothing more relieving than finding that.
I am Groot. How do you know?
Even if you
इसका आप इस चैनल के पहले मेंबर हो सकते हैं.
And you need to keep your head on straight because you are going to get into something crazy very early on. I know it, I love it. It's Rondo and it's ready.
It's ready. These players are ready to go. I hope y'all guys at home are ready as well, because man, this is just getting started. As the plane is taking off, we're headed to Rondo. Ooh. Okay, we got a little double plane path action here.
Okay, so
चलो
is accessible from the easternmost
डबल प्लेन पाते हैं.
from the west one, but it's unlikely you want to go there because the teams in the east plane will hit the ground so much faster than
God
you.
like
It's much more likely if you
oh
go to
gee.
Yulin, and the same is true vice versa, right? Yulin is further along that plane path. What this is going to do is split these hot drops up. It's going to make them slightly less chaotic, Jukes, but more teams may want to go for them because of that.
Yeah, and those teams that normally like to go
ये रिना का मॉर्बन इधर गया, आरू उधर गया.
They're late, so that's going to put you so far behind. So teams are going to have to adapt on the fly, switch drop locations, and make these decisions very, very quickly here. And you can see, these squads are out. Top players right now. Scarface from Ulf, okay, 16 eliminations. Mormon right behind him, and of course, Milu right there as well.
Yeah, Scarface on those damage numbers as well, right on the heels of Milu. Look at that, only 20 damage points behind. We'll see if that changes very quickly into this match, because teams are now starting to touch down in towards Neox Factory.
ये क्या जी हम ऑफी प्रो हैं. ये कब हुआ?
and things are going to get hairy quite quickly.
चलो shit मैं यहीं से पढ़ता रहूँगा.
Taking a knock, Tianba as well have already lost one. Irina, by the way, generally.
I'm Groot. How do you know I'm good?
Assist with that.
JKG.
We saw them hunting down solo.
Stranger तो वरीट करने का पावर रखती है, बस सामने वाला अल्ट्रा प्रोमैक्स बॉट होना चाहिए. Power knock.
Not good. Schwepp's hurt. They're going to get caught by a beautiful angle from a cop. And that's what happens is that if you're just so used to dropping in one particular area, switching it up,
तो मैं knock किया है.
angles can catch you off guard. And OG putting in the work here. Gonna be keeping an eye there on the side of the pull. Ooh, does see.
Revive हो गया.
We're gonna switch on over to another fight. Here goes Furia.
हाँ हो गया, पावर भी रिवाइव हो गया.
Aura, Sky bandaging here. Waiting to be able to find those angles. He's got some good weapons.
अभी फाइट लेके किल नहीं निकाला तो RIP. हाँ अभी तो फाइट लेके निकालना चाहिए रे. ये कल गॉड लाइक किल ही नहीं निकाली रे रोंडो में. फाइट ही नहीं ली, रिकॉल वेस्ट हो गया.
So early fights are the norm. Silence rolling around the edge of this corner, trying to suppress Sleepy, but the UMP in hand gives him a little bit of confidence in the need to back it up. Flings across his sightlines. No fear does go down on a trade, and now Ayala's looking to break wide to change.
अच्छा ही उसका कवर का बट लो.
Looks for more with Chief at his back. Sky on a sliver of HP just about finds the retreat, but there's a re-engage around the.
विजगॉड नॉक हुआ. जोकर नॉक किया. आतंकी ने और बहुत बढ़िया है जी, बहुत बढ़िया.
They're going to go ahead and take out Aura, put some early points on the board, and they should be able to pick up Silence here. Now they're going to start laser focusing towards the side of Fourth Rise. Fourth Rise creeping in on this one. A little late to this.
जोनाथन ने सब्सक्रिप्शन मेंबरशिप में सबको सीक्रेट बताना तो आपको नाम टॉप पर था बोला.
Fourth Rise, they got some loot on side as well, though not too many nades. In fact, no nades for T24.
और प्लस प्लस प्लस.
Tree's been popping off as well. I think Ulf bore the brunt of a
तुमको कैसे पता चला?
on their way. See some elims coming through from Orangutan. Doing bits, but ooh, okay. Ulf may have a little bit of vengeance here as Eren is still in the firefight. Tianba with their position on the south edge. Spot Tizzy sending away, but Tizzy wants to re-engage on the door frame. It's not going to work out well for the first spray, but suppresses the angle. QCZ with the nade cooking. Drops around the corner, but Hyunbin evades the damage.
Ocean Red for super aggression here. Looking to get some of them early.
अरे अरे अरे. ओह Hyunbin बहुत बढ़िया. ये अच्छा नॉक था.
Just keeps that suppressive fire on that window, catches him on the re-peek, and a great turnaround there. Two superstars battling it out. Now Tizzy, oh look at that instant peek back. These angles, Nongshim Red Force so good at these CQC angles. Man, and Hyunbin putting in the work, forcing Tianba to have to do a full res on their team.
बहुत बढ़िया.
Getting those flushes nice and quickly. Nongshim Red Force with 2 elims. They're up to 4 now.
आतंकी के सामने 2 हैं.
To try and deal with Orangutan sidling on into the fight.
नेट पे आतंकी. विजगॉड पीछे से कवर दे रहा है.
There's a nade from a tanky, but the pin goes back in. And Eren, the solo
एक up pin knock.
situation for Ulf is going to find the backlines for Orangutan and slow their approach towards this Nongshim outpost. The 2 players they've got there can just move a little bit longer, but a tanky keeps the pressure up, and Orangutan keep marching.
Man, great movement from the side of Tizzy and Hyunbin. They are outplaying so many of these players here. So good at this urban fighting. Their peaks, their timing just impeccable.
Knock? नहीं, थोड़ा जल्दी फेंक दिया.
And he gets peppered only a little bit. Pulls the pin again. And you can see they're utilizing those doors so well. But how about that nade? That one looks good. Tizzy jumps away.
Tizzy बहुत बढ़िया रे.
I like the attempted utilization of the smoke to stop the vision on the nade arc as it was coming on through. But Tizzy read that one nicely. Knew exactly what they were going for. That nade doesn't connect either. Still has a couple more. The shotgun around.
अरे 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 अरे.
Wins the trade.
Kill joy हो गया क्या?
He's up to 3 elims there on the inside. This guy's doing bits. The rest of Ulf are happy to hang out
कोई बात नहीं.
on that south side and let Eren Roar over in
Recall हो गए.
factory, as it still has yet to conclude. Aurora, I think, still have a solo in that spot as well.
एडमिनो ने नॉक किया एरन को, फिनिश निकाला. बहुत बढ़िया.
Into the fight in Neox factory. A late approach as they were forced away over towards main round.
Now you can see T24 trying to find some angles here. Zypha, ooh, quick shotgun here. He's got the right hand priority. He should win this. He does.
एडमिनो नॉक फिनिश हुआ टॉप से.
And now, shots happening back and forth all over the place here. But Zypha's gonna have to make another play. But suppressive fire. Was that IQ? Yeah, IQ on the other angle, doing a great job of applying that pressure.
ओह ये वाला अच्छा नॉक था. अच्छा नॉक था ये वाला ना. लास्ट गोली कनेक्ट हो गई हेडशॉट पे. एक किल चोरी नहीं हुआ, वो किसी और टीम ने पहले मार दिया बैक एंड से. सौम्या टॉप नेड आया, पीछे गया, पावर ऊपर चढ़ गया. आई थिंक टॉप का लोकेशन नहीं है कि पावर ऊपर है. भाई ये अच्छा था रे.
Power with the nade, can't quite connect on towards top, but he spots him running up, has the nade cooking. This could be perfect. Needs it over the top, a lot of damage, and the spray doesn't convert. That is good for Godlike.
Great work from S-Power there, right? Just being
3 finishes आए हैं पावर पे.
Had that nade locked and loaded, just goes, chunks it, and just uses his weapon to take down top.
मेहनत करो रात भर kills.
So we're gonna see some recall action happening. Everybody pretty much back up.
भाग गया क्या पांडे? भाग गई क्या पांडे? पावर ऊपर है एंड आतंकी और ये नीचे है. आतंकी वर्सेस पावर. गरम है, गरम है.
Hot foot away from that, doesn't take a tickle, which is good result. Hard southeast shift on this next circle. Pushes us down towards the southeast side.
भाई यहाँ पे पुश नहीं करना चाहिए, ठीक है? होल्ड करके बैठे रहना भाई.
Very happy about this. I think their hill there is probably going to play quite well for them, I think, Jukes, and that is a great result for them, given that they're in third place right now. Arena in first place. They haven't had an impact on this game so far. They were pushed away very, very quickly. There's that power. Yeah, there's a third party angle.
God, I got
a second player on the opposing team angle coming on through. That should be again still recallable. Manya may opt to go for the recall on the forward position, so that he can bolster that.
ये क्या देख रहा हूँ?
The back two from
Shit.
move in.
OG versus Godlike. वही ना OG versus Godlike. OG जीत गई.
There's money on the line here. We gotta make this happen. Now looking on over the rest of the fight though, we got Vitality and
जब मान्य भी फाइट लेने जाएगा, एक दो किल निकालने की कोशिश करेगा मान्य, क्या लगता है?
Very messy now on the western side of this circle. A lot of teams forced into a fight that is unfavorable for a rotation that leaves them exposed. We're seeing the results of that now. The recall tower on the south side of the circle currently under control of Nongshim Red Force. Looks like Godlike may have their forward position on one recall as well, I believe. So they could look for that. Actually, it might be.
हो गया recall. मान्य नहीं हुआ ना recall. मान्य थोड़ी हुआ recall.
With their 3 elims so far.
You can see these teams just starting to get set up here, getting ready for that late game. This is so critical. This is the map to put some points on the board. OG have 5 eliminations. Aurora have 5 as well. So a great start for a few of these teams. Now it's about how you're going to end. I think the Galaxy down Satan on that rotate. They do end up finding a spot in this next zone. Pretty central one too, just a little bit on the southern side of it. But we never know where this next circle is going to go.
I mean, Ulf really have got a brilliant position here. They've had a while to establish it as well. On the hilltop that they have so much control over the surrounding area. They have vision every single direction. Everybody else just trying to play in their shadow at the moment. Arena have managed to push in from the east side. And Four Thrives continuing their hold on the southeast point of view limb. Doing a little bit against Al-Ula. Godlike suffering once more at the hands of Orangutan. And the Arena actually pushing up to try and third party split that fight on the north edge and maybe hound down Godlike.
Godlike trying to hold on here. Southern shift. Yeah, indeed for a lot of these teams. S2G, Four Thrives, E-Arena, not liking that one. Now there's Godlike. But Fudia, they'll take that all day long. Possibly even looking for a back-to-back chicken dinner here. As Aurora, though, that's going to be the team they're going to have to fight because Aurora's going to be pressing into that hard shift side location. Tianba, QZZ knocked. Doing a great job of being able to throw down those smokes very, very quickly here to try to pick up their superstar player.
घरे जाके सुत्ती बाबू.
They can go ahead and just hold on to that coverage for just a little while longer.
Just a moment longer. Right now, I think
मानने रिकॉल हो गया.
Three players really fully confirmed to not be really in with much chance of moving forwards. A lot of recalls coming on through. Almost everyone in the lobby getting back to their feet. Damage going over towards S2G from Coop, but not quite fully connecting.
He's locked in today, man. I mean, those shots were on point. He was hitting them for the little slight angle that he had. He was getting serious value. You know, Tianba's locked in as well. They're just trying to get themselves in a good, solid position. They're in 4th place, 48 points. Not a bad start. But E-Arena with 75, they're the big threat in this lobby. The Thai squad looking really solid here in the Rondo. One elimination, the whole team up. They do have a position on the eastern side of the circle. Aurora right on top of them, though. Let's see what they decide to do here.
I mean, they are certainly alive on this side of the circle, but between Aurora and Ulf, it is a difficult position to try and hold down.
Attachment चाहिए. करेजा वाला नहीं. करेजे वाला ना हो. बंदूक वाला.
Already licking the front of the bonnet there. And that is going to be an unhealthy vehicle. Not really too reliable when it comes to moving next. But they are safe for the time being.
यहाँ ईमानदारी चलता बाबू. बाबू.
Looking at Orangutan and Four Thrives on that north side, could be a contest around the mountain that sits between them. Godlike
Rizzy recall हुआ.
moving in as well. Either they could swing out into the blue zone very, very quickly now and try and rejoin Rita. But if you do, you're basically committing to going down in the next zone.
Yeah.
It's just not going to work out.
Yeah, for sure. And EDA need to have a monster Rondo here if they want to be able to get themselves into serious money. Enigma Galaxy, meanwhile, 2nd place. Down a player. Lord.
अलीउल्ला लास्ट प्लेयर में बचा हुआ है.
This is still super early. I mean, that's just Rondo. Rondo starts off so aggressive, starts to slow down here in the mid game as teams solidify their locations. And then it's going to get
तो नहीं आगे बढ़ा. हम कवर देता नहीं.
Let's see where this circle goes.
ए बुड़बक इधर ध्यान दे.
Will it center up? That's going to be huge.
ए बुड़बक ज़्यादा लिबर ना कर.
Okay, I mean, for Aura, this is great news for them. Their west side is fairly free and clear. Ida do opt to regroup on the south side, which I'm not entirely sure about. I feel like that may be a misplay for them. A very difficult approach from that angle. S2G trying to make the approach that is probably in Ida's future. Finding out how difficult it can be. Furia extracting a toll for it. But they do crash in. They do get to the center of this one. And actually, may be able to get control of this recall tower that's available for about another minute or so. If they can get control of it, get that recall in fast, they could be in with a full force squad on this location. And I think they know the jiggle's here, but they don't have a lot of time to play around with. It's really ticking away. And about
ये गलत नहीं था.
Yeah, kind of a little bit of a self-nade there. I don't know if you saw that chain link fence at the top of it. Great nades, though, from Nongshim Red Force. Oh, it doesn't.
आतंकी ने नॉक दिया, फिनिश किया लास्ट को.
And they're going to be sharing this location for now with E-Arena. And this is pretty darn central. So I'm surprised they're really battling this out.
ये बसाड़ा रे.
Honestly, if they take this fight, they're going to get third party.
I mean, all the fights now in the middle are dangerous. Godlike on the south side.
What happened?
Ooh, I think a vehicle explosion there.
Oh, बच गया.
Turning K down. No, it wasn't a self-drop, don't worry.
ये वाला नेट अच्छा था.
It was an explosion that came through. The nade just falls short of the deployable cover. They continue to not quite find the mark.
थोड़ा back end. एक ही अपनी नॉक हुआ S2G का मैं.
Connecting here.
ओ फिनिश किया विजगॉर्ड ने निकाल लिया इसे मान्य नॉक एडा ने मान्य को नॉक किया
Actually, as S2G are going to go down fully, these recall towers are pretty much done and dusted. Only a couple more seconds to get them used.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to be able to use it here at this late stage, especially if you already burned a lot of your recalls earlier on. And let's see right now as Razy is able to get a nice knock there on the tops with a nade. Another one in return as Bose catches Federalis. And now here comes Win in the vehicle. Possibly just trying to get some information. He gets some for sure. Pops out. Oh, that did sting.
Okay.
Razak though got the shotgun S12K.
Oh.
Gets knocked. And Team Flash put in the work here on Vitality.
Hey, we know what
Arre
but he's not going to do it this time around.
Vitality खत्म गई
Playing on with 3. The recall towers are now shut down, which means that every elim will stick. There are no recalls available.
मान्य उठाओगा कि नहीं उठाओगा क्या लगता है पीकेजी ऑन टॉप आई कद्दू क्या बात है
Hopefully they can make that one work. Meanwhile, on the south side, you've got Godlike, Ita, and Furia all looking for position. Yeah, this is a replay, I think, on how Tony K went down.
Yeah,
he ran into the buggy. He ran into the buggy.
Yeah, well, it was that cover flare that ended up busting up that buggy, and it was just inching it little by little and just did enough damage to pop it. So you gotta watch out where you drop those cover flares.
Hey, no harm, no foul. They're all alive.
ओनली पावर इकलौता बंदा बचा हुआ है गॉड लाइक से हाँ एस पावर बचा हुआ है एंड ईडा के आस दोनों तरफ बच रहा है वो और भाई ये गलत जगह पे है और यहाँ पर पानी का थोड़ा सीन पड़ेगा हमारा नाम पीटर लाल पार्कर सुगोई हमका मकड़ा मानुस का है जात हो हमें दुनिया में लोगों का बचावे का काम करा ओ जी पावर गया रे गॉड लाइक का डाउनफॉल आ गया क्या ये क्या कर रहे हो चीचा क्या चल रहा ये इसे कैसे करते
to get a couple of elims on the angle, but they trapped themselves behind the water, wrapping around that one. It takes so much.
सिर्फ 3 पॉइंट लेके गई रे गॉड लाइक यहाँ से.
You don't carry any momentum in towards the circle, and they found out all about it. Furia were a roadblock for them, and they may have dragged Furia down with them, but for Emre, he's now got so much to do, and he's going to crash probably straight onto Aura, and almost certainly going to go down here. I'm so surprised he hasn't already fallen, and Emre just sneaking his way through.
Maybe OG के points are
now gonna have to force to just fully send it onto the middle, but they are getting beat up here, sacrificing players one by one. Milu, oh, with a bad drive, and now it's up to the single player. Oh, he does end up catching 1 point. So it's hold on just for a little while longer.
NGX गई है त्यांबा
Staying in the thick of things. The arena
Finishes
will
निकाल
be able to push fully up and over with ult suppressing this angle. Akin can survive for just a while longer. And also going to have a tough
और टीआर भी आ गई त्यांबा गई यूरिया ने किल ले लिया त्यांबा भी फिनिश
down from the south side.
ULF E arena ULF Furia Aurora Hora और TR Flash NS
are putting in work here. 10 points on the board so far. Right behind him is OG with 8. They definitely needed those points. And here comes Furia.
अक्षय भाई 3 दिन बाद आए हो तुम मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई बदल गई अक्षय भाई तुम ना स्ट्रीम पर नहीं आते फिर भी वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम भाई ना अक्षय भाई तुम मेंबरशिप ले रहे ना कुछ भाई ठीक है भाई समझ गया भाई अक्षय भाई हो गया भाई कोई बात नहीं अक्षय भाई कोई बात नहीं अक्षय भाई लॉन्ग टाइम नो सी आपकी बंदी से लड़ाई खत्म हुई या नहीं maybe
the kiss curse position though, because you do have to leave it at some point. Well, almost certainly you're going to have to leave it at some point, and that is where things start to get a little bit muddy.
अब तो फैमिली से लड़ाई चालू है
20 points this game. Plus, I mean, this is the spot to have, but it is quite on the edge here. Let's see if they end up
4TR versus ULF 3v4
time to get lucky in the map that you really want to get lucky on, that's for sure. But meanwhile, Nongshim Red Force catching Chief out from Furia.
Sneaking it.
अरे अच्छा नहीं इतना बैठा हवा में फुट गया.
Those silos through the fences. It is pretty resible though for Furia, I imagine. The circle does move away from Aurora though, and up towards the north side. This is a lot of open ground that maybe authorized could try and leverage, but there's not a lot for them.
कैसे हुआ भैया जी?
You can see just sweeping out.
ओए देखी है क्या बाड़ू?
You're gonna need those cover flares, so it depends how many they.
हेलो टोजी, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. अबे सारे ऑन स्ट्रीम कैसे देख लेगा मैं कुछ?
Side. In the meantime, Furia still giving it large.
क्या भेजा तो कुछ नहीं भेजा रे कुत्ते.
Started to throw some nades in. They know they got to get moving.
सुअर तू भेजा क्या है?
They're smoking though. Bows does go down. That's huge for the.
कैसे हुआ भैया? बढ़िया पानी तनिष्का. विजगॉड नॉक. विजगॉड नॉक फिनिश हो गया. आरू अकेला बचा हुआ है ओजी की तरफ से. तू कैसे बता निष्का? अच्छा ऐसे लड़ते लड़ते अक्षय भाई खुद हार जाओगे भाई. अक्षय भाई तो भाई बदल गया भाई, मेंबरशिप भी नहीं लेते भाई. अभी कोई लड़की होती ना भाई, अक्षय भाई ले लेते भाई मेंबरशिप. भाई मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई, बदल गया अक्षय भाई.
And with Aurora still able to use the high ground that they've been playing from, they have great sight lines to control that. But Aurora are also going to have to.
मूवी देखी है क्या? नहीं देखी. मुझे लगा तूने वीडियो भेजी. ना तूने थंबनेल भेजा ना तूने वीडियो भेजी यार.
Make it happen. You can see Ulf with a good solid position that they've created for themselves. You got Aura on the other end trying to sneak some eliminations. No fear going to be laying down, trying to see if he can catch that pixel. He sees him. Put some shots but not able to get the knock.
Aurora rotating back in towards the compound, looking to extract more point value from these elims. Turney K will be spotted. Zjol rattles him down. And the rest of the team answering with a volley of fire.
Guys, let's go for 40 like. Oh. अबे लाइक नहीं कर रहे रे तुम लोग, सही से पढ़.
Sneak his way on through. I imagine Aurora should be aware of this position. We'll see if they deal with it or if they allow him to sit there in their buffer zone.
पढ़ के बता. अबे पागल है क्या? गाली लिखी हो. चुप हो जाओ सुगोई, वो कुछ अलग बोल रहा. Don't try to speak. पता है मुझे. Enjoy Toji. Your chairs are still funny.
The Furia fans are going nuts. They see their team with 11 eliminations so far. And there goes Aurora starting to throw some nades. They are in this next circle, so they're just holding the spot for now.
Just holding it down. Slowly marching forwards. Nongshim Red Force making it very difficult for them to move up and through this compound. If they can get a knock, if they can open a way.
हाँ ये क्या खेलते हो? किसी लड़की का भी मेंबरशिप नहीं लिया हूँ मैं. कोई बात नहीं अक्षय भाई, समझ गया मैं भाई. ठीक है भाई.
Oh, it's a nasty ascent up this hill. There is a complete broadside from Hyunbin. He's got that DP, a lot of ammo in the tank and a big.
कोई 27 जून बोला था भाई. जुलाई भी चला गया, अगस्त भी आधा चला गया भाई. उसके बाद 12 अगस्त बोला था. कोई 7500 यूसी डालेगा भाई. वो मेंबरशिप भी नहीं ले रहा भाई. यूसी तो भाई बस पता नहीं भाई, भूल जाओ भाई. अच्छे किसका मेंबरशिप लिया मैं बताता हूँ. मैं बताऊँ क्या? लेट्स चेक इट ब्रो. तुम्हारा इंट्रो. बस अक्षय मेरे से लड़ना न आ जाए.
It could be pretty tricky for everybody else to march forward, but it seems like they found some sort of peace between the two.
Yes, that's the right play in all honesty. You gotta just throw the smokes in between, but like, guys, let's look down south. Let's get all these eliminations, fight each other later for first and second place, because, oh, this is a feeding frenzy here on the south side. As all these teams are just desperate to try to find a spot into this next zone. Hyunbin up close and personal. He's got the shotgun. He can make the plays. And
Yerina eliminate.
are putting in the work. Up close and personal.
Take down E Arena, the lobby leaders right now.
भाई देख रहे हो 9 finishes NS के फ्यूरिया के 11 finishes अरोरा के 9 finishes 40R के 8 finishes
over on the inside of the compound. Ayala on the corner. Does go down to non-shim as they move out to the east. But Furia now, 12 elims. They're looking for more. And a solo from Jiggle, the only thing standing away.
फ्यूरिया 13 finishes bro 13
Make that 13 eliminations. Furia on a tear. Jiggle up on top.
अरे 14 finishes
Aurora though are just waiting for this. Gotta be a little bit careful with that cover flare. A little bit too close. Chief now forced to just run out the open. Jiggle with the jump down. Trying to make the play in the 1v2. It's Igor to shut him down.
Hey, that's so nasty though, because it does mean that Igor is going to be alone, solo, and
will
not be able to weather the storm of bullets sent his way by Nongshim Red Force. Now at the open, it's Aurora as we transition up to the north side. And 4 Thrives, I mean, they lost so much on that push forwards, and it's just IQ now. Hazaifa, I don't think you're getting back over to him, mate. And he does go down. IQ, a solo.
बस अच्छे से हमारा नाम ट्विटर डाल
10 for Aurora. This is a big game any way you cut it.
And it's going to be one of these teams that's going to win it. Who's it going to be? It's Aurora versus Nongshim Red Force. Soul gets knocked.
अरे कुछ बताओ हेलो कबीर भैया वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम कैसे हो क्या हाल है
So easy catches top as well. So just knock after knock back and forth. That's going to really hurt the utility from both these teams. Reefus, level 2 vest, pretty beat up. Sees an angle though. Hits the headshot onto TC and gets the knock.
Finish. अरे अरे अरे
This is the open ground of the Jukes. It's just so difficult. There is that sloping ridge.
देख रहे स्प्रे देख रहे अरोरा का
Kind of only have one angle to go, and it is fully covered off by Aurora.
Yeah, it's because Aurora is shooting some dang laser beams here at the end. The tiniest pixels, nothing but headshots.
भाई वो PWGC कब होगा ऐसा मार हुआ चाटा साढ़े तेरे से जो बोला था वो तो तू करता नहीं कुत्ते
Now they have the numbers advantage as well, top with 5, and look at that. Nongshim Red Force, they're just stuck.
और भी 3 है रे ओ अच्छा लोग है यूबिन बहुत बढ़िया नोकता रे
huge knock on his yo, perfect timing.
And it's a forward position as
हाँ ये अच्छा लोग है
They need to break forwards for Aurora. They need to expose themselves. That makes it more likely. We're in a 3v3 clean. Hyunbin suppressing the corner of the rock there. Looking to try and put them back behind it. And he will bury them behind it.
बहुत बढ़िया.
It's taken down on the angle. That is resable, but it's going to allow them to move forwards incrementally, making their way, making their approach here. Reefus don't dare step up.
Hyunbin is just an absolute.
भाई नेड कर क्या कह रहे कबीर पार्टी हैप्पी बर्थडे
Hyunbin is on fire. Making it happen for his team. Applies that suppressive fire on Reefus. Reefus cannot afford to get knocked here. If he does,
अच्छा है Hyunbin का.
The MG3 from the crate though. Is it going to be enough? A lot of damage done to him. Ziol's been slowly bleeding out. There has been reses coming through or attempted to come through from Aurora. And they do manage to pick all 3 of their players back up on the forward front. Ziol finally flushed. Reefus dying left and right with the MG3 barking loudly across the open ground. Not going to be enough. It's going to be the knock sent his way. And Nongshim Red Force are giving this an excellent go.
2v3.
They make it to the rock, and they are just out of range. The nade goes forwards. Only Top remains in the way. And the Molotov burns him. Takes him down.
Nongshim Red Force turning the table.
बहुत बढ़िया रे अच्छा मारा PMGC नवंबर में होगा गाइस हैप्पी बर्थडे कबीर अगेन साल में तुम्हारा 12 टाइम बर्थडे आता है ना बर्थडे तो गया तुम लेट हो वॉच पार्टी चल तो रही है मेकअप नींद आ रही है शीन चलते चलते ना सो जाऊं ये क्या करे रे टीम अच्छा नहीं कर पा रही है मतलब ट्राई कर दिया बट बहुत हार्ड लग हो रहा है उन लोग का क्या करें
tough stuff, but the open ground was so difficult to get in and towards, with 4 Thrives being in the way for Aurora. If they'd have been able to deal with that a little bit earlier, maybe they could have had more presence there and stopped
Nongshim Red Force from getting as far as they did, but a brilliant oversight on the compound for Nongshim Red Force.
किसी की बुरी नजर लग गई है वही ना क्या फाइट थी फाइट अच्छी थी अच्छा खेले रहे बहुत अच्छा फाइट हुआ एंड ह्यूबिन के वो जो नॉक थे ना भाई वो बहुत बेस्ट थे भाई काफी हेलमेट बेस्ट डैमेज हुए उस वजह से तो बहुत अच्छा चांस रहा उन लोग के पास ह्यूबिन बहुत अच्छा करा रे बहुत अच्छा खेला भाई डॉग टॉप सारे बहुत जल्दी नॉक करते चले गए क्या हुआ कबीर आओ सुगोई के साथ सुनते हैं अबे साढ़े क्या बोल रहा रे मैं बता रहा हूँ कबीर भैया इसको लेट सेकिट को दारू पिलाओ रहे अपने साथ बिठा के EWC champions versus MVP player कबीर वहाँ मस्त नींद आएगी ट्रस्ट कुछ नहीं करेगा अबे कुत्ते तेरे को सुलवाता हूँ रुक जा
and teams can start to catch up. It is looking level, and again, it's that marathon style.
भाई या तो विन है या
from the delays that we had yesterday.
इन दोनों में से कुछ है.
Are going to test these teams' endurance.
We still got so many games left.
I'm so excited.
This is just Toronto. We got 3 more.
भाई अब नींद उड़ गई है मेरी.
How's Aurora gonna roar back though? That's gonna be my question. You know, Doc, he did not like that one. They did not like that. Yeah, they were like, there's no way we get bad beat here. Hyunbin, though, I mean, using that terraforming, you can just see for everybody out here that wants to be a professional player, these are the guys you got to look at here because, you know, in order to be the best, you got to beat the best. And Hyunbin, with those laydowns, applying those fires, predicting where they're going to pick those heads out, hit a few crucial knocks, and he won that.
आज नहीं तो पार India need come back as soon as possible. Yes.
And it is a really interesting feature. I think it's probably, for me, the most interesting feature of Rondo is the impact of those, well, actually, maybe 2, but the impact of having destructible terrain, being able to carve out those little divots, those little defilades with explosives. As well as the... interesting in these late game stages. And if it weren't...
मेरे को भी आगे इन लोग की लैंग्वेज ना मैं बता रहा हूँ.
Would have been able to make it towards the end there. There was so much open ground, but they had to close it down. And the team to do it was Nongshim Red Force. We'll see you in a few.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
For every click, every clutch, every respawn, we were there.
Guys, जितने लोग स्ट्रीम पर आ रहे हैं लाइक करो रे भाई 35 लाइक हो गए तेरे फिर वापस से 27 वेरी बैड बैंडी
Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
The impossible doesn't happen overnight. It happens in the hours nobody sees. It starts with a thought that turns into a dream. Reach your impossible. Last year, 4 Thrives arrived at the PUBG Mobile World Cup with an entire country behind them. As the first Pakistani team to qualify for PMWC, reaching the world stage was already history. But once the matches began, they proved they had not traveled there just to participate.
मैं पूछ रहा हूँ जितनी जल्दी नींद गई कोई भाई को मेरे पर ट्रस्ट नहीं था इसलिए सोए नहीं.
Eventually securing 7th place in the world.
Last year, PMWC taught us to be more aggressive and more consistent to win this championship.
Their journey began at the PMGO Season 1 South Asia Finals, where they handled the pressure of playing at home and claimed the regional championship.
Now sending shots around the corner, so much damage done, and it's ended. 4 Thrives get themselves a chicken dinner and secure an unbelievably good position.
That victory sent them to Jakarta for the PMGO Season 1 main event, where they would face teams from across the world. And on the opening day of the grand finals, 4 Thrives took complete control.
Possible, but IQ's down, and D24 with a 1 versus 1. Weapon swap with the shotgun around his teammate. He finds it! He gets it done, and 4 Thrives!
After 6 matches, they had collected 3 wins and 82 points, building a commanding lead at the top of the leaderboard.
After the 3 chickens on PMGO Finals Day 1, our confidence boosted a lot. Like, we didn't felt any pressure and we knew we are going to win because we had a big lead.
जा रहे हो क्या तुम लोग सोने?
Every team in the lobby
क्या चल रहा है?
every mistake could
अब वेट चल रहा है. वो तो कुछ रहा नहीं. इरेंगल स्टार्ट होगा ना अब. इरेंगल स्टार्ट होगा रे अब. यही चल रहा है और कुछ नहीं चल रहा. थोड़ा डाउन है रे अपनी टीम बहुत. लेट्स सी. रोंडो में क्या हुआ? 8 किल वो किए ओजी एंड 3 किल गॉट लाइक की बस.
It was only the beginning.
Hey, get us up on the left now! Let's go.
I'm nading it, okay? I'm nading it.
Nade it on the Dacia, bro. He's low.
I don't have nades.
On Dacia is low.
No,
I can drop the C4, wait. He's low, headshot. Nice. Last one on me. Yes. No, two. Nice. Let's go. Get the loot. Go left, guys. Please, go left. One guy right, one guy left. Easy. They're two knocked. Zone will kick them. My door watch. Let's go left. I'm running up.
Behind the tree.
Okay, I'm running up on him. Play time.
Behind the car.
कितने मैन?
5 मैचेस बचते हैं. अब कमबैक होगा. बस अब कमबैक होगा. कमबैक ही तो नहीं हो रहा भेंडी. कमबैक ही तो नहीं हो रहा. भाई टीम अभी तक कोई सी भी टीम एसएक 4 के अंदर भी नहीं आ रही रे. एसएक 5 भी नहीं एंटर हुई है अभी तक. कोई भी टीम सिंगल मैच में नहीं हुई है. मतलब ऑलमोस्ट 7 मैच जा चुके हैं. देखता रहे तू. देख ही रहा हूं मैं यार.
Would be the match to just kickstart a bunch of the teams that weren't performing well in this first 2 Miramars, and one of them being Aurora. Showing on Kalaris, one of the biggest throws that we have seen. They look so good until the end.
Everything was lining up so well. They threaded the needle down on the south to be able to get between Godlike and Fury on that rotation. And I thought to myself, they're playing it fantastic. They're being able to hold a position, cautious of where Horror was, and then maybe flex out on that west side. But Max, the fight against Nongshim, who played an amazing game as well on the other side.
Like, you can't hate too much on it because, yeah, Nongshim Red Force had some insane shots. Hyunbin in particular, the way he was able to every time to allow his teammates to push forward, and he would...
Orango team 8 point लेके गई है. Godlike से 3 लेके गई है.
Every single player on Aurora Gaming, I think he knocked out
14 point 18 28 देख रहा है भाई. 28 point.
So yeah, but like as you said, it was great rotations overall from Aurora, but the gunplay.
NS बहुत अच्छे points लेके गई है भाई. Well played NS, well played. Literally बहुत अच्छा gameplay.
We saw from Nongshim yesterday, right? Because we were talking about Hyunbin just being super aggro and going without his team and all of this, and he's done the complete opposite of that today here, going, I will support you guys. I'll be that support player. I'll be the fragger, but I will let you guys go first.
भाई Hyunbin ने knock बहुत मस्त निकाले हैं literally.
Looked amazing. It was the parking bay control, dealing with anybody coming from silos, fighting into the circles as well. This for Nongshim Red Force was a masterclass of control.
The fight with E-Arena especially.
Yeah, the thing is that fight on E-Arena was executed so well. It was so snappy, so quick. But the fact that they survive that fight in the city, right? Get outside the city, fight against the other teams that were 4 thrives, then win the fight onto Aurora, all of that. Basically, while still keeping yourself up as a 4-man team is insanely impressive at this level of play.
I think there's very few teams that can make it look that good.
No, because, and this is the thing, is this is one of the teams that can go from 0 to 100, right?
Guys,
they were in
वापस से
that
टाइटल
compound, they were
कंप्लीट
there for a
करवाऊंगा.
long time, they were just
Let's
kind of
go
keeping
again.
away from E-Arena here,
Again,
and
let's
then
go,
they
let's
just
go
unleashed the
again.
beast. I mean, look at these eliminations coming in from each of the players, so even across the board, and they just are able to just turn up the heat, go, okay, it's go time, and go for it.
Yeah, we usually talk about Hyunbin just being able to be the frag out power for this squad. TZ as well.
Made in China.
It's good to see that all the players have been stepping up in this one. One of the biggest question marks that we have had for Nunchim, especially in this last 2 days, have been those placement points. And for them to finally get over that hump, getting that chicken dinner, considering that the Smash rule is going to be in play tomorrow, this is going to make them really happy. I know you're really happy about it.
I'm loving it, seeing Hyunbin and the boys getting so many points on board. But before this game, right, the placement points were at an all-time low. We just didn't see very many late game finishes from this team. But the fact is, and as we just saw on that graphic, right, they got eliminations on every single player. Very happy, but apparently Eren is your MVP of the game, and he had some really good fights. One of those onto 4 thrives, so good plays here from Eren that I didn't expect. I thought it would be definitely one play from Nocturne Red Force.
Well, Tizzy, the fact that he did 1,200 some damage from the parking bay. I mean, it's one of the highest spots in that circle, never mind the silos that exist there. So it's a great spot to be able to have those engagements from.
No, it was very good indeed. And mentioning Ulfred, because they were in an altercation with 4 thrives, and looking at the circle, I was like, okay, well, Nongshim has everybody in town to deal with. You've got 4 thrives having to deal with Ulf, and so Aurora were able to actually just have the complete west side kind of to themselves, get that long-range third party going, which is that's their MO, and that's probably why we saw them do so well. While they probably should have had that win, was they were long distance. They were able to have that long distance, put some distance between them and other teams. But for Nongshim, for them to actually third party over onto Ulf and the 4 thrives fight, just as 4 thrives were kind of getting cleared up. That is true.
They do.
They do.
Ida has something personal with
They do.
the Galaxy.
It's so true. It's so true. But Nongshim really showcasing how great their timing is and how well they can actually read the lobby, what's going on around them, and take advantage of that.
One team that we've been following as well, especially today, that has been starting to kickstart it, it's 4 thrives. 4 thrives in this last match, they were controlling a lot of that north, but they were 2 split, even though they weren't man down. And this is something that we were harping on a lot yesterday from them, having unnecessary splits at times. They were being pinned down by Aurora, though.
They were being pinned down. It's a very difficult portion of zone. I don't think we've seen it be played that much, and so when it's so open like that, it is difficult to try and have the control that you really want. But yeah, there were some changes that could have been made to that.
I think you hit the nail on the head. I think that when you look at how Nongshim Red Force had to play it, in a very similar area, you see how flat that area is. You can't, there's a lot of times where people get stuck in urban endings and urban situations, and then you're thinking to yourself, okay, that team on the outside is going to be able to hold them off. But you saw how flat it was. They couldn't put pressure onto anyone coming from their 4 thrives. They were there in a good spot, but they were there too early.
Another team I feel like did really well this game is actually Furia, right? Able to jump up here in 4th position, get himself a total of 60 points, 2 points behind the podium, held down by Nigma Galaxy.
भाई देख रहे हो 76 पॉइंट 65 पॉइंट 62 60 59 58 7th नंबर पर है 49 पॉइंट्स, ठीक है 47 एंड हम लोग कहाँ हैं अभी फिलहाल ओवरऑल में 13 14 आई थिंक है ना, या फिर 12 और 14 कुछ ऐसे ही होगा.
Didn't like them moving into that silo location. I thought they could potentially backfill the west side after coming in super late on that south. But hey, they proved me wrong. I think that they really showed great presence of mind, great kind of space control when they were moving through, and were able to take the gunfight as well.
Yeah, it was very nice indeed. I was watching
दो मैचेस
them,
बढ़िया,
how they were
सीधा
moving.
टॉप
Some
5.
teams like Aurora, right? You have your
ब्रो देख ले, गोट लाइक 14 पे है, 22 एंड ओजी 13 पे है 26. 10 पॉइंट ओजी को चाहिए अगर उनको 12 पे जाना है. देख रहा है कम से कम, और इसको कितने चाहिए है 14 15 पॉइंट इसको चाहिए, 11 पॉइंट इसको चाहिए, ठीक है. उसके बाद भी 36 38 फिर 43 47 49 भाई बहुत गैप है रे मतलब यार
Very mobile, very.
He is looking highly impressive, and right now I would say the best player in India by a significant margin.
Yeah, it's not even close, honestly, especially with that power. Now all we need is to see what the non-sim players were able to do, which just wasn't just one player. We need all the players from Godlike being able to step it up. But as we're going to be heading into the first Erangel, let's send it over to Barney and Luti.
Luti, what an absolute treat today.
या तो अपने लौंडे प्रेशर में है या फिर कुछ तो सीन है रे यार मतलब या तो ओवर प्रेशर ले रहे हैं मतलब इतनी तगड़ी लॉबी नहीं है रे कि भाई अपने लौंडे यहाँ पे लैग कर रहे हैं भाई मतलब इतना नीचे तो नहीं यार बिल्कुल भी नहीं मैं तो नहीं मानता भाई बहुत अच्छे प्लेयर्स हैं अपने भी यार हेल्थ की वजह से भी होता है मान्य बताता है ठीक है वो मतलब कल रात तक ठीक हो गए था मान्य ना शोर मचाओ
Check in a little bit later today. Casters, who do you think won that?
I think the fans all won that. You know, I'm going to be completely equivocal, yeah, that's everybody won because we got to experience the energy that is going to be put towards this match, the first of our Erangels today, a triple billing. As we sidle over towards match 8 with Nongshim Red Force able to close down a clutch chicken dinner in the final moments of that last game. Now they turn their attention to the grassy pastures and maybe we'll get an answer to our question about a couple of our other teams, Dukes, because of course the thoughts on everyone's mind.
Guys 30 लाइक भी नहीं कंप्लीट कर यार बहुत बेकार बात है यार
Is Enigma Galaxy going to be left alone?
तुम लोग लाइक नहीं करते रे
Down their futile path.
Well, that's the question, because the only other question is Enigma Galaxy going anywhere else? And the answer is no, I'll tell you that. So we're gonna see what's gonna happen on the side of Pachinki. But who's gonna get these points, man? We're heading on over to good old-fashioned Erangel. We got 3 of these matches today, and this is the first one here in day number 2 of the finals, live here in Paris, France. This is the PUBG Mobile World Cup.
It's so American of you to say Paris, France, as if anybody was laboring under the delusion it was Paris, Texas. Come on. That ain't happening. That ain't happening.
It's about the same heat, though, I'll tell you that right now, because it was hot outside today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's been pretty hot in these games as well, as we are channeling the sun. Even when it's hiding behind the moon, cheeky little sun, you know, got to get him back. We did indeed.
किसी की तो बहुत तगड़ी नजर लगी है मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई यार थोड़ी साउंड इंक्रीज कर दे ब्रो मैंने अगर साउंड इंक्रीज करी ना तो फिर तुम लोग को मेरी साउंड नहीं आएगी मैं रेडी कर देता हूँ फिर लोग कहते हैं कि तेरी साउंड नहीं आ रही तेरी साउंड नहीं आ रही देखो कितना साउंड आ रहा है
But Aurora and Nongshim Red Force push themselves up. Now you can see Nongshim in 5th place with 59 points. That's a much more comfortable position. But we are starting to see some point gaps already starting to be present.
अबे फिर इन लोग को नहीं आती है भाई ये लोग कहते हैं मेरे को नहीं आ रही ये वो
smash point threshold. And E-Arena have a nice little gap here, so they're a little bit
अभी ठीक है ना या और कर दूँगा
aggression up all day long.
Hey, you know what? I talked about it before.
और बढ़ा नहीं है तो बता दियो
Chicken dinner towards the start of the day, and then what happens, right? It's that question of then what
ईड़ा
happens.
उधर ही नहीं भाई
Ida, not in Pachinki. Enigma Galaxy will be left alone. It is a Gatka split drop for Ida.
Oh,
Thank you so much to all the coaches, to all the analysts, to the players. I love it.
Shout out to everybody, dude.
Yeah.
Shout out to everybody.
Shout out to you.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? Shout out to Naruto.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Get that Ninetales Furies Og, baby. You gotta get it here quick before it's gone. As the Naruto Uzumaki event is still going on. We had a nice little show match earlier. Got to see some of the EWC boys once again. And man, putting in some work. Dropping them jutsus.
अब ठीक है?
Them ninjutsus. Substitution jutsus.
That's what I've been told. That's what I've been told they're called.
Uh-huh.
Absolutely. Beautiful stuff. I mean, we saw that show match earlier today.
बता दियो और बढ़ा नहीं.
I think
It's always
everyone had a good time with it.
Fun. Calaris,
And you know, Alpha 7 have to win something.
yeah, they gotta win something, that's for sure. You know, anytime I get to hear Calaris cast the show match is incredibly loves to do those, so I'm so glad.
Yeah.
हाँ मतलब इतनी ठीक है कि और बढ़ा नहीं.
Yeah, he did. He rocked the red one too. I was like, man, this guy is styling today. Should have kept it on all day, in my opinion.
I think he has.
Has he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
I
right,
saw him
he
backstage.
has.
He was running with his arms behind his back.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. He does that everywhere now.
Wow. I like it. It's a good look. He should hold on to it. Speaking of good looks, right? Ulf looking pretty good today. I mean, they're in second place. They've been getting a ton of eliminations here. It's going to be interesting to see how this whole thing fares out. I'm interested to see kind of how teams develop their mindset here going into today specifically, because I think a lot of squads just need to pretend like, hey, this is match 2. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just got our Rondo out the way, now into Erangel.
Yeah, Aaron doing a lot of work for the team on Ulf right now. The elims he's been able to find, picking them away from a lot of different scenarios. He's been able to extract just these sneaky little flush steals once or twice, as well as the rest of Ulf doing a lot more. They had a really solid position during that rondo. There were some difficult south shifts that forced them off that high ground mountain quite a while into the zones, which kind of took a little bit of momentum away from them, but the fact that they're able to convert and get a decent line on that game was pretty great, and getting that match MVP title as well for Aaron. So yeah, in second place, good news for them. One step closer to E-Arena. It's a very tight grouping over towards the top side of these tables still. I mean, there is a bit of a drop-off, I think, you know, from 9th all the way up to 2nd. It's fairly flexible still, given the number of matches we still got left to play, but it's going to get a lot more solid, and teams beneath that, I feel like you're stretching a little bit far now to try and catch up.
Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of time, right? I mean, we got to look at the math of it. I mean, there's a lot of games still left to be played. I get where you're going with this, though, right? With how these top teams are performing, it's getting real scary here, right? So if you want to be able to make a run for that first place, you got to start performing here, right now. Especially
लाइक नहीं कर रहे यार तुम लोग, मैं बता रहा हूँ, ठीक है? अभी भी 30 लाइक नहीं हो रहे, कितना गलत बात है यार. Very bad, very bad.
So for all you guys that are fans there of, you know, 4 Thrives, Vitality, Flat, S2G, all the squads down there, you know, give your team your energy, right? Start spamming the chat. They need that positive reinforcement here, because they are not even close to out of the running there. We got a lot of matches left to go, a couple good wins, and boom, they're at the top.
I'm looking right now at what Nigma Galaxy are doing. This split, we saw it from them in the previous stages they played in their group stage. They lead 2 players in Pachinki. They send 2 players out really wide. We've been denied the opportunity to see this happen over the course of these grand finals because of the hot drop with Ida. But now they are unleashed. They've been able to not only get the early loot truck and try and get a little bit of a duplicate on that as well, but they have been able to send out that early duo scout that they seem to find to be successful. They sent out towards Milta Power before on a game that they were able to win in the end, and they now have a foothold over towards the west side in the fields that stretch out to the north of Quarry. And they'll have to figure out how to regroup at some point, but for now there are still there's still a purple line across the middle of this zone.
अच्छा लगता है, फिनिश भी अच्छा था.
Trying to make it a little bit more waterproof and don't let the
गलत हुआ भाई, जोकर के साथ बहुत, ईगल के साथ बहुत गलत हुआ. Hi SUGOI, hello Priya, welcome to the stream.
Joker catching it.
Happy Independence Day आपको भी.
That is devastation for this lobby, because I mean, E-Arena are red hot today. Just straight aggression, putting on some points on the board.
That 2-2 split you called out there from Enigma Galaxy is great to see. See how well it works out for them, though. As they're putting that 2-2, yeah, because if the zone goes on over to the east side, they got a position locked down. If it goes on over to the west, they got a spot. So just depending on where the zone goes,
How are you? I'm
but
good,
at the
but
same
about
time,
you?
it's difficult to get there. That's going to be the big question. Aurora, still a military base. They're going to be starting to push themselves up through the bridge side. Nobody gatekeeping it, so they should have a clean path on in. But we're still in the very, very early game here. Only one player in this lobby has been eliminated.
Yeah, only the one pickup found. We saw that. Over onto Tianba as well, which is not going to be friendly. They had a real glow up into the survival stage, I think it's safe to say. But here, it's not quite been as consistent. And that's probably likely to the fact that you're adding the top 10 teams back in. Right? You're coming back into the lobby with the teams that directly qualify. Tianba, it's great that they've gained that confidence. This is not the Tianba we saw in their group stage.
I'm good too, guys.
There is a little bit more force to come up against. And that's, I think, what they're trying to come to terms with.
This lobby is wild. It really is. I love to see just the progression here of PUBG Mobile. Back in the day, we had like a handful of good teams, and everybody else was kind of pretty far down when it came to skill. But the skill gap has been closed, and teams are going to have to get moving real quick here. That 2-2 split working out for Enigma Galaxy, considering that they have a couple players in this area. Vitality's right behind them, though. Coops got to get away from this one. He's on the drive. Trying to sneak away here. Serpentine, he's down low. Can he get away? No.
So close. And remember, the 2-2 split there means that he's just not got the cover of another of the rest of his teammates to actually take that fight. So for Enigma Galaxy, this is the worst case scenario. They've left Satan alone out on the western side. Ralph and Lord unlikely to be able to push on through. Ooh, losing Aaron though, as they rotate out to the west as well, is a pretty big pickup for the lobby to be able to find that one. And in the center of this, it starts to get crunched in. E-Arena, I feel like they've got a pretty solid spot on this. Vitality trying to line the edge of that swamp. Defend it like an ogre.
Run, Satan, run. He's all by himself, just trying to find a position for the rest of his team. But the rest of his team is going to have a tough time rotating on over to him.
Yeah, that's. I was just having a little chuckle to myself about how it looks like Satan's trying to go over the north, and the other duo from Enigma Galaxy, it looks like they're trying to go around the south. And the Benny Hill music was playing in my head. They were chasing each other's tails, and neither one able to catch it. But it's going to be a sent straight through the middle. I mean, for Enigma Galaxy, it's a repair play. Little thread on the needle there for IQ. Over towards Federalis, and they share the swamp across the way.
Nice little pop shot. Oh, they want this. Okay, 14's on the push. Here come 4 Thrives now. Battling it out. Huzaifa up close and personal. Axel driving away, using that hovercraft to find an off angle. That's going to make things interesting. Vitality going to have to make some plays, though. E-Arena catching out Raouf, so that 2-2 split not working at all. Bounce nade is going to be good from Huzaifa. And 4T turning things around. There's another one!
Hell yeah.
You had to know it was coming, Axel, and you pay the price.
T24 does get flushed in the meantime. S2G third partying this from the south side. Hot Jukes Razak is in the hovercraft, but it starts to go up in flames, and down he goes. 4 Thrives. Ruthless aggression roll up, coming on in. Hit with the suplex and take them down. Out of the ring, they are no longer in this Royal Rumble.
Welcome to Suplex City, baby. That's how you do it. 4 Thrives getting hot. 4 eliminations, taking out Team Vitality with a great shutdown there. And now you can see on the side of Everest, Team Flash, they're going to be holding that high ground. You see another crazy hard shift. We'll find out. Lord getting eliminated here, and south we go. Yoink!
All right. I mean, to be fair, this is actually kind of chill, given the layout of all of our teams,
Sure,
right?
we're already here.
A lot of them decided to go down south. The major feature that caused this is those fields, right, that sit to the south of Hospital. Nobody wants to sit in them. It is really nasty to be in that sort of area, as well as Everest being a roadblocker on the northeast side of it. It creates this lineup. So teams funneled into this south side, so a circle like this actually benefits the majority of the lobby.
Yes, it does. Yeah, I mean, they were already all set up in this position. The zone going here, super beneficial. This is a huge spot here, and it's a battle of contention. Aurora starting to push Nongshim Red Force. It's a rematch, and Nongshim Red Force
Again,
once again.
Aurora फिर से गए.
That's how it should have gone in that last match. They make it happen, repeating history. And does that mean that Aurora are living up to the definition of insanity? I don't know. They're going to have to change something if they want to win the fights against Nongshim and join them back up on the podium. Because they are putting some pace down now, the South Korean side.
बहुत बढ़िया रे ठीक रहा हो रे लाइक वाइक करो रे स्ट्रीम को एंजल ऑफ नहीं आ रहे membership भी लो यार.
Putting pressure onto STG, stopping Godlike potentially moving in, as well as Flash off in the distance.
I've had the pleasure of being able to spend some good quality time with the players from Aurora, especially after their performance at PMGC. And I'll tell you one thing, if I know these guys, they are fuming right now.
लगी रहा मैं कुछ खाने को लेके आता है. भाई मेरे को थोड़ा मैं थोड़ा सा वो करके आता थोड़ा आंखों में नींद सी चढ़ रही है थोड़ा ठीक है. मैं हल्का सा थोड़ा मूव करके आता इतने आप लोग देखो ये मैं आ गया.
Yeah, it's evident that they definitely are gunning for this top spot, but right now they're being denied.
Yeah, let's take a look though as we move on over to some of these other fights.
मैं अपने फोन में
teams are remaining. Aurora Vitality out. A couple players from some other squads out as well.
मैं अपने फोन में मैप कैसे खोलूं रे?
E-Arena, 2 eliminations.
बताएगा मेरे को.
The big squad in this lobby got a nice position in this zone as well. It's going to be really interesting to see how this game is going to fare. Also can't wait to hear what the Deaths has to say, especially about like that Enigma Galaxy split. I hope we hear from them because it's such an interesting play.
Well, I mean, that circle shift out to the west side that went so quickly kind of devastated them. If it hadn't been as hard, it basically, I think almost any other circle, it wouldn't have been anywhere near as devastating for them. It was just so nasty because everybody started flooding west.
But like इधर है zone भी got like पे है and OG थोड़ा ज़्यादा competition दे दिया.
That is pretty nasty. Yeah, the regroup was then completely blocked.
आ जाएंगी OG भी आ जाएगी zone कर लेगी zone and good like पे तो पूरा zone है ही. So मैं out of zone कहाँ जा रहा रे?
Unfortunate. Maybe they need a hot drop to be able to perform well in these
games.
Maybe
welcome to the stream. कोई नहीं सीधे चला दूँगा मैं ना.
But you know, Ida pretty happy with themselves that they did right now because they have that Gakko position. They are one of the only teams in the northeast side in these open fields.
And they get blessed here in this circle, and that just goes to show sometimes a hot drop is good to avoid. Satan all by himself. Oh, he's so in trouble. It's on fire. That Murado, he's going to have to pop out, lay down, and Nongshim Red Force right there. This is like literally the worst location he could be stuck into. Not good. Well, yeah, just a bad game for Enigma Galaxy overall. Still a couple more though in the books.
It's not terrible for him in this position, right? You have this little defilade, you're kind of covered off from the buildings out in the open. The nades though from
Nongshim
make it all the more terrible. The speed hold up does make it harder, but he's still got a little bit of fire in the belly.
Less terrible now.
आया रे मैं भी आया ठीक है. Wait करना.
Get a nice knock there, and now it's bad.
Okay, yeah, well, he's not there anymore. My point was, there is a little bit of cover, and teams on that ridgeline can't necessarily peek over the top. The reason that they were able to do so is because there isn't so many teams out in the open field. And if it happened a little bit later, maybe that would have changed.
कोई नहीं
a little bit too much into that to call it enough cover, but
Either way, he does go down.
6 shot though.
One of the very few players to be able to knock Hyunbin on that trade though.
Yep, that was really nice.
Just saying.
Just saying. Indeed.
सिंपल हूँ मैं,
Not an easy
बट
feat.
मैं आ रहा थोड़ा
Horror
move
talk.
करके
Wow,
मतलब
what happened to Hora?
They tried to roll in from the west side and it didn't work.
Ah,
I think that's a
OG
pretty
कर भी
apt
रहे,
summation of
join
what's
in कर
about
भी
to
होगी.
happen.
hate to see it.
Yeah, you do.
देखते रहिएगा,
It's a
आराम
real
है भी आ रहा
opportunity
हूँ.
though to find an isolated outpost as the south side gets hot as well.
Yeah, it's getting hot indeed. You can see Oh So Easy on fire. But down to 1 HP. He's going to get knocked. Al-Ula looking to take out Nongshim Red Force.
S2G.
And now here comes S2G. This Wizard Tower is by far one of the most dominant positions in this zone. And that's why so many teams, they want it and they want it bad. S2G on the push. They know that that Wizard Tower is weak from this hillside. Starting to throw some utility out. Trying to see if they can get a good opening knock here.
Seems like they're slowing it down though. Over on the northwest side, you've got E-Arena at loggerheads. Scrapping it out across the way as well with Furia. 2 players, 3 players now down. Tourniquet's on the inside, terminating with the P90. Pops the reload there. Gets the ammo back into control, and the res can come through as well for the backlines. Furia are going to get dismantled, and they get taken down.
Oh, it's rough, especially considering they lost out to E-Arena. They feed E-Arena 4 more points. The White Rabbit really on the run here. Hopping to victory. Next zone, where's he going? If it centers up, it's going to be disgusting as that field is wide open. Okay, it goes to the north side.
Is it like a rule that the circle has to touch the edge of the previous one in this game?
Just hug it.
It's just like, yeah, I just pick a point around the circle. Yep. I attach myself to that. See what we're going to go for. Another hard shift is crazy, but it's a crazy fight unfolding for Godlike as they find one, try and trade it around the corner with Team Flash, and Tops goes down, put into the meat grinder there.
Let's go at Mino, getting a nice knock and finish. 4 points on the side of Godlike. Haven't had the hottest of starts here. Still putting up some points on the board though. OG, other Indian team, putting in some nice knocks. And Godlike OG are right next to each other on the leaderboards. Again, still a lot of matches left to be played. This could be that start for them to take charge. A few good games is all it takes.
There's fewer and fewer matches though getting played. Alola try and roll up, try and take this fight with S2G, but it's not going super well for them as they haven't even been able to find that knock onto Hamzy. Down the hill, he was able to survive on a sliver of HP, gets the healing done nice and fast, and S2G can transition now without Alola breathing down their necks. They've only got 1 player, and Yasser is already sending out into the open. 4 Thrives getting roadblocked on the northern rotate as Ulf and the Arena sit in front of them. Alola losing their final backstop, and Godlike now trying to roll up into the engagement as Ida takes shots from a distance.
Yeah, and that's it for Alola. Now you got S2G that we're holding this Wizard Tower here, but is now outside of the circle. They're gonna have to get moving. Meanwhile, you got Tianba trying to get rezzed up here. Out in the open. They got a couple busted up vehicles here for cover, utilizing those smokes as well, but the pressure is imminent. Now comes Scarface. Scarface with a nice nade onto Joker. That's gonna finally pepper E-Arena's position. But now E-Arena are in this next zone. Godlike trying to possibly gatekeep this. I almost ran right into that nade. That was dangerous.
Solo remaining for Nongshim.
Did they spot him?
A spiteful look in his eye, a glint, a gleam of malice, but it's spotted by Solke. He sees that one gleaming in the grass and puts it down. Snake out of action.
That's huge. Now they don't got to worry about that anymore. But now they got to worry about Godlike as they got one of those players up close and personal. Gonna switch on fights on over to this fight though as E-Arena, top team in the lobby, still alive. Now we're back.
Hey, they're more than alive. They're kind of thriving on this northwest side in that fight. Goodness me. Godlike losing their backstop there as Mino goes down. And now playing on as 2 chunks being torn out of everyone as Tourniquet continues to turn up the heat with that P90. Finds a load of elims from Ulf.
Tourniquet now taken out. That is huge. That's going to be from Aching. Tianba now getting in the mix. They know it's E-Arena, so if you're Tianba, this needs to be your hard focus here. You want to be able to slow them down.
I mean, you want to, sure. You absolutely do, but The question is, can you? With Tourniquet out, you're right, without that P... Oh, wait, hang on a minute. I think Joker was able to recover the P90 just there.
Do you have ammo for it, though?
I believe he was able to pick everything up there from the body. But it's a hard shift again.
What is going on?
It has to touch the previous circle.
It's a rule.
I'm telling you. It's something about this game. 4 Thrives, they're going to have to leave, but they may have to leave one of their players behind as Falak has taken a knee. Scarface down low. Last player alive for Ulf. Nade over the top from
Down
IQ.
low.
Good bounce.
Too slow.
Rolls under. Right behind the wheel arch and it's right in his face.
Bye.
Scarface, you can't chew that.
Oh, man, he ate that one. And 4 Thrives on the move. IQ going on over to Falak. Gets the res right on time. Save.
Able to keep things alive. I have no idea what that was. Able to keep him alive, but Zypher not so lucky. As Falak will get back to his feet. But they have a long road to tread now. S2G covering off the south rotate. And I feel like E-Arena sweeping around may not be the worst idea. Maybe try and push through 4 Thrives. Continue on. Challenge S2G's backstop, maybe. Oh, it's a difficult approach. No matter which way you cut it. But for E-Arena, they're already on 6 elims, Jukes. They're already into the top 6. They're having a good game, and everybody from 2nd down to 6th has already gone down.
Oh, Schweppes spins out and gets punished. Falak barely moving out the way. Gets a couple, but now there's Mormon up. IQ, got to make a play here. You need to stop E-Arena. They have been too dominant so far. They are putting in work. They take down Falak. Now Mormon gonna have to run away. This nade looks good from IQ though. Oh, it gets to secure. 4 Thrives finally shut down E-Arena.
Okay, so they are drawn a little bit shorter than they could have gone. Really nice hold there from Falak, I think, on that roll-up from E-Arena. He was able to do so much damage. Unfortunately, not able to survive, but IQ was. And he was able to put a 10th elimination on the cards there for 4 Thrives. They have been blasting on this western side. In the thick of it, the fight, seemingly, where the flower of their success has bloomed. IQ now rolls over the top, steps up with Aching, and he swings out wide. Nearly sends to the sky, but will take the tumble, finally going down, and breaches them up to 60 points.
Oh, and now he said, I'll take that buggy, thank you very much. As he's gonna go ahead and head into this next zone. Uh-oh, getting shot up. Oh, that hurt!
I don't think he is.
And S2G said, no, sir, not today.
Not getting in here. Access denied. Hey, you know what's brilliant?
What's that?
Ida didn't hot drop, and now they're in the final circle.
Oh!
Isn't that great?
It's almost like it was a good idea.
Who'd have thought? Who could have thought that not dying immediately would be a good idea? Orangutan trying to break out from their compound on the north side, but again, so open. 2 teams with broadside on you. I don't think you last that much longer here. A cop on that north edge. I feel like we're just waiting for him to go down here.
Oh, yeah.
And he falls.
Goodbye. And S2G finally starting to make some noise here in Erangel. But it's S2G versus Ida.
2 teams from Turkey.
यही एक हफ्ते की चिकन आ रहा है यार
S2G definitely have control of this circle.
Oh, yeah.
At the moment, Ida are completely penned in within their compound, and with this circle, they have to leave. There is no 2 ways about it.
Man.
They have to get out of there. The question is how you do it. The start needs to be a big pick.
The zone didn't touch the edge.
Oh my
मैं
goodness.
बता रहा हूँ यार किसी की तो बहुत गंदी
What a
नजर लगी
change up here. Kamikaze able to find a P90 and full level 3 gear. Oh man, that is just so good on the side of S2G. Gotta be careful though. He's gonna be hiding behind this tree. Cannot afford to get knocked, but they have full control of the circle. Ida have to move out. If you're Ida right now, you really just kind of start peeking and trying to find if you can get a good knock here.
And kills भी तो मैटर करते हैं ना ब्रो, वो भी तो नहीं थे यहाँ पे.
The laying out wide for S2G. They've left some trap for lost to be able to find the pickup, but Rita may be able to find something. The fact that there's only 1 knock set to Ida is not great for S2G, but finally in a second, there is finally an answer. And Emre charges in, but the ammo count is very, very low there, and they've already lost 2.
Trying to get this confirmation. He should be able to get at least 1. Yeah, he'll take that point. All right, well, that's a consolation prize. But S2G looking to make this happen unless Darkin gets a good shot here. He's only got 21 rounds left.
in the mini 14.
And Kamikaze's full level 3'd out. That's going to be a hard knock.
I mean, there's plenty of ammo left in the back pocket there.
Oh,
Kamikaze.
ouch, ouch.
Oh, what a lineup. Steps out a little bit too wide there. And Emre able to shut it down, but he's getting crunched in by the zone. Forced in, but S2G seemed like they had complete broadside here, but now we're in a 2 versus 2. Emre steps back into the blue. Baits Sulke out for the peak, but doesn't quite confirm. He's still down on his belly, though. Stands up, goes for the fight. Does take a lick back, but Sulke puts him down. A 1 versus 2. As Darkin spreads out wide, tries to sweep over towards the off angle.
चीज चेंज करके मार सकता है
Coming up close and personal. SUGOI with the DVS and nah, not today. This is our game to win. That's a big S2G chicken dinner.
S2G going God mode at the end there. Chokehold on the zone. Able
यार मैं बताऊं देखो मैं बताऊं एक चीज बताऊं मैं तुम लोग को
Middle. And you can see how well
the other feature that caused this.
The rematch. And no ship Red Force win as well. Wolf did lose a player early. Times the hot drop is good.
Terrible for him in
Did get a nice knock there and now
ए यहाँ पे पावर नॉक हुआ था ठीक है फ्लैश ने पावर को नॉक किया फिनिश निकाला यहाँ पे टीम फाइट निकाल लेती है ठीक है गॉड लाइक फाइट निकालती भी है और विन भी करती है ठीक है अबे यार बहन
but hey, you know what? To each their own. Sometimes you got and 4T turning things around. Now 14 times.
bit of cover and team west side you've got E-Arena with the P90 pops the reload there, gets the ammo back in control and the res
goes to the north side.
Yeah.
Like I just pick a point around the circle, I attach myself to that. See what we're gonna go for. Another hard shift is crazy, but it's a crazy fight unfolding for Godlike as they find one, try and trade it around the corner with Team Flash and Tops goes.
फाइट निकाली जीते S2G का चिकन हेलो इनादी वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम 4 फिनिशेस हो चुके हैं 3 बंदे ये हैं ठीक है सौम्या एडमिनो मान्या यहाँ पे ओवर कमेंट क्यों करते हैं लोग मतलब क्या रीजन था कि यार तुम्हारे पास इधर जोन है इधर से तुम्हें जोन इन करना चाहिए ना अगर जोन नहीं है तो आप लोग फाइट लेने के लिए क्यों जा रहे हो यार देखो भाई इन्होंने पहला मतलब जो इनका पहला थिंकिंग था वो ठीक था इन्होंने एडमिनो को उधर छोड़ा एंड फिर फाइट किए ये लोग
Finish 4 points on the side. Well, that's like good games. Take this knock
No.
take charge. Few good games is all it takes.
There's fewer and fewer matches though getting played.
इधर फाइट होगा दोबारा से
Take this fight with S2G, but it's not going super well for them as they haven't even been able to find that knock onto Hamzy. Down the hill, he was able to survive on a sliver of HP, gets the healing player, and Yasser is already Ulfany trying to
2G that we're holding this wizard raised up here. Well, but the pressure is imminent. Now comes Scarface. Scarface with a nice nade onto Joker.
मैप दिखाएंगे क्या लोगों की
zone, godlike.
एडमिनो को इधर कवर के लिए वो छोड़ के आए हैं कि भाई वो मार मोड़ देगा कवर मिल जाएगा ठीक है एक एंड से ये थिंकिंग अच्छी है कि ये दोनों पुश करें उधर एडमिनो मतलब स्प्रे अच्छा एडमिनो का वो निकाल लेगा किल देन भाई जिसको कवर के लिए रखा वो अगर नॉक हो जाए तो भाई मान्य इज द आईजीएल इसका ये होना चाहिए ना कि भाई 2 बंदे हैं सामने ऑलरेडी 4 हैं तो यार पहले थोड़ा सा जोन की तरफ ही चले जाओ क्यों उन वे तो आउट ऑफ जोन है S2G यहाँ पे आउट ऑफ जोन थी ये तो कमिट की ये तो सुसाइड हुआ ना एक तरीके से कमिटी की है लोग ये लोग आउट ऑफ जोन है
solo remaining for Nongshim.
Did they spot him?
A spiteful look in his eye, a glint, a gleam of malice, but it's spotted by
ये NS का लास्ट प्लेयर था वो मरता है दिखा तो रहे कार्टून फेस दिखा दो अपना दिखा तो रहे कार्टून वाला है दिखाएंगे फेस ये रहा एडमिनो यहाँ पर नॉक हो गया एडमिनो फिनिश भी हो जाएगा ठीक है
Now we're back.
Hey, they're more than alive. They're kind of thriving.
एडमिनो फिनिश हो चुका है तो यहाँ से फाइट लेने का मतलब ही नहीं है ब्रो भाई उनके पास रिच है यहाँ पे अगर बिल्कुल क्लोज फाइट लोगे तो आप लोग तो मरोगे ही वो 4 हैं आप थोड़ा एंगल क्रिएट कर सकते हो, आपके पास जोन का एडवांटेज है, आप जोन में जाओ, उनको जोन आने दो ना। स्पाइडर यार भाई ये कमिट था भाई, ये सुसाइड था, मैं बोलूंगा भाई।
Losing their backstop there as Mino goes down, and now playing on as two chunks being torn out of everyone as Teddy K continues to turn up the heat with that P90.
इधर सोम्य कुचला गया और लास्ट फिर मान्य भी भाई फट के मर जाता है।
That is huge. That's going to be from AK.
इनका ओजी देख ली परी। How was the OG? OG कैसे एमपी है?
They have been blasting on this western side in the thick of it. The fight seemingly wide, nearly breaches.
As he's going to go ahead and head into this next zone. Oh, getting shot up. Oh, that hurt.
I don't think he is.
And S2G said, no, sir, not today.
Not getting in here. Access denied. Hey, you know what's brilliant?
What's that?
Eda didn't hot drop, and now they're in the final circle.
Oh,
I don't know.
Great.
it's almost like it was a good
Let's go knock.
Who'd have thought? Who could have thought that?
यार वाई ब्रो, आपको तो कवर देना चाहिए ना, क्यों नीचे गए?
Not today.
Not getting in here.
वेट करना था।
Hey, you know what's brilliant?
दोनों प्लेयर नीचे क्यों आए एक ही टाइम पे? दोनों लोग हो गए वो।
Like it was a good idea.
Who'd have thought? Who could have thought
कोई
that
बात
dying
नहीं।
immediately would be a good idea? Orangutan trying to
Push,
break out from
bye.
there on the north side, but again, so open. Two teams with broadside on you. I don't think you last that much longer here. A cop on that north edge. I feel like we're just waiting for him to go down here.
Oh, yeah.
And he falls.
Goodbye at S2G.
Second place got Eda getting himself to second place finally, right? Can talk about that a bit later on, but it was godlike. There was also non.
क्या कर रही हैं टीम्स? What is this happening? देखो प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट 5 चाहिए बट किल ब्रो सिर्फ 3 लिटरली। गॉडलाइक का एक प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट आया या 5 भाई, ये पॉइंट्स नहीं, ये चलेंगे ही नहीं भाई। 8 और 5 पॉइंट्स, आप लोग को 10-12 किल करने के बाद चिकन चाहिए भाई। 20-15 30 के 2-3 मैचेस आएंगे ना भाई, तब जाके कुछ थोड़ा सा तुम्हें लगेगा कि हाँ कम एटलीस्ट 3 चिकन बैक टू बैक अगर आते हैं दोनों टीम के, और दोनों ही टीम मतलब 3 चिकन गॉडलाइक के आए और इतने में ओजी #2 एंड करे या #3 करे, एंड ऐसे ही ओजी के 3 चिकन आए और गॉडलाइक #2 या #3 करे तो कुछ हो सकता है। नहीं तो यार बहुत पीछे हो यार, आप पॉइंट्स में बहुत ज्यादा पीछे हो, लिटरली बहुत ज्यादा।
The clutch ability and also the decision making and the macro calls from IQ right now is insane. Also the opening fights and frags that IQ is doing. We obviously saw it on the rooftop just a
यार मैं क्या करूं,
I blinked. I think Max just kind of blinked and I was like, wow, that was the fastest.
थोड़ा बुरा लग रहा है,
but like it's insane the performance.
कोई बात नहीं रे, वेल प्लेड, अच्छा खेलो यार, नाइस ट्राई। ओवर कमिट मत करो रे, बिल्कुल भी मत करो।
Making, as you were just mentioning, Lace, the decision making from this squad is something that we keep kind of questioning, but they were able to just send it right away to Vitality without even thinking about it. They were like, one knock, let's do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good decision making overall. You get we're just
ये चैट रीड टाइम हो गया, चैट में लिखो अगर लिखनी है, मतलब लिखते हो यार, अगर क्या होता है अब लिखोगे तो मैं पढ़ पाऊंगा, रिप्लाई अच्छे से दे पाऊंगा।
We have the man advantage. Might as well send it and actually get that engagement. So yeah, IQ's just been spectacular, not just in terms of the eliminations he's able to get. We're just trading stuff right now still. But also in the terms of the opportunities he is able to create for the entirety of his team. And when an opportunity has been made, man, they just fully send it.
They do fully send it. Let's take a look. Actually, I want to see 4Thrive stats so far, because this team is one that has been picking it up so far today. They've been getting those eliminations. I want to see a little bit more placement points out of this squad, especially for this last match. IQ is not just Falag too, Blank, because that's one thing that we always talk about 4Thrives. Falag, who Saifa has been able to step it up to when we ended they're thinking about PMGO. T24 is that player that just really hasn't been performing that well. I'm hoping is going to start picking it up.
I mean, T24 has always been a really good player, right, overall, which has been nice to see. But you're right, Huzaifa putting a lot of work here. IQ, you were talking about clutch ability with the macro play as well on side. I mean, he's making some good calls right now. I think for this game, you're getting deeper and deeper into these matches is a really, really important thing for Thrives.
8-7 लोग देख रहे हो यार, चैट तो करो कम से कम.
I was going to just say, why have you got a heavier mic than to all of us?
चैट नहीं करोगे तो यार मेरे को कैसे पता चलेगा कौन कौन चैट में क्या देख रहे हो, क्या नहीं देख रहे हो, कौन देख ही रहा है, कौन नहीं देख रहा.
For every click, every clutch, every respawn, we were there. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
भाई कोई हाथ पे पकड़ा है क्या चैट करने में, जो लिखा भी नहीं जा रहा, चैट भी नहीं हो रही तुम लोग से.
But they've dropped in a new sub now in Shallow.
यही फायदा है भाई, इतना देख भी रहे हो जब चैट भी नहीं कर सकते तुम लोग.
Definitely slowed down in a big way. It is hurting them a lot. We're not seeing those snap decisions anymore.
Yeah, it's not even like that they're trying to do something a little bit different. It's now just their strategy is not working for it's insane to see. They're still making the same strategies, the rotates, but when going into a fight now, they seem to be losing it, which they're playing their same game, but it's not working out for them. So I'm seeing I'm picking up what you're putting down here.
Me too. And one team that's been picking it up, especially here in the last couple of games too, has been OG. OG has been able to step it up. We saw them finish in the top 4 situation right there. And we even saw them in Rondo being able to get eliminations too, switching it up a little bit more, using the Rondo since they're able to revive people, trying to be more aggressive, Max.
Yeah, I definitely didn't see the aggression we witnessed from them back in their respective group, right? It kind of fizzled out. They've been more passive from time to time. But no, here actually a really good 2-2 split, maintaining that high ground position up north and sending 2 players down. I understand the reasoning behind it, but at the end, pushing that compound is incredibly rough onto Ida as we check out all of the winning teams of today. But I do want to highlight here before we do wrap up this desk, man, Ida finally gave up the drop onto Nigma Galaxy. Oh my goodness, thank you so much.
It's good, right? You know, getting a second place off the back of that is cool. I was almost expecting them to clutch up there versus S2G because that is very typical Ida, is just to get all the way to an end game and then just have a really silly win at the end of it.
Yeah, Ida, sorry, I'm thinking about Fudia because I saw them being able to get that chicken dinner earlier in the day. But Ida, yes, I agree with both of you. I'm glad that they finally just stopped doing that hot drop and decided to change the mentality because they were in last place before they decided to make that change. One team that's currently not in last place and is wanting to challenge that first place is none other than Fudia, and I believe Kalara's got a chance to talk to them.
Hey guys, of course I am down here on the stage with Ayala as I have him after this great performance here throughout day number 2 of the finals. My first question here for Erangel is, sorry, Miramar even I should say, in the second Miramar. You guys had great space control to be able to eventually get yourself to that win. So talk to me about that late game and what threats you might face.
Queria perguntar como é que foi o jogo de Miramar para vocês, né? Ali no final, como é que vocês estavam se sentindo ali no late game?
अब तक 1 मिनट में भी डबल डिजिट में पॉइंट्स नहीं आए हमारी टीम में.
Esse jogo aí a gente começou perdendo o chifre, só que a gente não desistiu e continuou querendo. A gente jogou bem esse jogo mesmo estando em trio. Então a gente ganhou os morros, foi jogando juntos e a gente conseguiu ganhar a play.
So it was very nice play. We managed to get it through with 3 players, so it was really important for us. We made the right decisions, and we could get it.
Awesome. So let's talk about the Rondo for a moment, because that was great as well. You guys eventually entered into the silos, the urban area and things like that. And I thought you were going to be in a lot of trouble, but you actually looked amazing in that execution. So what were your concerns on Rondo? Who were you kind of looking out for, and how did you execute that?
A partida de Rondo também foi muito boa, né? Vocês entraram ali no silo e ficaram por ali. Parecia que ia dar ruim algumas horas, mas conseguiram sair muito bem. Quais eram as suas preocupações ali nessa queda e nessa partida? O que vocês estavam sentindo?
Nessa partida de Rondo, a gente começou bem, fazendo mais kills no começo, depois fomos pegando mais kills, só que a gente errou em algumas coisas no finalzinho que a gente depois da play conversou, então tomara que nas próximas plays a gente consiga ajeitar tudo para conseguir ganhar esse campeonato.
So it was a pretty nice match. We managed to get us some kills on the start and in the middle game, but by the end we did some mistakes, but after the game we talked, we solved those mistakes and we are better for the next ones.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much for joining me here, Ayala. That is it for us here down on the stage.
Thank you, Kalaris, and thank you, Ayala, as well, for that great answer. And yeah, for this team, I mean, they started off hot today. This last match, though, ended up being a big old donut. I think they'll be able to bounce back.
Ayala, you may have your driver's license back. I will bestow it upon you once more, because now the decisions to use the vehicle are working for you and not just going in there and seeing what sticks. But no, look, the elimination consistency from Furia is, you know, we always speak about it. They are a sort of an aggressive dominant team. But now, you heard it from them. They're taking it there. They are moving a little bit further in placement points, which is exciting to see, especially on the map where they they got their chicken dinner and the way that they were able to just wait. Sometimes they just get a little bit too happy aggressive and they're like, you know what, we're going to create our own play. However, the patience that they are showing now, especially Max, it's just working for them, and it's a great Furia look.
It really is. I mean, I kind of want to go a little bit deeper almost on Furia, in the sense that I was expecting Silence and Ayala to put up big numbers, which they still are on occasion, but I feel like Higot has really risen up the ranks in this tournament. He's gotten so many great plays. Sometimes where players will give him a lot of 1v1s, and you don't want to do that to Higot, because you will get those eliminations if you give them that slightest opportunity to fight back. But yeah, Higot is looking great, so literally the entirety of Furia has that potential to be in the top 10 players in this event.
But you got to remember, Igor, too, is a player that has won MVP in the past for Americas, too, when he ended up being in previous teams before joining Furia, right? So we know that he can definitely put up those points. We just want to see Silence even more. Silence, what's your pick for MVP? But let's take a look at the overall so we can see where some of these squads are currently sitting at, because I would love to see where Furia is currently at, with Arena still being in first place, the gap being there about 18 points.
पता भी तो चले चैट में कोई है, इसलिए मैं बकबक करूं। चुपचाप भी बैठ जाओ, फिर तो मैं साइलेंट से वो बन जाऊं ना। यूट्यूबर, आप लोग चुपचाप रहते हो, मैं भी चुपचाप रह लेता हूं। फिर बोलोगे बोल रहा हो रहे हो। ये बोल तो होगे ना, आप लोग बात करो तभी ना मैं कुछ रिप्लाई में कुछ बात करूंगा। मैं अपने आप से बकबक थोड़ी करता रहूंगा।
As soon as we start seeing Fury in those end games, we're looking really good. Nigma Galaxy still up there, Ulf looking fantastic. I mean, it's more consistent than anything. They haven't really been a big driver in these matches, but sitting at 67 points right now, I think they can push that a little bit further. But Aurora slowly slipping down these rankings now.
Yeah, Aurora is starting to be a bit of a red flag for me as well, Lace.
Yeah, it's a little disappointing to see. They're getting active and busy in sort of these mid games, but they're not sort of pushing it any further than that, and not sort of solidifying any eliminations. It's kind of like I feel like Aurora and especially Ulf, they're obviously doing well. They're not on that second page, but I kind of feel like they're just sliding by. Consistency's there. I would say Aurora has dropped more consistency than Ulf, for example, but I'm kind of just feeling like they're grazing by.
I mean, Aurora, actually, if you compare it, the placement points to the teams above them, they all got wins, right? 1 win, 2 wins. So actually, the placement points are not bad. It's just really the eliminations they're missing out on. Second page, though, teams
which is wild.
Yeah, starting to still linger down here. But keep in mind, Ida started the day with 2 points. Now they got 25. They're not in the bottom rank anymore.
Stop hyping them up. They've had one good game.
I got to praise them. They didn't hot drop, okay? So I don't want them to go back to it. Good job, Ida. Keep it up. Yeah,
it's like a kindergarten right now.
Ida fighting.
Good job. You used blue instead of red there.
You get a gold star. Yeah.
I mean, I want to see more Ida. I think Emre's a great player, but we have to be honest. We do have to be honest here about it, where it's not looking great. I'd like to see them push that a little bit further now going forward. But yeah, I do think they're a good team. I think they're a good team. It's just I want to see more out of them, and until then, I'm not going to be praising them for not hot dropping 3 times in a row.
I will. I'm still happy. So
I know you're a lovely guy compared to me.
Hey. By the way, I want to say I'm a little bit scared for Ulf, because they're in second place. They got the second place curse. They're SUG 2.0, right? PMGC last year. PMGO Season 1, they got second place, right? Just behind the likes of authorized and just above Furia. Second place and Ulf is not a great storyline. They're not friends, but they're still up there.
What was that about the nice guy thing? No. Look, I obviously on that second page just want to touch on Godlike. Their close range battles, amazing. But unfortunately, they're sort of hanging around that engagement too long. And these are sort of in the mid to late games where obviously smaller circle, more teams, third parties are happening. So they're not sort of leaving this engagement fast enough and making that decision to put themselves in a nice spot. However, yeah, their fights, close range, mid range, in buildings has been so good to watch. And whether it be the whole team or just two of them, they do have that firepower and strength, and they're holding on really well. So I do hope that, you know, after this engagement, they can move a little further in with their placement and just get those top fives.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. It is a great point there. Close range combat is really, really good. I think so far in the finals, S-Power has made the best play to date.
Yes.
His Longhouse fight was just, he was a weapon in that moment, or a deadly one at that. I mean, the Molotov through the door, I think the impressive thing about that, it doesn't look amazing in the moment, but the amount of times teams will just bank that Molotov off the doorway and it will just burn yourself out. He ends up finishing Vitality with that Molotov, so it's like a lot of...
ये क्या बता रहे हैं? अभी तो कुछ नहीं चल रहा है इस पे.
presence of mind in that the doubt right now. I still think they're trying to figure out the pressure on a main stage like this, and it's totally okay. And I think they should be proud of what they've done. I think it's nice to see two Indian orgs with like very different play styles as well. You know, learning the battlefield and actually doing fairly good in it. I think OG as well is starting to level up. Aru's getting those eliminations, but so is Atanki, and I think Atanki was a great player.
That was the biggest question mark for OG, right? Wondering when the other players were going to start showing up, not just Aru. And I'm with you with during the Godlike and that Molotov. In that moment, we were all hyped. We were like, yes, that was an amazing Molotov, because it stopped the other team from being able to just fully flush out the players that were not from him. But before we send it over to the next match, let's send it over to Kalaris and Neptira.
That's right, down on the stage here, of course, with Neptira, Goddess of the Sea, here as we have had 4 games down, 4 games to go. We're going to talk about some of the teams as well, Nep, as we had Furia, looking fantastic so far. Let's just ignore game 1 for a second. But other than that, looks really, really good throughout the day.
It has. I'm really, really excited to see what Furia is actually going to be doing moving forward into the next couple of games, because they are looking just so much better. Their synergy is on point. You can tell the communication is much better. You know, Ayala and Silence, again, in that Miramar, got to shout out them. They were looking very, very good. You know, just being able to play together and work around each other in a way that we were not seeing yesterday. So yeah, I am really excited with them. They're being very decisive as well, using zone, using other teams. So I do like that a lot for them.
Yeah, listening to Ayala just before in that interview, right, very clearly that they're able to shrug off any inconsistencies, shrug off any kind of challenges that do come their way, have a little conversation about it, and then be able to get right back on the horse again to be able to put themselves in a great spot. So I think I've particularly been impressed by the fact that Furia, when they basically fourth-partied that fight on the Miramar, just to clear out that west side was so pivotal to be getting that win.
Oh, it was, and it was such great knowledge of what the teams had to do, right? Not just worrying about their game, but also worrying about what the other teams, what their options were in that zone, right? You know, they were making sure that SUG couldn't come around to the south side. They were making sure Hora didn't push them either, that they were forced into each other. So really just narrowing everybody else's team, everybody else's options. And that is what I love in a team, is that team control, not worrying so much about themselves, but how do we make everybody else work for us?
Let's talk about one of the big names from the group stage, of course, 4 Thrives, that I know a lot of people are looking at and having big expectations of, and rightly so considering what we saw from them in the group stage.
Yeah, I really am hopeful for them because, yeah, again, similar to Furia, right? 4 Thrives had a rocky start to the finals, but what we're seeing from them, particularly in that last Erangel, is they're starting to do their splits over onto that west side. They're starting to split up, they're starting to spread out, they're starting to take up more space, have a little bit more presence, and to me, that tells me that they're feeling very confident now. They're starting to get that confidence back. For me, I want to see just a little bit more of snappy action coming in. They need to make those rotations a little bit quicker. They need to make those plays a little bit quicker. Those decision making, the timing has to be snappier for me, but otherwise it's just looking really much better.
There's been some good moments, but there is also the fact that this lobby has now leveled up even further. They were able to thrive in the group of death, no doubt about it, but it really has been quite the test here so far for them, especially when they find themselves in some of those split positions where, unfortunately, I kind of, again, like the Rondo situation, I think it's just a little too early to be there, and then eventually they get caved in on. Finally, let's talk about Flash.
Yes.
A team that had like big expectations as well coming in to this tournament as a whole. Not quite got their footing underneath them though. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree. I think I'm not sure what's happened, right? Because we did see them have, they never had a huge presence, I feel like, even in the group stage, right? They were never this massive frag team, but they always had this quiet dominance. They were always able to be in those end stages. They were always able to take home a few eliminations, even if it wasn't a podium win. And today and yesterday, there's not even that. There's nothing. They're playing very compact. They're playing very much by themselves. They're not really looking to other players. If players look at them, they're like, no, please don't do that. You know, it's just like, it's odd, and we're just nothing in them.
Is it because Max picked them to win?
Possibly. It is possible.
Yeah, possibly. Who just laughed in my ear? What was that? Was that our producer?
I think it was.
Even the producer knows about the Max Man curse. This is ridiculous.
Yeah,
but yeah.
Infamous.
I think in the group stage they had some good splits and stuff like that. But yeah, we've got to get a little bit more here in the finals. All right, it's time to get into our next game here. Game number 5 of the day here for PMWC Day 2 finals.
Thank you very much, Kalaris and Netura down on the stage, leading us into the not the final. There we go. Get ahead of myself. Goodness me. We're on to match number 9. We're on our middle billing of Erangel today, and we have one more match of it after this as well, as we are near enough crossing the halfway mark of our day after this one as well. Of course, this will be the 4th match that we played on our big bumper bonus day of 8 matches.
Let's get into
it. This Erangel is going to be a big one right here. We've already played 2 matches of Miramar. We had a Rondo, and now we are getting into our 2nd match of Erangel here. And it's going to be interesting to see just which team is going to come on top, because we're starting to see a little bit of differences here, right? We're starting to see some of the squads at the bottom show up. It's good to see EDA make some noise, and honestly, if they were going to start making a run, now's the time. So it's good to see that movement happen. There's still plenty of games. We've seen plenty of times teams, boom, right, get back-to-back chicken dinners. And let's see if now is going to be that opportune time for EDA, now that they're no longer hot-dropping Enigma Galaxy.
Maybe they're feeling themselves after that one.
Yeah.
They're just going to go back.
Oh, that worked.
Yeah. Or like, hang on a minute. We're quite good at this. We got late into that game. You know, let's go back on hot drop them, because we'll win now, right? Right? Don't think that's going to work out. Hopefully they stay away, but that might be good news for everybody who's facing Enigma Galaxy. We saw their 2-2 split out from Pachinki not really work out too well from them in that last game. The circle shifts were very, very dramatic. I think it's safe to say for the majority of the zones right up until the final one, where it started to get a little bit more sensible by that time. So many had already fallen victim to the circle on those shifts, on those rotates. It was pretty difficult to even get to that stage. Not many teams did. Plane path now sending down the east side of the mainland, going between Stout and Severny and heading over to Novo, so potentially difficult to get out towards Gatka. And you know, this is the sort of situation where I feel like EDA might just go back to Pachinki.
Oh, that would be a sight to see, that is for sure. But the planes in the air, the islands down below, Erangel's officially open for business. And oh man, if we see them go back to
last night कौन तरीके बताऊं?
they can't, but they gotta,
last night कौन सी टीम जा रही है?
be able to make those changes. They're able to push
मिरामार.
themselves
इसके बाद एक और Erangel होगा, उसके बाद 2 मिरामार हो
25
गए.
points on the board. If they get a good performance here, they absolutely can make a run for it. Well, let's see what happens. You got Vitality already out, heading towards Stalber. You got Aura going.
Oh, जी तो रोलोक जा रही है.
Crisis averted.
Yes,
They're going east.
They're going east. Good play. EDA making some adjustments.
Good like coaching की जाएगी क्या?
Going east. Okay, they're doing it. Okay, they're going for the Milton Peninsula, it seems. Going for a little bit of a split drop, sending Darken out, grabbing a vehicle to get on in and involved.
ये रोजोक और बोटियार इधर इनका clash हुआ क्या?
EDA going to Pachinki. Doesn't mean anyone else can't go, but I don't think anyone else has. So I was keeping track of that. That's a circle.
भाई जोड़ने को.
Plane path as well. Does a lot of work to push these teams close together. Sure, it has some of the military base in. It's just very, very unlikely. I would give it about maybe 10% likelihood that you're going over to that military base.
which is it's non-zero.
It's not zero.
It's not.
अबे तो ऐसे बोलना Day 2 का third match है. हाँ तो Day 2 का third match है ना ये बोला तो.
In about 5 minutes.
That's what I would do. Honestly, I'd probably make that time.
But आज के दिन में 8 matches होने थे ना तो उस हिसाब से देखा जाए तो 5th match हुआ ना.
Really early on, because with so much zone in the water, this is basically this is essentially like a circle 3 at this point. There's not very many great spots available. You're gonna have to get moving here pretty quickly, and you can also get moving inside the game and get yourself that Ninetales Fury. Oh guys, go ahead and get in there quick. The Uzumaki Naruto event, by far one of the best collabs PUBG Mobile has ever done. Still around. Don't miss out.
It's looking fresh. You saw, if you missed the show match earlier, make sure that once this stream is done, go back and check it out.
Yeah.
It was mighty fun, and of course we had to let Alpha 7 win something, even though they didn't make it to the finals. Sucks for them. They were able to take that title there. The Hokages over on their own.
Ah, the Hokages.
In their own right.
आगे का मीरामार Day 1 के थे ना. हाँ आगे के दोनों मीरामार वो Day 1 के थे.
I really like that.
Intro I've ever seen.
That was hot. That was hot.
Put that on the highlight reel.
Hell yeah, absolutely.
इन्हें Day 2 का third match है.
Galaxy going to be chasing down the truck, getting those supplies. Although, look like they're going to be doing so with very minimal weaponry there. Haven't been able to quite disable it before it leaves the city.
भाई drop gun भी देता है कभी-कभी.
Where's the weaponry? Come on. Shooting it as it leaves. They're dropping 1 or 2 more crates out. Finally, it's on fire. So a little bit slow to get this one dealt with. But finally, they find some weaponry they can use to pepper the back of the doors there. And they draw it too close. So they'll be able to leverage that. Zones still looking very dramatic on the southwest side. Nobody quite on the road, but 4 Thrives went to Primorsk very early, which means that they will have the pick of the litter when it comes to taking position into this next zone. The question for me is where do you go at this point when you know that everybody's going to be flooding out this way?
कुछ अच्छा नहीं हो रहा है मैच में और कितना देर.
Potentially some of the compounds to the east mouth.
इसके बाद 3 matches और हैं.
Away from there can be difficult as well. And the reason I'm going for that is because I feel like I would want something that's at least on the south side, just in case it goes to military.
Yeah, I would take the hill above Ferry Pier. I think that's the strongest spot.
Yeah.
I mean, because you're right, that zone could, for some reason, it's been crazy today, right? It could yoink all the way back to Millie, and you have at least a decent spot to be able to get there pretty quickly. And then plus, if the zone does go in almost any other direction, you have that sight line of that field that's right above you. So you can get a lot of work done from that position. I wonder which team is going to decide to take it early. 4 Thrives heading into Primorsk so quickly, though, I think is an excellent decision, because if some reason that zone does go to Millie, with Primorsk secured, they should be able to at least find some boats and make a crazy rotation on in. So it's not a bad idea.
Enigma Galaxy getting out nice and quickly. Nongshim Red Force as well, moving in a little bit further south of this.
Wow.
They will start to line the hills just north of Ferry Pier. It's like they are the first 2 teams to really make that break for it outside of their looting phase. And I'm expecting a response from 4 Thrives fairly soon, but so far hasn't really come on through. Ralph able to get a lot more scouting done than maybe he would have expected to. But they managed to sequester themselves towards this zone, which is, I think, going to play very well for them, just northwest of Ferry Pier.
For sure.
बस इस तरीके से ये समझ रूम चल रहा है, इंटरनेशनल लॉबी चल रही है बस.
One good game we could definitely see a team
even
like all the way down 12th place jump up really quickly. E-Arena have started to create a little bit of a point differential, though, in between first and second. Actually, I wouldn't even say it's a little one. It's a pretty big one here. It's 18 points between first and second. So E-Arena are going to continue to want to press that on there. At a certain point, though, John, especially if we see E-Arena like pop off in this game, I think the lobby is going to have to start taking notice of it, right? If you want to be able to slow them down from making that point threshold so high,
next to make
I think if you realize it's E-Arena by getting at least 1 elimination on them, you may want to put a little extra urgency on trying to take them out.
Maybe, but then again, if you do that,
अगर तेरे बच्चे e-sport में पहुंचने से पहले तुझे भी तो समझदार होना चाहिए ना.
Like if E-Arena are that far ahead already to be into the situation where it might be an idea to do that, I feel like you're already running into the situation where you're just trying to
India
get
के लिए
up
खेलोगे?
as many ladder points as you can, right? You're trying to just step up,
नहीं भैया
get
के
from
बालक
6th to
खेलेंगे
4th, something like that. Go for those
मेरे
jumps.
भतीजे
I feel like that's the sort of stuff you're looking to do.
ना
Maybe
ना
if you're at the bottom
जापान
of the
के
tables,
लिए
you could, but even then, laddering up is still very, very valuable. So I feel like
फिर तो दिखोगे ही नहीं क्राइटेक्स नहीं आप ब्लर हो जाओगे
150, second place is on 120, third place is on like 90, even lower. That maybe then the second place team could try and hot drop and go for something like that if you have that sort of advantage with not too many more games left to play. But outside of that very specific scenario, I feel like targeting E-Arena, I mean, given the form that they're on, probably just generally a bad idea.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna. I think hot dropping in general of them is just terrible, no matter what the situation is. I just think that if you just somehow can see them, like for example in the feed, you hear the shots.
Sure.
Maybe you do a little extra to try and take them out. As Godlike starting to make some noise with the run over. No fear getting taken out, but Sleepy.
बहुत बढ़िया.
We thought he was gonna get the third.
Last player है.
Godlike was right there to support his
बहुत बढ़िया.
teammate.
रिवाइव उठा दो ए कोई भी नहीं जाना चाहिए ना पावर ना एडमिनो जिगल बचा हुआ है लास्ट जिगल आया नेट पे
the Elam feed lighting up as well. Manya
looking for
the nades. Good bounce. Fine Sky on the flush. Will E-Arena be here on time? And Tiamba are going to join in.
ये रिवाइव हो रहा है नो फियर उठ गया मान्य मार चल चल गणपति बहुत बढ़िया हो रहा जा ही रे 1v4 में जीत गई गॉडलाइक बहुत बढ़िया ये त्यानबा भी आगे मार की गिरगिरी भाई ये गलत है एडमिनो हिलियो मत मान्य नॉक मान्य फिनिश फक I think एडमिनो हिलियो मत भाई एडमिनो को गिव अप नहीं देना था यार वेट करता थोड़ा
wanted to maybe think about it, but they were too spread out on the western side, and so couldn't get involved. But Tiamba promptly shifted back over towards the bridge. Very Pier.
देशद्रोही भैया इंडिपेंडेंस डे के दिन वही तो ना सिखाऊंगा मैं इंटरनेट से डाउनलोड कर लूंगा सब सिखाया वाला.
That's unhealthy. That's not a good engine.
Here we go. Yeah, that does sound like that head gasket's in trouble here as Huzaifa is pushing up on closer to Furia. Oh, hops in the vehicle, hops back in, and now
Critex को बच्चा करना है.
Position. Ayala.
भाई डाउनलोड नहीं करनी है.
Down against Four Thrives. It's a party at the beach. Very Pier is jam.
जो सिखाया इंटरनेट से ढालेगा.
Get your tanning oil on.
It's
going to get toasty very, very quickly as teams crunch on in.
NS versus OG 4v4 है. OG जीत गई ना मजा आ जाएगा भेंडी. उनको 4v4 में NS को बोलते हैं कि कोई नहीं हरा सकता. इम्पॉसिबल करते हैं 4v4 में. इजी खेलो रे चिकन निकालना है.
They're getting mighty close.
Abe behen.
Gets that opening knock. Nongshim, are they going to press this? Looks like they
are. गलत निकल गया आतंकी का.
Nongshim Red Force versus
दोनों
and OG are getting picked apart here.
बिस्कोट ने नॉक दिया बिनको. बहुत बढ़िया. एक रिवाइव उठा सकता है क्या आरू?
I mean a good answer over towards
बहुत बढ़िया.
That knock over there is going well.
Power ने try किया एक आधा finish.
I believe that went over to Four Thrives over in Ferry Pier as well.
आरू आया रे. आरू revive उठा रहा.
He's gonna get him.
Oh, hang on a minute.
वही तो ना. अबे power.
The other side saying, we need some of these eliminations.
Just a cop left.
पावर किल निकाल के गया रे. किल निकाला पावर एंड चला गया. I think निकल गया.
See ya.
Sends back. There are only two players staying there for too long would diminish the power of the position that Salme was holding. Allow Tiamba in for the north. They needed to reinforce that. So the fact that they're able to extract
got like with 6 finishes, bro.
Unleash let loose
Nice,
some pressure from that south side as well is excellent stuff. So he knows he needs to be prompt on that. The circle goes back over
OG के
the
साथ
main
गलत हो
land.
गया ये
So
थोड़ा.
we are confirming over there. Tiamba
Tiamba
trying to
भी आया.
leapfrog that godlike position.
OG पे
Looks
push
like it's
मारेगा
going
क्या?
well for now. Ida as well trying to send in from
निकल
the
गई.
northeast
Tiamba
side.
निकल गई.
Get
रुका है?
S2G over there by the Blues. They're going to have to come down
निकल
the
गया,
hill
निकल गया.
and find a way in. The things that's all
निकल
open
गया.
field.
Power
there. You
और
got
सौम्य होल्ड
Vitality
करके
holding
बैठे हैं
north
इधर.
side of the circle. You got
सेंटर
one
होल्ड है,
player for
विटेलिटी
SUGOI,
पुश मार
Kamikaze.
सकता
He's
है.
going to be trying to get some angles here to see if he can find at least a next position for his team.
ये
But Fairy Pier.
अगर मैं बोलूं मतलब एक कॉल दूं तो अकॉर्डिंग टू मी
Nice shot there and pick on the Solus.
Yeah, I mean, there's a complete broadside there.
भाई
No
मैं
way
यही
home
कहूंगा.
from that one. In the meantime, Nongshim Red Force
ये OG निकल जाओ वहाँ से. अच्छी पोजी नहीं है वो.
pokes his nose in. And will not like what he smells. A little bit too much cordite there in the nostrils, and Emre does get flushed away. Nongshim Red Force hold their position on the east side of that ridge line that sits wooded and covered. They're playing on those bunkers as well. A really nice defensible position. Look at the teams out on the east side as well. You've got Ida, Flash, Aurora, Furia, all of them sort of holding each other at bay right now. So Nongshim Red Force feeling very safe and secure for the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, next 3 minutes is going to work out for them, but then things are going to really start heating up here. On the north side, you got S2G now starting to press very, very close to Team Vitality. Yep, Razek just saw him, and they're going to be on the move here, possibly trying to avoid this fight, get a more solidified position in this circle. Kamikaze just keeping an eye on the side of Vitality for now. This is still super early here, folks. This is only stage 3, but we've just seen so much action through the chaos of that first circle placement.
Yeah, it was really hard to navigate towards it. A lot of damage inflicted, and yeah, with Aura going down as well. We're down to 15 teams.
ये आपस में एक दूसरे के ऊपर जा रहे हैं भाई. ये पैसे ऊपर नहीं जा रहे भाई. पहले godlike 13 पे थी, OG 14 पे थी, अब godlike 14 पे है, OG 13 पे है.
Positions as their duos, which is kind of their saving grace.
इनकी बैटल आपस में चल रहा है, मेरे को लग रहा है कि कौन godlike ऊपर रहता है कि OG ऊपर रहता है.
Holding around that quarry, they've left Schweppes actually onto the Primorsk Hill.
अभी फिलहाल तो ULA सबसे ऊपर है भाई, नीचे से ना.
But they're kind of keeping out of it for now. They're kind of chilling on the west side. So for Arena, we're still waiting to see what they've done for the rest of this game.
Shit,
because their path forwards may lead them to clash with Vitality or with Godlike.
Arena 85 points. Literally.
Down in Ferry Pier, just getting some sight lines, getting some.
और अगर ये 12 मैचेस वाला गेम होता ना भाई, अभी तक तो चल गया था पता कि मैं बाहर है. चलो. हो गया.
Gaming. Let's see where this next zone's going to go though. That's when the fight's really going to get started.
Final खत्म.
Is going to eat a little bit of blue damage. He's keeping an eye on Flash. Oh, yeah, he's trying to play this quietly, hoping that he comes in this direction, but instead goes in the opposite. Next circle does pop on over, and it is heavily to the east side.
I mean, this is good for Nongshim Red Force, right, on their position. We were talking about that before. The fights on the east side will need to conclude. Tiamba sending in a might challenge on Orangutan's position, but it's fairly open on those hills. Going to be very difficult to hold. Fortunately, there's not too many around. Nongshim spot a player from Flash as they try to taking a chunk out to Tiamba. Now look at it overwhelmed, but they've lost
AK OP ने knock दिया Tiamba को.
Try to hold it down, but will not.
And Aru knock finish. AK OP भी गया.
Feeling shallow now.
OG eliminate हो गया इस मैच से. अबे एक दूसरे को मारेंगे तो कैसे ऊपर जाएंगे?
He's going to be able to get that for sure. On over to Ferry Pier, Enigma Galaxy are set up. They're going to have to push into this next zone as well. Circle is
close. नहीं मारेंगे तो eliminate हो जाएंगे ना, अगर वो team up करके नहीं खेल सकते ना वो लोग.
Damage here. Let's see what Enigma Galaxy decides to do. It looks like they're going to be most likely prioritizing the shoreline. That's why they're applying so much pressure.
S-Power को थोड़ी पता था कि उधर बनते हैं. S-Power ने तो बस ऐसी random नेट किया तो उसको 2 किल मिले, बट उसने आलू को भी नॉक किया था. उसके पास चांस था कि वो एक ओपी को भी फिनिश कर सकता था. बट वो पावर थोड़ा सा सोचा कि यार नहीं यार अपनी टीम है तो निकल गया. और फाइट नहीं ली उसने. बस 2 किल मिले तो सेफ हो गया. I think so. मेरे को ऐसा लगता है.
Hold that west side. I mean, for Fourth Rives, a little bit
इसी वजह से उसने AKOP को नहीं मारा क्योंकि भाई सिर्फ 1v1 था रे पावर का इजी जीत जाता है AKOP से पावर थोड़ा प्रेशर में रहता है AKOP की लास्ट में ही बचा हुआ हूँ और आरो भी नॉक के रिवाइव भी देना है तो ऐसे माइंड में रहता है ना
Both only have 3 players, so with 3 squads surrounding them. Luckily, they are in the zone, so they aren't super under the impetus to move, but they may want to.
Yeah, now we're looking over here. Right now, so many points on the board. Nice looking to make that and push it even further beyond. Team Vitality looking to make some noise on the north side.
थोड़ा पावर तभी जाएगा जब देखा जाएगा कि भाई चिकन
most likely going to push north, and if it does, that is wide open field. Which S2G
यहाँ से पावर और ये 2-3 स्क्वाड को निपटा दे और चिकन आ जाए मजा आ जाएगा भाई गुड लाइक का ये ना जाए एक करके जाओ रे उन पे हाँ एक करके जाओ मरो सालो मार बैंडी नेड मार सा 2v4 है बहुत बढ़िया सौम्य मार साले पे नेड मोली फेंक दिया नेड पे मार तेरा पहले बहुत बढ़िया वापस जा कवर बहुत बढ़िया पावर में किल किया ये पावर सीट है
hiding somewhere else in the building there. Will not find that fight. So for E-Arena to lose a player here,
भाई पावर बहुत सेक्सी लगा बेटा साला नीड ही नहीं आ सकता उधर लेटा पड़ा है चुपचाप एंड विजिलिटी ऊपर से हो रहा है
just go on over huge zone here for Tianba and Nongshim Red Force. That very pure heal is just so
बहुत बढ़िया रे सौम्य बहुत बढ़िया किल सेव किया बहुत अच्छा
as well. I mean, it may be a struggle to fend off all the teams in Ferry Pier, but once they're there, they have a fairly isolated area. Survive quite deep into this match, but
दो इंडियन टीम है
over to the hills can be very, very difficult.
दो इंडिया की टीम है एक ही लॉबी में इसके लिए भी कुछ हाँ तो वो आपस में वो टीम अप नहीं कर सकते ना समझे तो ये अनफेयर हो जाएगा अगर वो आपस में टीम अप करके खेले तो
those teams that were playing on the edge position. Yeah, Team Vitality, you're just kind of waiting to hopefully have these teams in the middle start fighting so they can get a free rotation onto this next circle without too many eyes looking at them. But it's going to be a tough rotation. Yeah, Razy is going to be driving right.
ये दिखाओ रे उधर दिखाओ
Pretty jam-packed down there.
उधर कुछ तो हो रहा है
No bueno. It is no bueno out in that open area. Enigma Galaxy finding the back tail of Al-Ula and able to drag that one back. Claws does fall. As the Arena is still trying to dislodge Godlike. There's Power with the shotgun, tries to find one. But not before up to Salme. Has got an aid cooking. Still with the pin pull, drops it down, nearly finds it. As Schweppes tries to move up to support Turney K and get that res. S-Power falls and Salme has Mormon now.
1v2 है सौम्य निकाल ले
in with that shotgun and Mormon has to back up.
S-Power had that. It was such a fortunate nade there. Samway has the right-hand priority. That's what he needs. Catches it on the Mormon and gets great teamwork there from Schweppes to get the nice 1v2.
Enigma Galaxy could potentially roll out and try and third party that, but in the meantime, Vitality crashing up on towards Tianba's position.
थोड़ा disadvantage था बाकी अच्छा खेले रे
out to the east as Vitality have taken a knock out to their western point. They are still 4 players alive, but E-Arena are rolling out now. They can turn their attention that way. Steps onto a landmine.
Maybe, but इसका कोई दिक्कत से लेना देना नहीं है हम लोग को बस ये है ना यार वो जो कल सीन हुआ है ना वो थोड़ा सा जब टीम को स्टार्ट अच्छा नहीं मिलता ना तो थोड़ा सा तो कहीं ना कहीं कॉन्फिडेंस लैक करता है कल वो थोड़ा सा इशू है ना उसकी वजह से आज भी थोड़ा इनको हो रहा होगा क्योंकि एक दिन में तबीयत ठीक नहीं होती
And this is looking like an absolute battlefield. Tons of nades going down and down goes Vitality. S2G joining
I
the
don't
battle.
know
2 eliminations to their name
क्या
so
सीन चल
far.
रहा हम लोग का,
And with that fight, all that
बट
commotion
जो हो रहा वो
happening, it
बहुत
allowed them
गलत
to
हो
be
रहा
able
है,
to
बहुत
get
ज्यादा
a
गलत हो
more
रहा,
solidified position in this circle.
बहुत ज्यादा
Great
जल्दी
timing
टीम अपनी
from
मर
the
जा
side
रही
of
है।
SUG. E-Arena are like, hey, I
5
don't
पॉइंट
care about
8
the
पॉइंट
timing.
7
We're
पॉइंट
just
ऐसे
gonna
ले जा
push
रहे
it
भाई,
up
अभी तक
and
10
hit
प्लस
some
10
crazy
12 13
shots
15 ऐसे कोई
and
भी
put
पॉइंट
everybody
लेके
on
नहीं रही है
notice.
टीम।
2 teams crashing onto the
और ये 9th मैच था, 9 मैच हो चुके हैं और 9 ही रहते हैं, आधे मैच का स्कोर है ये, मतलब आधा फाइनल हो चुका है अब तक।
They push past the 90-point barrier now, Jukes.
Wow.
It is a great result so far. 10 teams remain, but they're on the outside of the circle, and Enigma Galaxy are going to cause problems. They've seen what's happened, and they think, no, this can't stand. No, order, and they find, well, actually it's S2G who find a shot onto Schweppes on the back line.
Stop that, said Enigma Galaxy, and honestly, the whole lobby needs to start really worrying about E-Arena here, because the White Rabbits are starting to run away with this thing. Remember, $500,000 for first place, $250,000 for second. That's a big difference here, folks. Now we're going to see Enigma Galaxy. They got that knock. E-Arena are outside of the circle. Tianba will be gatekeeping, and this is kind of a perfect situation for the lobby. Nongshim Red Force, though, gets super blessed in the zone. They are dead center. It is really their game to take advantage of here.
And they're really hoping that E-Arena go down fairly soon, because then they can put a massive dent in the gap between these two squads. E-Arena, though, currently focused on Tianba and Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy find another knock, sending it over towards Schweppes, and I don't think this is going to be resible. Mormon and Turney K now having to keep it together. On top of the 5 elims they found already, and Lost might have an angle on it as well, suppressing that angle, but Mormon goes down, can't hold face against Enigma Galaxy, and no knocks are sent their way either. Mormon gets flushed away as Schweppes does get back up. Meanwhile, over in Ferry Pier, Aurora, Alula, and Ulf all coming into the fight. It is getting chaotic down there. It's getting messy as well. Turney K, the last stand for E-Arena, and then Enigma Galaxy have to push into Tianba. And nobody's happy in Ferry Pier either. It has been non-stop action for the last 7 minutes.
Fight after fight after fight. These zones making things so difficult. And yes, Enigma Galaxy are now on the push. They want to be able to finish E-Arena out completely. They don't want them getting any more points. And I believe, yes, with that nade, that's gonna do it. E-Arena finally taken out. But they still put points on the boards here, John. So it's like no matter what the situation, they are constantly moving that needle further and further and further.
Absolutely, but
for
Nongshim Red Force, this is a beautiful position. They were able to do a lot of damage to Furia, leaving them on 1 player alive. Flash are going to crunch in behind it. Potential to pick up points there. Aurora are going to have to lead into the sidelines of Nongshim Red Force. There is a big healing potential game here.
Position भी निकालती है,
because they
क्या
are in the driver's
चाहिए?
seat here, and they need to keep control.
All these teams need it. They all need this shit container and all the eliminations.
Furia eliminate.
Furia gone. Nongshim Red Force.
NS ऊपर आ गई।
SUGOI with 5
भाई
eliminations.
90 पॉइंट भाई, देख रहे हो?
He's got the shotgun, but the suppressive fire from too many angles, making things difficult. Nongshim Red Force are still here though, but here's Bose from Team Flash. This nade could be big. Can he thread the needle through the window?
No.
Oh, so close.
Not quite on the first. Has another opportunity. S2G as well.
Second
Launches
chance.
another one. Don't think that one. Oh, no way. I didn't think that one went through,
Flash.
but it did. And down
अच्छा नेट था ब्रो, लिटरली मस्त नेट था, माँ की किरकिरी उधर नहीं है ब्रो कोई भी।
But they underestimated the chaos on the eastern side, and they've let slip the strongest spot in the circle, and they will leave it all up to so easy. A real big opportunity for them to
NGX
put a
के
massive
4
chunk
हैं,
on the
SUG
table.
के 4
They
हैं,
still do very well.
अरोरा के 4 हैं, Tianba के 3 हैं, फ्लैश का 1 है, NS का 1 है।
Squeezed out of them.
You're so right. I mean, they put some good solid
क्या
points
पता
on the
क्या
board,
हो
but
रहा
it
है,
could
वही
have
ना,
been a
क्या ही
whole
पता
lot
क्या ही
more,
हो रहा है,
that's for
पर
sure.
कुछ ऐसे
Let's
कर
see who can
सकता
take
है।
advantage of these missteps. Enigma Galaxy are still here. 4 eliminations. Aurora with 5. Big win here could put them all the way up to second place very, very easily. Tianba right there close as well. Team Flash, yeah, with that last player Bose, just trying to soak
भाई
up anything
एक
for his
चिकन
team
आ
at
जाए
this
ना,
point.
एक
Next
चिकन
circle does go and up, and it is
भाई
going to be
प्रेशर से
down to that
रिलीफ मिल जाएगा भाई,
southwest side.
कॉन्फिडेंट हो जाएंगे अपने
Galaxy
लौंडे।
barely have a position here, but this is all open field. It's time to hit the deck and hit some
भाई
shots.
दोनों टीम के 34 हैं यार पॉइंट।
Sides, he goes down.
He was waiting to take a shot over towards Tianba as well, but S2G take their turn.
इससे तो यार ओजी के जो किल थे वो गॉड लाइक को ही मिल जाने चाहिए थे, एटलीस्ट 36 होते गॉड लाइक के। ले भैया ध्यान दो, 1v1 है, 1v1 है, कामिकाज़े निकल गया। औरोरा पुश मार सकती है भाई, 3 हो गए रे, कामिकाज़े के 3 हो गए। ये वो रिवाइव उठा देगा रे लास्ट।
Looking to shut things down, getting up close and personal, but it's Coops on fire, literally now.
SUG के दोनों बंदे उठ गए और दोनों और उठ जाएंगे। NGX यहाँ पर वाइप हो गई है।
And now Aurora ramp up the heat, turning up the thermostat on the lobby. But in the meantime, S2G, they may just get themselves back up to 4 players alive here, Jukes, which is kind of crazy. Given the chaos they're just on.
भाई लास्ट कामिकाज़े बचा था, तीनों नॉक थे।
They were taken down just about.
और अब तीनों ही चारों हो गए।
Nongshim Red Force still alive, by the way, with their solo player up and into 3rd place guaranteed.
बस और क्या चाहिए?
They might like to be, given what the position that they held, but they'll take it.
Huge game. Honestly, it's so easy to play this quietly. He can disrupt this pretty big time. But you can see S2G, they get the full reset, and we get to see them bust out the welding gun as well. So they're going to have their vehicle all set up. As far as when it comes to zone control, though, it's all Aurora. They have this entire zone locked down.
Top 9 तक की टीम बहुत सही है।
They had this advantage before.
भाई वो टीम ऐसी है कि जिस दिन का चिकन आता रहेगा वो टीम ऊपर आती रहेगी। बट इंडिया अभी 2-3 चिकन पीछे है। इतने पॉइंट्स पीछे खेल रही है वो।
On the ferry, but lost, gets spotted. That is Nongshim Red Force's solo, striking out wide. The point gets
India 34 पॉइंट पे है, एंड जो टॉप 1 पे है वो 90 पॉइंट्स पे है। देख रहे हो आप लोग, 56 पॉइंट का गैप।
Unless a nade lands on Top's head, launches it forward.
Minimum 3 chicken and 26 kills 3 मैच में। तब जाके थोड़ा कुछ हो सकता है भाई।
Aurora can really sequester themselves into this angle. Doesn't spot the nade, goes boom right next to his ear, but doesn't quite burst the drum.
That was a prediction nade, though. He knew that he was going to run up, so he threw it ahead of him and got some really good damage on the So Easy. But he is able to get away for now. Here he goes, though. Here comes some more util from the side of Aurora.
They've lost him.
They're spending a lot of time focusing on this one player of Nongshim Red Force who is refusing to go down.
Right in front of them, Top steps up, nearly goes down again. They're having real trouble here, and S2G not really having an impact so far. The zone's starting to close all the way, and So Easy just about holding on. But dear life, as Reaper steps into the fight, the DBS in hand, not quite enough, and down they go. Now S2G up on the chopping block, looking to try and do something. The nade is big, and the next one is big.
Aurora का चिकन आ गया, मेरे को लग रहा है। चिकन है, Aurora का चिकन है भाई। Aurora का चिकन है भाई।
And it blasts his belly open. Aurora swing out from Ferry Pier and find a chicken dinner.
And it's about time. Aurora clutching it up. They wanted that chicken dinner earlier, weren't able to get it, but in this one, they get that secure. So Aurora showing
Team India के point table
consistency when it comes to Aaron Gale here in day number 2.
Team India के points total भी कर दे तो भी number उनके बराबर नहीं है। 34, 34, 68 भाई। कहीं भी stand नहीं करती है फिलहाल अगर देखा जाए।
They're a team that needs to ramp up in pace. They do need a little bit of time to get into gear.
दोनों टीम थोड़ा-थोड़ा
maybe they are going to be able to find that ramp up over the next.
भाई S2G देख रहे हो भाई, लास्ट मैच में चिकन था, इस मैच में स्टेक 2 ले गई। भाई किल्स भी हैं, स्टेक 2 भी है, बस पोजीशन निकाल दी है। और क्या चाहिए वे? बट अपनी टीम बहुत जल्दी खत्म हो जा रही है, या तो भाई ये लोग साथ नहीं खेल रहे, स्प्रेड हो रहे हैं, कुछ तो दिक्कत आ रहा है भाई। टॉप ये या तो टॉप को लव कर ले या फिर डॉग को कर ले, तू बदलती रहती है। ये तो वो है डॉग, डीयू के डीओ के
that
DOK,
is it.
DOK.
We will crown some
Duh.
champions. So
Duh.
the arena's job today is to just set that threshold as high as possible, and they're doing a dang good
Pure.
job of it.
They are, but even in that match, like a lot of the teams towards the top side of those tables were able to put up some decent games,
That's
right?
true.
You had Ulf, who was staying in fairly late, S2G, fairly deep into that one, Noxian Red Force. Maybe could have got a little bit deeper if they hadn't gone for that push-up, but still getting into third place into that match was really, really great for them. A lot of teams putting up some big numbers, and sure, they put up 5, and I do praise teams for being able to do that sort of thing, but everybody is on the hunt. Everybody's hounding them down. So for Arena, it might be okay, but you can't have a tortoise and a hare situation. You need to keep the pace up. You cannot let sleeping dogs lie, because they will find you and they will take you out of that top spot. It's all to play for. One more Erangel today. As before we move on to our final set of Miramars, don't go anywhere.
For every click, every clutch, every respawn, we were there. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible. For every click, every clutch, every respawn, we were there. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
It is time to introduce our team.
Obviously, I'm here to support Godlike Esports. This is one region that was, never considered to be very aggressive in general. But with Godlike Esports, the thinking has changed, and these guys have shown the character. Watching them perform on the biggest stage, I think it's a pride, a moment of pride and honor for us.
The team is like a very celebrated team in India. Like, it has a huge fan base, amazing lineups, amazing achievements.
Godlike got that nice nade off the top side from Adamino. It'll be a great start for Godlike. Jukes get some early energy into today's games. Oh boy!
Wow, throwing that nade up the stairs, catching him off. That's the series holding those angles. He's doing those tight peaks. He's been throwing heat-seeking missiles all game long and opening the fight for his team. A full 4v4. S2G tried to catch a couple of their players off guard.
You can't stop S-Power, and you cannot silence Godlike in this moment. Adamino for the closing play as Godlike take this chicken dinner with ease!
The most memorable event has to be the map of Rondo, where Godlike came up with 30 points. As everyone, used to call our region as not so aggressive or passive, and a lot of things like that. But again, Godlike Esports proved with their firepower and with their composure that we do have that firepower. We can also go for, big games.
It was like a very unexpected turns of event that we qualified for grand finals. Like, I don't think anyone in India or anyone in our team must have imagined us playing our first international tournament and straight up qualifying for grand finals. So when that moment happened, we all went crazy. Like, all of us, the Godlike family, everyone in India, we were all celebrating, and honestly, I will never forget that.
The fans over here, the love for the game, it has been amazing, and we are having a great time over here till now. Yeah, I always had this dream to go and visit the Eiffel Tower, and it was a dream come true moment for me.
Aurora getting a chicken dinner, but before we break down that match, we wanted to get a club championship update, and I'm joined by none other than Glitter Explosion. Some of you guys know her as Senorita Glitter. Tell us what's going on with the club championship.
All right, we're just gonna do a quick update here because we've got some seriously cool stuff going on in chess. Obviously, grand finals here today. Third, fourth decider match also happened. That was between two Falcons players for third and fourth place, so it didn't matter who won. They were getting those third place points regardless. But now the finals are going on between Magnus Carlsen and Dennis Lazovic, which means AGAL have guaranteed themselves second place bare minimum. Liquid could get the win if Magnus is able to do it, but either way, that keeps AGAL at the top of our leaderboard by 500 points. Now, it looks big right now, but over at the STC Arena, Falcons are still in the discussion. They're in quarterfinals. They will be facing off against Twisted Minds later on today, and if they're able to win, that's going to be another chunk of points in the favor of Falcons. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
It will be interesting, especially because Aurora just got a win here. They want to be in the top 8 because they want to get those points as well. Before I let you go, any team that has surprised you today?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm loving the bounce back right now out of Godlike. They put some serious elims up on the board, so shout out to Godlike.
Hey, right on. Thanks. Actually, spot on. Thanks, Glitter. You can go back and just keep on looking for updates, okay? I want to see what else is going on with the other club championships, and I want to see what else is going on here at PMWC at EWC 26 because some of these squads, especially Aurora Max, getting that chicken dinner. But before we even do that, let's talk about the PMWC Lucky Spin. Available now. You can check out the Electron Energy set, the Proton Power set, and also that Alien Fusion Grossa, which I want. And I'm still trying to get, and I'm going to continue to try to get. So make sure you guys check that out. This was co-created with PvP creator Nana. Make sure you log into PUBG Mobile, get that lucky spin before it goes away to get your PMWC swag. But now, Aurora, yes, that's right. Look at this man. This man is absolutely ready. He's been cheering for Aurora for the longest time. But Max, we got a chance to see them play that so well too, and just pretty much like a boa constrictor, just squishing everybody in.
Oh, yeah, like a snake. Well, they weren't really snaking in, actually. They were just dominating and eliminating everyone. But, like, finally, no throw from Aurora Neptura.
Yeah.
They made it. They saw it through until the very end. And we actually see Ziola, that I said, he was very impressive. I wanted to see more from Reefus and Doc. We finally got it. Reefus 4 eliminations, Doc 3. But in particular, what's very important is that before going onto that ridgeline north of that road sign, Neptura, they eliminate every single team down there, get rid of all the stragglers. You had Ulf, you had Al Ula, you had Four Thrives, and you also had Nongshim Red Force at one point. Get rid of all of those players before playing that ridge. That was so well executed by the boys.
Yeah, it was really nice to see that, and also learning from the Rondo, right, where they just played it way too slowly. Yes, they had more terrain to work with in this game, but you could see the momentum. They just went from 0 to 100. Once they had gotten cleared everybody, gotten all of those eliminations, they moved in and tried to corral S2G. S2G let that happen just a little bit. I would much preferred a better fight from them for sure. But for Aurora, that was much better, much more what we're used to seeing from them. This is a herding team. They control teams. Teams don't control them. And right now, this was them controlling teams.
I literally wrote down on my notes that, oh, S2G, they looked really good at that sort of northern side. This should be a nice win from them. They got the hovercraft, you know. But no, I have to agree. Aurora played that incredibly well, and they were able to take that time to make that spacing. But also, did you notice, like, Nongshim So Easy causing a little bit of chaos as the solo player between these two full teams? I mean, that was kind of crazy to see as well. I was looking at S2G, obviously, to have that, you know, they were denying the flank from Flash coming around to them. They had a nice 2-2 split on that north side. Soul game with the hovercraft, we're going to bring that up again, but yeah, a little bit rough for them. So the way that Aurora were able to calculate that with a little bit of annoyance from Nongshim So Easy, great play.
Talking about Nongshim, they were able to put up some good points as well here in this match. 13 points as well with S2G, 13 points. Max, which one are you looking at? I see you ready to talk.
Yeah, because Nongshim Red Force, sure, they gave themselves 13 points. It's eliminations, 5 placement points. I feel like they threw that game. Generally, I think they could have at least bare minimum gotten a top 2 in that position, if not an actual chicken dinner. But then Furia, which is not on Longwood. They're not even on the dip on top of Longwood. Then like this one shed on a little plateau below them. And they get an opening knock, and I'm like, okay, great. Nongshim Red Force, maintain the pressure, maybe chuck a Molotov or a grenade. They fully crashed the shed, and then Fraction like, what the hell are you doing? We're just going to do a counter grenade and Molotov. And the entirety of Nongshim Red Force, if they just held their position, they would be where So Easy was. You said So Easy was trolling. If you had a full team, there would be giga trolling. But I feel like, yeah, Nongshim Red Force, sometimes they get great games, and sometimes they do some of the biggest fumbles in a tournament. It hurts. It really does.
I think it's a great example of something that happens at every level, as we're seeing here, right? Where you get you get tempted to actually full send into a position, but you got to really think about why that team that you're fighting fell down so easily. Generally, it's because the position is bad for one reason or another. It's very constricted there. There's a little ridge around that shack. It's very, very nadeable. Lots of areas to bounce that utility off. So if you're gonna push something like that, or if you're fighting against, oh, hang on a second, if you're fighting against them, right, you don't push that because then you yourself get native as well. It's very nadeable.
And that match was a perfect example of what can happen whenever you end up just catching up even more to that first place. Arena ended up getting 5 points. You can see Aurora Gaming just jump up to that second place with 81 points. What was a 1 point and 18-point gap to that second place has just now closed up to 9 points.
I'm so happy to see it because we saw throughout the entirety of today, right, there were a podium team at the very start, slipping, getting almost nothing done. They were in 8th position before this game. Now with that chicken dinner rocketing right at the very top here, just behind E Arena with their 81 points. Literally the only team single-digit points away from our current pack leader of E Arena. But the thing is, very flash in the pan, right, Niptura? We need to see more consistency and especially not throwing games when you know you can get those wins.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. We have one more Erangel and then 2 Miramars as well. Aurora tend to do quite well on Miramar typically, so we'll see how that goes. Again, yeah, they can be very hot, very cold, so it is just down to game by game what they're gonna do. But we're looking at the second page here. Flash and Aurora, 48 points each. They are looking tied right now, but there's quite a bit of a gap between them and 4th Thrive, so even further down the leaderboard, we're starting to see those gaps emerge.
Yeah, Lace, for some of these teams here in the second page, I'm going to be keeping a close eye on them because at one point we're going to have to start cutting them out because that point gap is just too much. And keep in mind, going into tomorrow, that smash roll is going to be at play and it's going to be plus 10 points of whatever first place ends up with.
Yeah, and it's strange because, like, I know me and Neptura were having a look at Godlike, right? And they're making such calculated and well played. And then I even sort of said, God damn, they're so strong as just a little duo. Why don't they just kind of like go in that little map and do their thing? But it's just unfortunate, you know, they were getting like 7 elims in that spot, but just not making it any further. And I sort of touched about that on the shared studio on the couch. It was like they're getting themselves in these great, like, close range fights. And then, like you were saying, moving back in and not like the other teams are sort of circulating because they're doing that too late in the game. But I do feel we've seen it before. Aurora just did it. They can just have this great game, and that will push them up a lot further because they're getting the elims. They'll be able to do it.
And they definitely need it, especially where they are currently. We've been praising them in regards to the performance that they have had today, but we need to see a lot more out of Godlike because they are currently just so far away from the first place. And at the end of the day, you want to be in first place. That's what they're going to be hunting down. By the way, special shout out earlier on to Hot Jukes and John for casting those first 5 games. But now it's time for the main show. Yeah, it's okay. I still got you, baby. For Blank and Jackie Blank, you got me. Come on, man.
Oh, mate. All right, that's one hell of a setup. Thank you, Seven. We appreciate it. Some great points being raised there.
Indeed.
There's some good breakdown. Got all the fans, of course, enjoying themselves. Saw it over there. They had the I Love Maxman sign. We don't have one of those, unfortunately.
We've got love for snacks right now, which is cool. We've also got OG and Godlike behind us, which is always good to see too. The support is unreal inside the arena at the moment, as per usual. It has been awesome all the way throughout the tournament, but we do have a lot of people with us this time. So we're going to get loud. We're going to get a little bit crazy with it because I imagine finish off the day. You know, it's been a long day. All right. Yeah. We might have some mad circles to finish things off.
Yeah, do you reckon?
I reckon.
Should we make sure there's still some good energy left in the crowd, but
we could try, yeah.
Right then, Paris. A few games left to go today. Let's see how much energy we've got. Let's make some noise in the building! All right, that's what I wanted. Proud of you, Paris. You've been killing it here at PMWC, and we'll keep the commentary flowing as the games go on. We can lock in as we start to get towards the end of the day. It's been enticing, Blank. Some good quality PUBG Mobile coming out, but I'm excited to see if there's any more twists in the narrative.
That's what we're looking for. We're looking for some twists, some turns at the end of the day, some mysteries yet.
Let's go. इस मैच में चिकन आ रहा है.
We're going to be going to Erangel one last time before we head towards our final 2 Miramars to close out this mega day of PUBG Mobile. Again, like we said, Paris has been fantastic. You guys have been fantastic. The fact that you've been with us this entire time, supporting the teams the entire time. We've heard the drums. We've heard the excitement. The drums better come back, though. I'll be sad if the drums aren't in the crowd.
They're ramping, mate. They're
ramping. They're getting ready to go. Doing a couple of paradiddles here and there. We got Ralph on screen explaining to his team that they're definitely not getting hot dropped over towards Pachinki. It's not happening again. Ida's had a good game now. They're like, maybe we were the problem.
You remember we don't do that anymore. Which honestly, I think it's a fair shout. I think, you know what, 4 different members of the talent team spoke to Ralph about that yesterday. We were kind of making sure we can get that one across as many ways as possible. It seems like the message has been sent out.
Yeah, it was like, it was coded through Ralph for Ida.
Yeah.
So, what do you think about that? Ralph was very pleasant about it. He was like, I don't think they should be doing it. Like,
we keep getting points.
Yeah, they were. I mean, I think they got about 12 elims off the back of it, which is kind of sick, honestly. It's a good amount of points. We do get our plane path down from the south side all the way to the north. You see there, Eren and Scarface currently topping the leaderboard in terms of damage, which is a surprising statistic for me. They've been very, very consistent throughout. I'm glad to see Eren there. Hasn't quite beaten out Scarface just yet, but I'm glad that Scarface has been the rock so far for Ulf. He has kept that team steady throughout. The suspension system for the Ulf vehicle, which will need to make a move down towards the south side of the map, but it gives a good game here for Aurora, who have been baiting us for multiple years for a massive win at an international, and they might just be giving us it here at PMWC, at EWC 2026.
God, we keep getting these sort of circles, man. Once again, right, you hit the nail on the head. It's happened. Suznovka, the military island in play. Like you say, maybe this is the blessing. Like perfect drop spot, perfect end game potentially for a team like Aurora, who do feel like they've kind of locked it in a bit. So we'll see. We'll stick with it. Potential for a lot of early fights. You got Flash taking on OG early as Aru's already down. Tiamba amongst it as well.
Bro.
Couple of squads looking to get stuck in instantly then.
The revolver to the dome there. Well, unfortunately,
already down. Potentially feel like they've kind of fighted. Perfect.
Wait.
Happen. God, we keep getting these sort of circles, man. Once again, right?
कुछ हुआ भी ना?
Suznovka, the military island.
मैंने देखा आरुनो को.
Perfect drop spot, perfect end game potential for a team like Aurora, who do feel like they've kind of locked it in a bit.
आरुनो.
So we'll see.
Aru finish हुआ फिर pistol से.
Early fights. You got Flash taking on OG. Looking to get
some accuracy with the arrows. Everyone's a little bit low right now. Just dropping time, getting things over towards the north side of Savannah, as well as Arena also.
An early stage, that first domino to fall, it's going to be a nightmare. You want to get out of this very cleanly as well. Losing one or at worst 2 players, even if you do take down the other squad and get a full 4 points from it, this is going to be a major detriment to your run with how few games we have left today.
Yeah. Well, I think the big thing though for this in particular is the plane path from the south side up towards the north, and because we had this big southern circle that is pretty much committed to Sosnovka. This is not going anywhere else. It meant that a lot of teams dropped out early on the plane path to get looted up early. So you do have the likes of S2G, Aurora, authorized, Ida, Alula, as well as Nongshim Red Force already in Sosnovka. This place is getting very busy.
वापस से वहीं चला जाएगा ब्रो, मेरे को पता है.
Very quickly. Tiamba moves up. Horror's already getting themselves into a vehicle. Uzi in play.
जितना आगे गए होंगे उतनी वापस आ गए.
Shallow though. Really good soft there with the QBZ. Get some damage in. Jiggle. Line and wait. Could be a dangerous trap in play. QZZ trying to get around the side. Eagle will just run down Sleepy. They don't know. They do not know. He is hidden. Blending in to the rust.
Man, how has he got away with this for so long? He's just there, down on the deck. No one knows about Giggle.
Come on. Come on.
Pistol.
Come on.
The sidearm.
There's... Are you blind?
He's a master of camouflage. That's insane. Wow, they actually leave. They actually go.
That's wild. We're playing some kind of game where you go in as a small white man and you have to be painted against things. And he's done exactly that.
Unbelievable.
I can't believe he's become...
No one knows. Man, how has he got away with this for so long? He's just there, down on the deck. No one knows about Giggle.
Come on. Come on.
Pistol.
Come on.
The sidearm.
There's... Are you blind?
He's a master account.
That's a lovely prone. That
Never
is
seen anything like
a
it.
beautiful prone on him.
Got away with that one. Liberties, absolute liberties.
Dear me, PUBG Mobile Chameleon, right here, right now, at PMWC.
OG knock power ने knock दिया आतंकी को.
Well, this is not
Finish
the one for
किया.
you because the Uzumaki Naruto event is now on with the Naruto character set as well as the Ninetales Fury Org. S-Power bringing a lot of fury to the lobby at the moment as well. Talking to Max earlier, he was saying that S-Power right now probably the only player at a massively global level. And I would agree with him. I think he is on the likes of, you know, your Mormons, your Errands. He's looking insane.
OG गई.
Yeah, for S-Power doing great work for the rest of his team. I think Godlike has really shown that they absolutely can take it to task with some of the best squads in the world.
भाई पागल है क्या ये? ब्रो वो लोग पागल नहीं है. अगर वो लोग आपस में फाइट नहीं लेंगे, लाइक पता नहीं ना कि सामने कौन है, या फिर अगर वो एक को नॉक करेंगे एंड देन वो फिर टीम अप करके या फिर उसको नॉक करके भाग जाएंगे, तो ये लोग कैंसिल कर देंगे, एलिमिनेट हो जाएंगे भाई. इनको नहीं खिलाएंगे आगे, बैन पड़ जाएगा इन लोग को. समझे? समझे कि नहीं समझे? आर यू अंडरस्टैंडिंग? ऐसे टीम अप करके नहीं खेल सकते वो लोग. वो लोग अगर वहां खेल रहे हैं तो ये नहीं कि भाई आपस में उनको जानकारी है, जान पहचान है, ये अगर इसको पता है यहाँ ओजी है तो वहां से चले जाओ. कैसे पता रहेगा यहाँ ओजी है? वो लोग फाइट लेंगे, तू टीम अप करेगा किसी से तो तेरे को थोड़ी पता है कि सामने वाला वही है जिससे तू टीम अप किया है. समझा? पावरफुल पावर में है, पर खाली पावर के पावर में से कोई फायदा नहीं है ना. इनकी हर बार फाइट हो रही है. लास्ट मैच में पावर ने नॉक दिए थे, जो नॉक कर रखे थे उसने, आई थिंक हो रहा थी, आई थिंक एनएस थी जो फाइट ले रही थी इन लोग से, ओजी से, तो पावर ने नॉक किए थे, देन वो पावर फॉल बैक कर गया था. अगर ऐसे ही बार बार करते रहे तो डिस्क्वालीफाई हो जाएंगे लोग. समझे? ये फिनिश करके पता है. हाँ, तो एक को मार के बाकी को छोड़ के नहीं जा सकते ना वो लोग. एक आधी बार का चलता है, बार बार नहीं कर सकते वो लोग. लास्ट मैच में देखा नहीं था जब नेट से आरओ भी नॉक हुआ था एंड 2 फिनिशर्स आ गए थे उसको, तो वो छोड़ के चला गया था. अबे भेंडी माँ कसम, क्या जोन बन रहा भाई.
You didn't hear. I don't know if you could hear that, but there was audible disappointment from the crowd.
भाई नरूटो का चक्रा काम आएगा यहाँ पे भाई. इनके लिए तो नरूटो का चक्रा काम आने वाला है भाई.
Really uncomfortable, very very uncomfortable. Ida's already good spot though. The rest of the team I would probably say to try and regroup soon though.
यहाँ वो अपने लिए
similar position to this in the past.
करने के लिए है.
Exact spot that Tizzy is currently.
वही ना, यहाँ पर ये अपने लिए कम्पीट कर रहे हैं भाई. वो चाहते हैं कि अपनी टीम जीते. समझे? यहाँ पे ये मत सोचो कि गॉडलाइक और ओजी आपस में टीम अप करके खेलेंगी. ये तो भाई ये हो रहा है कि भाई उनका देख, गॉडलाइक का ड्रॉप इधर बूट यार्ड हो रखा है एंड रोजो उसका हो रखा है ओजी का. तो भाई ये तो कोलैब होना जरूरी है ना. हो गई भाई.
Kick off, especially with how this zone shifted, man. Cutting out a lot of that play space once again. So you're fighting around the bridge, you're fighting on the island. Like you touched on, even just a couple minutes into this game, with how close they were off the playing path, a lot of squads did already make their mass migration down and start to try and dig their heels in a little bit. You've got a few squads that are still outside in the mainland towards the blue, having a bit of a slower rotate. A lot of traffic as well on the bridge over to Suznovka. Fury there as we saw that establishing shot with Alula just ahead guarding the entrance. It's then Vitality behind them and similarly Flash behind them as well.
Yeah, Fury's getting squeezed like a fruit right now. It's not looking good for them. They're getting pushed down by Vitality and Flash behind that as well. So this is a awkward approach. They would like to get across, but I don't think Alula's going to let them across so easily. Igor's is far up though, so he just needs an opener. And Alula looks to be leaving. I think that's the correct decision at this time, just because the circle did push so far over towards the western side. You don't want to get left behind. E-Arena still being here is somewhat of a question mark, but if they knew they could hold out a team over towards box compound, sure, why not? It is quite cruel towards Tiamba, but this is the name of the game. You pick up the points where you can, and right now, Arena's doing a good job of it.
And Turney K there. Up on the top side of the rock face, spamming down into Aking, and will leave him wounded off the back of that. QZZ already knocked, rest of the squad following in their footsteps. This is a brutal start for Tiamba, and one by one they fall. So Arena find them outside and dispatch them with ease there. Another 4 points on top. That's a 94-point total over the course of today's games.
It's a strange one, right? Because they both started up over towards Severny, Didora, as well as Tiamba. Tiamba swings wide over towards North George. Flash does take a knock there, and probably a flush too. This is over towards the fight on the bridge side, so we'll come back to Tiamba in just a second. Axel low, Razy on bended knee. P90 in play at this early in the game as well. Good to see.
Trying to run back through, but Razak just goes straight into the crosshairs, and one by one this is looking a bit more uncomfortable. Nice backstab though from Axel. Quick switch over to the shotgun through the window. Throws the first man down on the deck. Still has some firepower to play with. Zone nipping at their heels. Razy out of the running. Razak knocked. Axel looking to defend. Throws the nade deep. Thankfully for Bowles, he was able to reposition. That one isn't going to hit him just yet. Ooh, he's closing the distance though. Wants to really get in there. From Axel's and he can get the meds in as well, Blank.
Vexy should just about hit this. It's close, but it's still back up again. We'll go for the res over towards Razak. This is a good recovery right now from Vitality. Sadly for them, Aura has made an incredible run down from that northern side. They are fast in position. Bozy is down. Nigma Galaxy currently holding out Ulf. Lord up on high. Ketch has no idea. Caught in the broadside. Will get taken down, but a lovely refrag coming through from Eren. Ulf likely will now play on as 3. Look worse and worse as time goes down. Lord the only to fall here, and Ulf has been very much struggling to pass on by through Nigma Galaxies. The circle in the meantime did move further down towards the south. IQ taking a tumble though. What's happened there?
Yeah, this is not the dream at all. Ooh, Lord's actually trying to dismount towards the top side, so if maybe they somehow they can grab him back up. Oh, good read onto Scarface. Ralph ready for the encounter. Bullets being peppered. He gets him so dangerously low, but he's still standing. He can just tuck in behind the box now. Oh well, that would have been the operative word. Could have tucked in behind the box. Not going to happen now. Laid out by Ralph. Satan with a re-aggression as well. And this is starting to turn. That's the way Ulf go down. They started out with a bit of a recovery, but finally finished by Nigma Galaxy. Only one player cut short from the roster there. They'll carry on as a trio. Meanwhile, amidst this, we have Vitality bringing the thunder back onto Hora.
It's been a while since I've been seeing Vexy on the main stage, but still got it in him, it seems. Razak does go down, and looks like Vitality might just want to be making the cross going forward. Looks for Sky. Vexy will pick him up, doing a great job here. Settling in for Federalis. Oh, I mean, good job. Really, really well done here from Vexy. I mean, multiple times keeping the team awake and in play, even versus Flash earlier on. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, big step up. Brilliant individual moments there. Zone crunching in a little bit as well. Suffering casualties, it seems, with the Elim feed lighting up. That's Flash that are trying to defend the entryway over the bridge. Another headshot from Tops has shut down Vexy after the good form we saw from him, and Axel has fallen due to the damage sustained. The zone eliminates him.
Out of zone मरने का इरादा है क्या इन लोग का?
There wasn't a lot of boat rotates from a lot of these teams on
that
north side.
15 kill power.
Long time looting up.
It be no.
I don't think they were quite prepared for how southern
but अपने तो चारों बच रहे ना गोड लाइक के तो.
How quickly space was going to be taken out of play. But we are in a really awkward arena of the map as we head down towards the southwest side. There's a couple of compounds around here, a lot of open space going forward. Ralph moves up to the plate here. Tony K goes down first. Good shots from him. Will finally fall there to a sideline.
I'm good like push करे.
Cannot hold
in comes Godlike. They don't care, they're going straight past.
We hear the godlike theme music start playing. They want to cash this one in.
मेरे को लगा godlike finish निकालेगी कभी.
Possible, but focus on the bigger picture, getting into the zone and starting to advance into.
HP नहीं है भाई. Admino देख रहे हो कितना लो है.
Keeps getting right back towards it. Past each other.
Okay. Like a friendly handshake there. Felt like I was an Interstellar for a second. Yeah,
वो गया friendly handshake there.
Pick of his teammates, but actually went back for some more.
सोम्य knock हुआ रे. इसने knock किया सोम्य को.
I think is back up again. Not sure about.
सोम्य उनसे finish हो गया.
But this has been a really good game.
मान्य भी knock हुआ. मान्य भी finish.
But he's been making some good flex outs this game. Sometimes his flex out can.
Power and Elimino बच रहा रे.
This time I was super happy with them blasting.
Power zone in कर गया.
Off of Scarface.
वे 40 यार करता है नहीं.
Just give it one more bullet.
Power.
That was enough. Hazaifa up on top. Godlike tried to send it. Got further and further in, but Hazaifa laying down the law.
It's a great peak.
Yeah.
Might actually be able to double down, and he certainly will. Godlike eating the bullets from the elevated peak there of 4 frags as Hazaifa starts to bring the heat to the battleground. Enigma Galaxy got back in towards the zone. This is their POV now. They actually run into Ida of all teams once more. Coop's going to be hit by the shotty. The pump takes him down. And that's the way that one goes. Unraveling them. Ida eliminated. We saw Flash falling amidst all this. But Aurora getting eyes on it from so close. They were able to steal a couple points away. Put Enigma Galaxy back down in the dirt. 3 Elim points on there.
I still think though for Enigma Galaxy, what a
late
game.
entry अगर zone में करोगे तो ऐसा ही होता है bro. जगह बंदे रहते हैं.
I think that's a good profit. I think you come away with this one thinking to yourself, we went through hell and back just to get towards this location of the map, and we still came away with 11 points total. So very, very well done. Because we do only have 6 teams left at the 17-minute mark. This is the quickest we've seen the lobby cold before off the back of a really horrendous circle. S2G set themselves up, kamikaze as per usual, flying in towards those front lines.
S2G just cleaning house on Alula. They've gone down pretty swiftly. Ooh, Furia might actually get a bit of a read on this though with the forward scout we've got from Ayala in the back of the vehicle. So a lot of sight lines being opened up between our squads. Aurora's still got space to play with. In the grand scheme of things, it's been a little bit quieter on the Elim front for Nongshim, but they're still in the running of the conversation. They've had some good consistent finishes today. It's felt like it's all been coming together communication-wise when they get a good angle to play off in these games.
Well, Hyunbin's basically the crowbar of South Korea right now.
He's been cracking these lobbies open.
He has been cracking the lobbies open. It's good to see. And I think the rest of the team rallies around that. So easy. He's been very, very nice on those long sidelines. We've got to come up against Aurora.
इन पांचों में LS सबसे पहले eliminate होगी. अगर साइकोपन होती है तो.
Having a lot of weird finishes where second places where they should have won, especially versus Nongshim Red Force earlier today, they would have been far and away at the top of the leaderboard. Some moments where Aurora just can't quite finish the job. Even then, the consistency has been good, so it's an impressive showing from them. But we have that rivalry back up to bat once again here between Nongshim Red Force and Aurora, but shots coming from the sidelines does make things awkward.
Oh, nade right over the top. That's Doc that looks to hit them heavy. And if Doc's fired up, mate, Aurora might keep the pace on pretty swift on this one. Furia just off in the distance, haven't overcommitted to anything just yet. Hyunbin still up and kicking. They got height on it. Just can't really afford to overextend too far. Get caught sleeping. This could be a big unraveling for that side. Tizzy's got to bandage himself back up to stay pretty in the situation he's been left in. Aurora are aware of that angle from Furia at least. 3 smokes for Tizzy being the difference between a raw face from Refirst potentially coming their way.
I think the problem right now is absolutely that angle you're talking about between Furia over towards Aurora. You've got Top off in the distance there, currently holding on alongside with Zhou. They look to make the move out, but Furia had that angle on. One player very low in the back of the vehicle. I believe that is Yol at the moment. Can't quite find the next shots, and Isle is playing it very safe. The angle over towards this way, but Tizzy with nasty nade goes straight through the side mirror window.
Oh. Response back over, they dash some nades of their own on target, but it's actually a response from 4Thrives. Pulling up to the party, looking to third party on this one. Aurora trying to withstand. Nonshin going down as the last man, and So Easy will collapse from it. Doc already piecing out. Ooh, mate, that's the rotate straight into the camp of Furia.
That is very on point for Doc.
He's got that Doc in him.
Yeah, that's the brand right there. Moved instantly over towards Furia, held that angle, made them feel a little bit afraid, right? S2G still got Kamikaze swinging, layering in the vehicles. Circle moves over towards Kamikaze. You can hear Turkish fans for S2G a little bit loud themselves. Hamzi finds a shot over towards Hazaifa. That's on the roadside, and a horrible time for it to happen. But it's all popping off now. Reefus up first, nade in hand, looking over towards Isla, very low. Chief pulled the pin, but a little late. Solke runs through the both of them.
Oh, mate, the car's done enough just with the bullet. He's dived out with the shotgun in his hand, vehicle burning behind him. Squad mates falling around as the shots are being spammed. Quick turn.
अगर 40R पहले गई, अगर 40R सबसे पहले एलिमिनेट हुई इन तीन में से, तो पक्का साइकोपन होती है.
He's getting a little bit more of that aggression on board. I think a lot of times he was
40 अगर एलिमिनेट होती है अब.
So it's nice to see him, you know, channeling a bit of that Silas going forward as S2G gets the ambulance out, pulls out the rest of their team, gets them res and back up into a position to fight. Not taking any chances on this one. Went out for the first aid kit. Unnecessary first aid kit in the moment. The med kit taking him to full. Requires Doc to put a little bit of extra work in.
I'm shocked he survived that long. Reefus had the peak up at first. Left him sweating bullets, like you say. The clutch heal barely buying him enough time to stay along for a few extra seconds. Now knocked behind the vehicle.
It's a bold maneuver from Solke, but does drag him from the rest of the team. Likely leaving S2G as a three-man, but they have the compound central. See where the next circle heads over towards. Can play off the back of that, but it's going to be Aurora. 4Thrives, ping-ponging between one another. Taking some pot shots at S2G in the meantime.
Hard confirm with the nades thrown over, so much so that Doc nearly went down from the danger close of his team. Luckily does have the meds to fix himself with no one nearby to convert from the lower HP he had. But you're spot on, mate. We heard the excitement from the fans. You can see why S2G, they were playing with some confidence and aggression. Previously, it's been Kamikaze that reps himself in those situations. This time around, he plays close to the squad. They control the compound, but you're going to be pushed from two sides.
Difficulty with this compound as well. There's a lot of space to control here. There's a lot of space to control. There's some flat walls to work off the back of. So teams could send in over towards one side, and having a three-man inside there means they cannot control every building effectively. So these two on the side here, this is over towards the eastern edge. Sat on Aurora's angle. Possibility to move in. Oh, S2G's just got to be very quick with this, but you know, as soon as someone makes a move for that compound, the other team is going to fly on in. They're likely just going to wait this out until the circle confirms this is a definite compound finish.
Don't invest your eggs into one basket until you know. A few seconds out from that zone crunching, we'll see if it's going to favor S2G once again. Shifts slightly off it, Blank pulls away.
It's nasty. Up towards that north side. Aurora looking to get a chicken under the belt here. Would likely slingshot them up towards first on the rankings. Despite what has been honestly a hairy day for them, it really has. There's been some moments where the question marks have been flung out left, right, and center. They've been keeping themselves looking pretty. Bandaging up between the matches.
Blessing of it as well with his own shifting. That crate that came in, you can see that Top & Co were able to push over, get an early duo onto that, grab some extra bits and bobs to armor themselves what could be quite an intense final fight once they now get attention from 4 Fives and S2G. They've got a full 4-man squad, similar, all right. 4 Fives, and they're going to jump in the vehicle, start to advance on this. Oh, that's not what you want. Reefus with a snapshot. Falak falls instantly. He's got some cover to play off here as well, Blank.
T24 is just out. He said, I am not been in that buggy anymore. I'm dropping straight to the ground. And I think it was the correct choice. Being on the back of a buggy like that makes you a prime target. And he's just realized that Reefus has got the golden eye there. Quick shots, pinpoint as well as IQ desperately tries to swing around the side. This is a mad dash and one that will not work out in the face of Aurora. More points added and S2G can do nothing but look on. They actually get themselves into vehicles. They're going to swing round. They have to take the moment here into their own hands. Last game, Aurora, they were able to do some good work versus them. Now looking to actually show some aggression. Reefus goes down first.
Good engage, but how long can they hold on? Kamikaze in the back wants to arc the nade over, has the SMG to play with, one thrown right back towards him. Doc putting them down with the DBS. Panic stations for Aurora as everything is being thrown at them. Doc takes a heavy hit, but he's still standing.
S2G down to 2. Hamzy G on the north side. Kamikaze lighting them up. T24 still off in the distance, dealing with Top here, and Kamikaze takes nade after nade. This bounces, but should go a little bit long here, keeping Kamikaze as a half HP count.
Oh, T24 as well in the midst of all this. That's the off angle you touched on there. Able to strike from the side. Kamikaze replies with one of his own, and these two teams are coming together to make it uncomfortable for Aurora. Doc with a nade, trying to cook that one. Meanwhile, they respond back onto 4 Fives as they throw that in. T24 behind the tree.
Doc now worried. Split the difference between 2 players here. Not easy to regroup. Another nade in the hand of T24. Sends it across. Doc is down. The other might fall to the nade from across the way, but seems like he lived it. S2G playing the game of their lives right now.
S2G,
such a quick swing, Jackie, as well. Love to see it.
This is huge from them. Complete different play style. The confidence out in full force. Right time, right place, and the back door has worked out well. Top trapped, T24 spamming so close to him. He knows he's exposed. And this duo from S2G looking to take this one with force, but they still play it smart.
Makes the run across right now, trying to deny sight lines. Aurora, Top will at least find him, but the shots are coming through. Kamikaze once again sends straight center. It starts to work out. Nate gets close, a lovely bouncer on it, but won't go quite far enough. Back behind the loot crate. A little bit of cover to work with, but S2G, they've got 2 angles. Top is going to have to play out of his mind to make this one work here. 1 first aid kit ready to go. Hamzy G looks to send it over the top here to finish off the game.
He's really trying to run the risk on this one. He peeks over the top of the crate, using the smoke to block the angle from Hamzy G so he can take an isolated fight. He's reading it as well. This 1v2, like you say, it's got to be impeccable from him. He cannot afford to miss a single shot. The reactions are going to be there. Kamikaze on the road, slight height advantage. Throws in the molly, takes the shot, and that's how he gets it done. Kamikaze cleans up as S2G get it!
Last game, S2G, they looked a little bit short there, but this game, they go Kamikaze, Crazy for the finish. What a game, not lazy whatsoever, with a quick swing out to the side. You gotta love it, you gotta believe it, S2G is here to play.
We thought it was Aurora about to blot out the sun and cast the shadow, illuminate the stage, but no, it's S2G that once again prove how much of a powerhouse they could be here in France.
T24 as well, man, the jump out the buggy to sit down on the floor. I couldn't believe that. I mean, he made a quick snap decision.
भाई इंडिया की टीम कब करेगी ऐसा? When? इंडिया आज इंडिपेंडेंस डे है सर, आज तो एक चिकन तो यार बनता था भेंडी, एटलीस्ट एक चिकन तो बनता था। मैंने बोला था अरोरा नहीं जीतेगी। वही मैं सोच रही हूँ। आज के टोटल अभी तक टोटल ना 10 मैच हो चुके हैं, ठीक है। लिटरली एक मैच में डबल डिजिट पॉइंट नहीं आया इंडिया का। क्यों? 2 टीम गई हुई है एंड दोनों ही नीचे हैं, मतलब बॉटम में है दोनों। क्यों मान्य सर, वाई?
Big picture, that prize pool looming over you, you can't in your mind leave it to another team and your dream could be snatched away, whereas for
S2G टॉप पे आ गई होगी, मेरे को ऐसा लगता है ब्रो। ब्रो 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 इतनी गंदी हालत है क्या अभी? यस ब्रो, इतनी गंदी ही हालत है अभी।
Again, a couple of our teams really making their mark right now. Fourth Drive still playing really well. Honestly, for them, I think even that early game where we saw Huzaifa playing the big Lions Rock, where he could just have that oversight.
टर्की की टीम है रे जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन।
But we do have Kalaris over on the stage for a little hit with the players.
ये क्या बोलूं रे मैं, क्यों बोलूं? क्या हो गया अपनी टीम को? किसका नजर लगा रे भेंडी? कौन 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 कलेशी है साला? कोई तो भेंडी मुर्गी वो नींबू मिर्ची लेके गुड़िया बना के बैठा हुआ है भाई, मैं बता रहा हूँ। मेरे को नजर उतारनी पड़ेगी रे, रुको रे, टीम इंडिया की नजर उतारता पहले मैं।
Good job, really well done here from Vexy. I mean, multiple times keeping the but we are in a
देखो यहाँ पे GX और E अरीना की फाइट हो रही होती है, ठीक है। तो पीछे से
down towards the southwest side. There's a couple of compounds around here, a lot of open space going forward.
किलफील्ड तो यार अपन हमारे टीममेट पढ़ रहे होंगे ना, उनको साउंड आ रहा होगा कि भाई इधर फाइट चल रही है। देन नॉक, इतने नॉक है, इतने फिनिश है, ठीक है। तो जब यहाँ पे गॉड लाइक आ रही है तो यार वो किले निकाल ले, इतने सारे नॉक पड़े हैं वेंडी। एक नॉक है, 2 नॉक है, इधर बस यही 2 प्लेयर बचे हुए हैं भाई, बाकी सब नॉक थे। ई अरीना के 2 बंदे नॉक है, NGX का 1 बंदा नॉक है, बस 2 बचे हुए हैं और 3। अबे यार अपनी टीम इतनी वो है क्या? मतलब अभी देखना, ये अरीना गई रे, लिटरली सिर्फ 2 बंदे बचे हुए थे। किल्स मिल जाते, यहाँ पे किल्स नहीं लिए एंड जब जोन एंटर किए उसके बाद भाई सत्यानाश हो गया भाई।
Can aldım. Dürbün. Adam vurma. Araba sürüyor. Araba sürüyor. Magi. Araba patlatmak. Araba tarıyoruz. Araba sprey atmak.
Konuş.
Araba sprey atmak. Sprey atıyor.
Oyuncu.
Drive-by.
Oyuncu.
Araba giderken vurmak.
Drive-by'da adam vurmak.
Headshot. Arabada giderken drive-by headshot atmak. Canı bir. Niye araba
कल का भी खराब ही था ब्रो.
Ben. Takım arkadaşın.
Bekle.
O. Düşman. Tamam ikiniz. Çatışıyorsunuz.
Tamam.
Fight'tasınız.
Cross koyuyorsun.
Cross koyuyorsun aynen.
Tamam. Sen
Baitlemek.
Baitlemek.
Ben bildim baitlemek.
Araba sürüyorsun. Evet.
Durdun. Benzini bitti.
Benzin mi?
Ben.
Geç. IGL yani. Kaptan.
Info.
Konuşuyor.
Analiz. Info almak. Analiz. Boş dolu info. Boş.
Boş ev. Boş loot. Loot aramak.
भगवान के ऊपर है जो होगा दिखा रहेगा. टोटल 8 मैचेस बचे हुए हैं. अब तो भाई कोई करिश्मा ही बचा सकता है. मतलब भाई 3-4 चिकन भाई तभी कुछ हो सकता है यार.
Şişko.
Alan. Circle. Alan ortası. Shift attı.
3-4 चिकन भाई यहाँ से एक चिकन नहीं हो रहा भाई 3-4 चिकन हाफ पॉसिबल है.
Loot aldın.
NF5K. Silah aldın. NF5K. Hafif makineli. Skoplu. 0.
Thompson.
Iron sight.
8x.
Dürbün.
2x. Tamam dürbün. Beline koydun.
GS9. Ok, arbelet oku.
E90.
Uzi.
E90.
Vektör. Kapıyı açtım.
Loot aldın.
Dürbün. Skop takamıyorsun o silahı. Doğru mu?
Hi, Kalaris here at PMWC, down on the stage to talk to Nongshim Red Force. Hyunbin here to talk about some of the games from today. First questions first. I want to ask you guys about the previous Erangel, not just this one. You guys pushed Furia. Talk to me about that decision and if you'd have maybe done it differently in another scenario.
일단 현민 선수 첫 번째 질문은
वही
일단
ना.
이전 매치를 좀 가볼게요.
हेलो धीरज वेलकम टू द
그
स्ट्रीम.
전에
कैसे
랑겔에서
हो धीरज, क्या हाल है?
포지를 좀 먹고 있었는데
स्वागत है
아래 있던
स्ट्रीम पे.
퓨리아를 이제 잡으려다가 좀 판이 좀 아쉽게 돌아갔거든요. 그래서 퓨리아 때 좀 어떤 콜이 나왔는지, 퓨리아를 밀러갈 때 어떤 콜이 나왔는지, 그리고 만약에 그 판을 좀 다시 하게 된다면 좀 어떤 콜을 내렸을지 좀 그걸 묻고 싶네요.
일단은 저희가 오른쪽에 한 팀 더 있는 거 알았어갖고 좀 한 팀 교전하면 한 팀 무조건 올 거라는 거 알고
1 मिनट रुको. मैं कुछ
1평을 둘을
मैं टी शर्ट बदलता हूँ. ठीक है.
가갖고 잡은 게
मैं
일단
टी शर्ट बदलता हूँ.
맞는 플레이를 한 것 같습니다.
2 मैचेस बचे हैं. देखता हूँ मैं टी शर्ट बदल के देखता हूँ. बताता हूँ. जासी क्या पॉइंट टेबल है? पॉइंट टेबल कुछ नहीं है भाई. दोनों इंडियन टीम बहुत नजर खाई बैठी है. पता नहीं किस माँ के भाई की बहन के भाई की नजर लगी है भाई. अब बता रहा हूँ. बहुत जल्दी नजर लगी है.
Because that rondo was amazing from Nongshim Red
I'm
Force.
busy, boss.
So talk to me about any potential threats that you had to consider whilst playing out that game, as well as the end where you were able to pull off an amazing victory.
이제 론도에서는 사실 정말 키를 쓸어 담으시면서 또 치킨까지 가져가셨는데 그때 좀 어떤 마음가짐으로 플레이를 하셨는지, 그리고 뭐 부담감이나 압박감 같은 건 없으셨는지 궁금합니다.
부담감이나 압박감 같은 거는 없었고 일단 교전 부분에서는 저희 팀이 가장 자신 있었기 때문에 쫄지 않고 자신감 있게 했던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't any pressure at all. Honestly, we were very confident in our team fights. So yeah, we tried to get it head on, and then I think that worked really well.
Thank you very much for joining me, Hyunbin. Thank you very much, Maddox. That does it for us down on the stage.
Thank you, Kalaris, for that interview. A marathon of a day that we're having here, as 6 matches have already been played, and S2G has been able to go now back to back with those chicken dinners. We still have 2 more matches to go here, but honestly, S2G, this bounce back nip out of them.
quite literally a bounce back. All these nades coming in clutch here for S2G. Very, very good sign for them. They're climbing up those ranks. That should put them theoretically in that first place, but we'll wait for the overalls to confirm that. But it's looking very, very good for them. With just 2 more Miramars to go, S2G, they are a Miramar team. It looks like, hey, maybe we'll have another. Oh, we already do. Well, no, that's the match ranking.
No, that's the match ranking.
Whoa, hold up.
I'll give you a chance before or after this to do some prediction. But yeah, S2G putting up those 19 points. Aurora Gaming though, I can probably end up guaranteeing it that after this match, when we do end up seeing the overall, they'll probably end up being in first place, Max.
They go from 8th position, then of course they get that huge game earlier on their angle. They gave themselves 2nd place, and now maybe the jump into number 1, which maybe it's
the most Aurora thing we have seen, right?
Yes, it is the most Aurora thing, and you know what's also Aurora thing to do? After that, dropping down to like outside of top 5. Maybe
wow.
I'm just saying they've done it before. They could do it again here, but no, overall, some of these plays are interesting. But I want you and me, Niptro, to break down what happened here, because you and me, we're talking about some of the finishing moments here, but this 4 Thrives push, in particular to the western side, I feel like could have been executed way better on the Pakistani end of things.
Listen, I was on the edge of my seat screaming at the television because I was like, okay, guys, they just need to hold. They just need to hold. They go up on around to a third-party position. They're playing this very, very well. The zone just goes complete opposite, and they're like, absolutely not. You're not getting this win. I'm like, okay, this is tough, right? But they could still make this work.
मेरे को ये बताओ, ये लोग थोड़ा दिखाए क्या? Constable क्या है पीछे?
Of course, the match when we do end up seeing the
मैच पॉइंट दिखाया ना. गॉडलाइक सिर्फ 3 पॉइंट लेके गई है, और जी 0 पॉइंट.
Hold up. Yeah, S2G putting up those 19 points. Aurora Gaming
19 पॉइंट फिर से, अरोरा फिर से 19
end up guaranteeing it that after this match, when we do end up seeing the overall, they'll probably end up being in first place, Max.
They go from 8th position, then it's also way better.
Up on right, but wait,
मैच पॉइंट दिखाना.
A little bit more, and once again, that indecision, you guys highlighted it too. I just want to back you up with it because that's been the biggest question mark for this team for 4 Thrives. We've seen good performances out of them so far, and you know what? Let's take a look at it again, because you can see right there when the air is stopping, that's when they question themselves in the tour. And we were all hoping that they would just fully send it.
And you know what's crazy is T24 actually got a solid finish. He tried his best from that position. If they had just gone a little bit further, kept 2, maybe 3 players up in that position, Top would have had a real run for his money, as it was. T24 was making it very hard for Top to even survive as far as he did. So, yeah, I think it's such a wasted opportunity from them just by just slowing down the middle of the field like that. It's far too open, and Aurora, of all teams, is going to be all over that.
It's still a team that feels like they're getting their bearings, especially here in day 2. We've seen a great performance though, and a great switch too from 4 Thrives, from what we saw yesterday to what we're seeing now. More players are performing. It's not just Falak. Now we have also seen IQ earlier in the day as well. I want to see some of the other players being able to stand up. As Aurora Gaming jumps up to that first place. Irina goes down to the second. And what happens when you go back-to-back chicken dinners? That's right, you jump up that leaderboard and you end up in
what they did in their group stage. Literally the same thing, right? Just coming back, it's just he does stand at the bottom. Otherwise, S2G are making it happen for themselves. 11-8. Irina still getting a few points pretty consistently throughout the day, but when you get bangers like that from Aurora Gaming, oh my goodness, they are looking fantastic with the eliminations in particular that we saw earlier today, right, Nipchura? Placement points were fine.
Aurora कितना अच्छा है ये टॉप पे.
Lackluster in some of those.
भाई Aurora कितना मस्त है ये टॉप पे. मतलब भाई लिटरली जॉर्ड गेम प्ले भाई. जॉर्ड गेम प्ले ब्रो. जॉर्ड लिटरली बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हो भाई. 63 elimination and Arena के 68 elimination. बहुत बढ़िया रे.
Matches, man, they putting a big number
to get that chicken dinner back to back. That's going to be looking very good for them.
SUG with 3 chickens, bro. Literally 93 point Jord भाई. SUG Jord.
there.
One thing's actually scary. When we were kind of critiquing where
Team
those
chicken
points are going to be
bhai,
coming in,
I think
the
Aurora.
placement points have been there. The eliminations now are starting to get picked up here in the
अबे
second day
Team
as
chicken
well.
S2G
And
भाई
this
देख
team
रहे हो
is looking like a
literally.
team that wants to become a champion.
They're like 4 placement points away. S2G, they got 3 wins, by the way, which is an insane ratio to have. So definitely
Considering Aurora only has 1.
Exactly. They do only have 1 chicken dinner, so that's some very consistent stuff on board. That I'm looking at a team that it's kind of the opposite from Aurora, which is Ulf, right? They had a massive rise. They got that chicken dinner with a 4-man finish on a wrangle, and after that, their second place falling down very slowly now in the middle pack, but they're on the second page.
भेंडी मेरे पास शब्द ही नहीं है बोलने के लिए Aurora with 1 and #1 pro भाई वही ना ब्रो only 1 chicken bro #1 वो भी वाह इनको अलग प्यार है 13-14 से ये इनका यही चल रहा रे 13-14 14-13 यही चल रहा भाई इनका ठीक है यहाँ थी ये टीम 14-15 पे थी एंड आज के दिन के पूरे 6 मैचेस खेलने के बाद कल के भी 2 और आज के 4 ये टीम यहाँ आई है इतनी मेहनत करी है इन लोगों ने
Big upset Santiamba is Vitality. After their opening day in the group stage, I was like, yeah, Vitality, we're looking so good, so much domination.
धीरज भाई तुम मेरी स्ट्रीम पे नहीं देखते मैं समझ गया भाई
Vexy, which I was like, that was
बदल गए भाई तुम ना आते नहीं स्ट्रीम पे
Man, oh man, that was really just a flash in the pan. They had that one insane day, and this, of course, it's hard to replicate, but they're not even getting close to that initial performance on that opening day of their group. I would love to see
अच्छी
come
progress
back
है
from Razy Razak, but so far it's been a bit of a non-performance in the finals.
Another team along those lines as well is Team Flash. Team Flash has currently been non-existent for this squad. In the last game, though, I do want to highlight something for one team that was able to perform well, that was able to put up those points, and it was none other than Enigma Galaxy. If I'm not mistaken, Enigma Galaxy ended up with 10 eliminations, and that's good because that's a squad that has been consistent now 2 days in a row.
It is, yeah. They had a really nice 2-2 split on the southwest side of zone that really enabled them to get a lot of those eliminations. And even if they didn't make it further into the zone, further into the game, you know, they're just ticking along. They're making sure that they're consistent with those points, ready for tomorrow for those last few matches where they might just win it all.
Well, we have now hit 6 matches, but we still got 2 more matches left. Miramar is going to be coming up. Are these players going to start crumbling, or are they going to start shining, as we have seen some of the other players start shining as well? Let's send it over to 2 men that are definitely shining, none other than Blank and Jackie.
Thank you, Seven. That's right, we've had to tone it down slightly because we're blinding the crowd, so don't worry. The spotlight, of course, will be on the incredible plays that are being made by teams much like S2G. Huge show up into that previous game, displaying an unfathomable level of aggression that is really doing wonders for them. But this lobby doesn't get any easier, Blank. We've got a ton. To the end of day 2 of finals, and this is where I feel like if another squad's going to step up and try and challenge, it'd be right here when we change the scenery and move into Miramar.
And move it towards the dusty desert, and you're right. On this scenery change, teams will need to paint a very different picture on the leaderboards. We're getting closer to setting that boundary for tomorrow for Smash ruling. Potentially a team's able to pick it up very early tomorrow. But the amount of chicken dinners that S2G's got, I mean, it's very much a possibility for them to make that happen. They've been very consistent so far. Loving how Kamikaze's been too. We get a very, very northern start here over on the northwest side down towards Truck Stop. So a little bit more
भाई चिकन की ही ऑफ कर रहे सुबह से नहीं आ रहा रे मैं कर रहा भाई मैं ऐसे लेट जाओ ठीक है ए एस
found this drop spot kind of odd. when they were choosing them, but Nongshim Red Force has like ruins. They take ruins all the way on the northwest side, and they just play that out. It's so out of the way, but with this play, they can get this trash drop started almost immediately.
Sarah boats for them on this one. Some other big plays that were coming out, you know, not realistically into the late game there in terms of placement, but for the raw elims and handling themselves under pressure, you've got to give that shout out. That was very nice to see, right? A lot of early carnage, uncomfortable situations with how they were fighting. But they looked good in the clutch, having to pull out points where they could. Ended that one with what, 10 elims?
Yeah, it was 10 elims, 11 points total because they got towards that top 8 side of things, which is, I think, genuinely a really, really good result for Enigma Galaxy. I think when you have those types of games, you go for a massive northwest side of the map in terms of dropping those players off. That southeast side, got a lot of water involved. We got the rocky down towards WATCHPARTY on that western edge. So should be a fun circle to play around with. We could end up back in Los Leones as we did earlier in the tournament. Always fun to have an urban finish. Gets very hectic. But yeah, I think if we look at the leaderboard right now, it's very comfortable on the staging, right? Slowly, it's very much a stairway to the top, where a 20-point game can be a big difference maker for Enigma Galaxy. They get a 20-point themselves in first team to break the 3-digit mark as well and hit the century here in the finals.
वही ना रे भाई, अब मैं ड्रेस अपनी टी शर्ट बदल लिया रे, ठीक है, जर्सी बदल चुका हूँ मैं, चलो अब मार दो भाई, मैं बता रहा हूँ कुछ तो कर दो रे। एक चिकन भाई, मैं तो दोनों चिकन के प्रे कर रहा, बट एक तो लग दी तो।
S2G making their rotate down from truck stop. And then Tiamba, of course, towards the coastline. Keep that in the back of your mind, but focus on this as well. Some weapon skins, of course. Get your hands on some lovely bits of kit inside of the game. So make sure you're participating in that.
Absolutely. And we'll throw that up on screen. You can take a look at it then. But for Aurora, there you go. As if Doc.
Finish दे दिया, give up दे दिया.
Just go down there. Knows he's nowhere near the rest of his team. Isn't going to bother them.
100 में जाना भाई, मैं सही लेटा हूँ, देख मार रही है, गॉड लाइक मार रही है,
almost immediately
टॉट का किया हूँ भाई मैं लेट के।
they want to get in towards the circle as soon as possible. S2G
मैं जान के टी शर्ट बदल के आया ब्रो, किसी होप के साथ टी शर्ट बदल के आया हूँ मैं लिटरली।
Swinging past Impala right now.
समझ रहे हो
Grounds that sit towards the southern portion of this one.
मान्य अभी तेरे क्रॉस
start though over towards Old Pot, so they're gonna
भाई मैं टी शर्ट बदल के आया हूँ, देख रहे हो टॉट का, देख रहे हो मैं लेट गया भाई, टी शर्ट बदल के आ गया मैं क्या साला कहीं ना कहीं तो पनौती होगी भाई। दारो सार
making some quick decisions here and there. I do genuinely think it helps having I think as much as we've talked about Coops, I think we do need to shift the perspective a little bit to Lord. I think Lord has been such a consistent player on that team. We've given a lot of love to Coops so far, but I think Lord is able to excel because he has another strong fragger on the team. I think right? And if Lord was always playing that front line, he was very good with it. He needed someone to
Jord,
and I think he works phenomenally
ऊपर जाना तो 12 चाहिए भाई, गॉड लाइक तो भाई 12 किल यहाँ पे निकालने चाहिए गॉड लाइक को इस मैच में।
Milu back in actually for Tiamba. Looks to move up against Lost here, but will unfortunately go down. So Tiamba losing Milu right off the back there. Very sad stuff to see.
Aurora, S2G, E Arena, and
sort of making a Tiamba play versus them themselves.
Yeah, giving a taste of their own medicine there.
भाई सर्वाइवल स्टेज में जो टीम गई थी ना, वो टीम यहाँ पे
a
अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रही है
minutes on this one.
मिनू
We'll see if he comes back.
हाँ चिकन के लिए कुछ भी वही ना चिकन के लिए कुछ भी
Absolutely beasting in the event overall, but S2G stealing some of that energy and starting it out with a nice ceiling to send the
चिकन
rest
के
of
लिए कुछ भी भाई देश का रीजन भाई मैं
and sacrifice anything more on this one. 3-man squad lives on to see if they can steal some points away on the
अब मैं लैपटॉप की जगह इधर देख रहा भाई
Tiamba, still 7 more matches to go, and like you said, they've been having
And
a
Jets.
great run at the start of it. They had a lovely pushing over towards the finals itself. They looked fantastic. Now sitting over towards the middle side of the tables, haven't really able to put up many points after that. But they still have a whole
ये जब
additional
अलग-अलग
day, and that
knockout
can
matches
change a lot of things. Remember, you just need
मैं
to
अच्छा
get
खेल रहे
past
थे
that smash ruling point system and then hit the chicken dinner, so they just need to get themselves in range. That's it. They've got one more game to do it. They've got this game here to try and get some consistent points on
अब
board.
ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड की बेस्ट
Like you say, the
16
return of the
टीम्स है
king
ना ये
was very short here, but
2026
this game
की ऑल
actually
ओवर
some
वर्ल्ड की
royal
बेस्ट
decrees
16
thrown
टीम
out
है
here
ये
and there.
यहाँ पे गॉड
The
लाइक
opportunity to sharpen the
13
steel
14
once
नंबर
more,
पे है
and then come back out
16 में
swinging.
से एंड ऑरोरा
Potentially,
टॉप
that's got to
1
be
पे
the
चल
play for
रही
some
है
of these
फिलहाल
teams as well. Because you touched on the fact, obviously, you're trying to set that barrier, that scoreline to beat
ये
effectively.
मैं थोड़ी देर की नींद ले लेता हूँ
Stopping some of these
ऐसी
top
पड़ा पड़ा
teams
है
dead in their tracks, seeing
क्या
if you
लगता है
can
जी
stop them from bloating it to
सो
a
जाऊं
very large scoreline. It's a risk versus reward that you've got to weigh up in some of these situations for teams that are looking to still climb but don't want it to be too tall of a task to reach it going into tomorrow. If you want to
सो ही जाता हूँ
top teams with that smash rule being in effect.
ये इसी वजह से मैं थोड़ा थोड़ा ही पैरों से मूव कर रहा हूँ ताकि मैं सोलो जाऊँ ओए ओजी को दिखाया भाई ये बिना फाइट के भाई गॉड आई थिंक पहली बार दिखाए होंगे ये मेरे को तो यही लगता है पहली बार दिखाए गए हैं ओजी को नहीं तो बैंडी ये दिखाई नहीं देते ओजी को
Wolves already met that quota right now. They're a little bit further towards the center of the map. Looking for another good game. They
क्या
were in
पता
second
चिकन
place
आ जाए
for a little while.
मेरे
but then swiftly
मेरे
fell out of it,
इनका
and
तो
looking to get some more
लग
points on
रहा
board. Again, for them, a good game would pretty much settle themselves up towards the top 3.
इनका अपने में चल रहा है भाई 13-14 ना जो तेरा है वो मेरा है एडमिनो ने नॉक दिया रे फ्लैश को
Flash loses one on the knock and will be
एस पावर ने फिनिश निकाला
it's from Godlike on the south side.
लेट ही रहता हूँ भाई सुबह ऐसे ही चिल्लाएगा
S2G and WATCHPARTY actually. They got a 2-2 split going on, fairly dangerous.
जिस ट्रेन बचाऊंगा
Nade in his hand as he starts to make a move over the top side and see if
he
can
mara
get one down on target. So 4 Fribes collapsing in early. Jiggle knocked, Sleepy arcing a nade back over as well. Going to cook that one. If they came running over now, could be very detrimental. They can tuck into the stairs as well, get a safe recovery on the go here. So Jiggle can still be in play.
Ooh, Falak though putting on the pressure, and again the flashbacks towards yesterday. 4th rise up against Aura, no fear, able to clutch it out towards the end. IQ though finds Sky, and no fear is nowhere nearby. Starting to fly on in, but I think it might be too little too late here. T24 did hit the floor. For the rest of 4th rise holding on fairly decently.
OG भी नॉक किया रे
from the sidelines on OG.
आतंकी आया मतलब मैं ऐसे बैठा रुक गया ये ऐसे कुछ करेंगे मैं गिर ना जाऊं रे पीछे को
Floating around just on the periphery. The Vultures circling these two teams right now. Ooh, up close inside the compound. Sleepy that looks to clothesline them in the close quarters combat. Few shots fired over. Good assist from No Fear with the SMG as Falak gets lit up. They go in from both sides. The stereo ping. Nice. It's a brilliant clear. Oh, punishing 4 Fribes one by one.
You can't believe it. For 4th rise, it's almost a dreamlike experience versus Sleepy. Deja vu once again. There's No Fear. Drops to the plate, but OG, they come in to pick up the pieces. And that's 4th rise down.
No fear, taking some shots once again, but Sleepy is out, and OG with a fantastic third party onto it. Oh dear me, for 4 thrives. The horror experience continues.
Yeah, those weren't scare actors, Blank. Coming in with real weaponry on that one.
The worst event I've ever played for.
जा सकते हैं क्या? पता नहीं नहीं है देखा मैं बोला ना साला टी-शर्ट ही बनती थी मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई तुम्हें
But hey, you're not going back together. They steal those points. Keep on.
कल को धोके पहनूंगा टी-शर्ट को सुगोई भाई आप ऐसे ही रहना स्टैचू बोल दिया क्या तुमने मेरे को
Checking with some other teams though. Aurora very slow to the circle itself. They're coming from that western side past Chumacera. Likely will hit a traffic jam though with the boundaries in place. A lot of teams trying to sidle their way through the northwest edge of the island towards the southeast. But we are hitting those rocky outcrops where we slip down towards the east side. A little bit of an island of themselves. The next circle will determine whether its teams do need to climb up towards.
God like अच्छे zone में रे God like को अच्छा zone है क्योंकि ये God like के पास utility है Yanba है and ये NS ये नहीं लग रहा ऊपर से मत पहनना नहीं कल को पहनूंगा मैं पर धोके पहनूंगा देखता हूँ ना अगर पहले मैच में दिक्कत हुआ तो तार दूंगा भाई
For S2G though, I mean, as an org, it would be an incredible achievement, right? To come off the back of winning one international,
God like दो kill
and to rebuild and do it again. That is a
मैं
great
कहता हूँ OG और God like दोनों टीम मिलके लॉबी की लंका लगा दो भाई एक अलग साइड से पुश मारो और एक अलग साइड से सबको मारते हो यार बीच में फिर आपस में लड़ना है
Very limited information of what's happening over towards the west here as it does slope upwards. You're not really seeing all of the information, all of the intricate details on that side, so they're going to play it safe for the time being.
पहनना तो नजर उतार के तेरा टी-शर्ट ही पहनती है वाह
Playing as 3. Milu going down earlier on. Coops finds Schweppes, good shots. Does not miss those often.
Couple claps back.
ये मेरा मन कर रहा है कि मैं एक नंबर ऊपर कर दूं शेयर को ना ताकि मेरे को अच्छे से दिखे मेरे को दिख नहीं रहा अच्छे से ना
This off angle could be so dastardly. He's got his eyes on target. Mormon just trying to stay alive, digging his heels in towards the cliff face. Ralph looking to get his final confirmations off. Tony K low on health as well. Two smokes dropped. Tucking in while Schweppes is finally confirmed. That was the knock we saw from Coops earlier into this one. Joker does
मैं
they know about the angle from Ralph, but you are so pinned in, so many positions to be aware of, and they can take shots.
मैं तो कहूँ सारे आपस में लड़ गए
The only problem with sometimes Ralph's flex outs is that
और OG और God like को kill देते रहो नो को होके
it has worked out quite a bit today, but this is the problem that arises. Lord does go down for it. I think in the straight fight, they might have done a lot better there having nades, because Ralph's also got all the nades. He's got 5. Like, those would have been lovely. He placed over towards this side, up against the players. Hoops sends one in. Good amount of damage, knocks one over towards Tony K. Over the dash down the hillside. Avoid a lot of that shrapnel. Still took a hell of a beating.
सिर्फ मैं यही नहीं सोच रहा सब सोच रहे हैं अभी मैंने भी वही लिखा जो तूने सोचा वही ना
while here as well and starting to drain some of the more offensive utility that's being thrown out. Obviously they're tucked in just on the rock face here with the map geometry, making it uncomfortable to fight with bullets. They have to nade onto it. I think that was the last nade for Coops now thrown in. Satan is somewhat closing the gap, but he's being peppered back as well, and they now know.
Bro, Ralph, just come over. It's 2 players. Let's hit the 3v2 and just win this fight.
Oh, it's going on for so long. Finally, at least one more confirmation as we will see Tony K buckle. How on earth, though, if they'd just been given this free fight with no assist? Mate, this could end terribly for both squads at this rate.
Joker's still off in the distance there as well, and Ralph finally gets in the car. It's been a strange one. It's been a very strange one, and it almost feels like very reminiscent of Nigma Galaxy of old. A little bit too comfortable with these odd splits here and there, and Ralph goes down.
After that explosive opener, you thought they had them banged to rights, but E-Arena, one by one, have punished back against Nigma Galaxy, and with that last nade from Norman hitting Coops, they thought it was all over. Well, it is now.
For E-Arena, they are very glad to have this guy on side. He is more than a man, he is more man.
He's more than a man, he's more man.
Still kicking strong there.
More
At the top
man.
of the leaderboards, 98 points, but you'd hope lesson learned there for Nigma Galaxy.
Jonathan देखता था क्या बोलता? Spider-Man.
Too indecisive.
Yeah, I mean, look,
और क्या ही बोलता है यार वो?
frustrated, and so he should be
Jonathan.
in that situation.
Huh?
What a... I don't even know what to say.
And for E-Arena, I mean, counting their blessings, they get away with that as a duo. 4 elims picked up, putting them on 98 points total.
मैंने देखता था बोलता पेरिस से BAP
maybe there's still more to be said for them.
पेरिस से वापस मत आना है.
But they've made out with a brilliant heist. Got in there, made out like bandits.
The Watcher, Ralph,
observing, noticing.
अरे अपनी टीम को. OG versus Furia. Man.
Yeah,
Arun मार. चल. मार चल.
Let's see what they can do. Quick shots. That's Chief getting spearheaded straight through, and the vehicle going to confirm.
आतंकी बहुत बढ़िया.
Up close with a nade in his hands. Pin pulled, sweaty palms. Can he blow them away?
चल. नहीं नौकरी खाना.
Giving them in a effective 3v3. Zone going to be crunching back in onto Silence as well, and he's low on HP right now. Nate's thrown all over the shop.
कहीं से थर्ड पार्टी हो रहा है मैं बता रहा. या तो ईडा कर रही है तो कर रही है. कुछ तो कोई तो कर रही है.
Pulls it off in time. A tanky though, going low, gets the
Let's go, बहुत बढ़िया. ये
out. We got Night Cam on
Hey,
board.
Ida.
Team struggles up against the forces of OG. Either now.
नहीं यार, ये ईडा यार गलत आ गई यार. आउट ऑफ जोन गलत आई रे.
To move forward.
Furia.
Vitality found themselves in a decent position, and Longshin Red Force have been able to swing down towards the southern side of the map. But again, I feel where Tiamba's playing.
OG के 5 finishes आए.
This spot. But you'd hope for all this.
बहुत बढ़िया 6 finishes. विजगॉर्ड ने निकाल लिया.
Good game to stay in contention for the top side.
Yeah,
अब OG 13 पे आ गई क्या?
Gotta get the boots moving.
अब OG 13 पे आ गई रे बताओ.
We gave you this establisher here with the map crunching in. We did see Ayala, I believe, there on Furia falling. So Furia do go out with the.
चल मार चल नहीं हो रहा क्या?
So OG get away with one.
OG लास्ट प्लेयर के साथ बची हुई है. देख रहे हो भाई इनकी आपस में रेस चल रही है भाई. अब ये 13 पे आ गई, ये 14 पे चले गए.
Does cut away some of that effective close
line. कि ऐसी की तैसी साले खुद ऊपर नहीं जा पा रहे. OG को तो जाने दो.
Very central.
ये क्या भरोसा इंटेस्ट का सुझाया नंबर 1 ब्रांड इनका कोलगेट मारूं. भाई इनके गाफ में मैं कोलगेट मारूं. उनको ठंडा पहुंचाऊं. मैं सीधा बच्चा बच जाता हूं. सीधा बच्चा बच जाता हूं. बॉलर के बटन होने लग गए.
Spring the rest of your game. It could be throwing a curveball and get a hard shift over towards the northwest side or down towards the southeast.
God like के पास बहुत अच्छा चांस है. किल बिल निकालो मां की किरकिरी.
They should have a good lay of the land going forward. Flash still as a 4-man though over towards that northern edge. Arena off towards that.
मैं सो गया था स्ट्रीम देखते देखते. बहुत बढ़िया. लेट्स टेक इट. वेलकम बैक टू द स्ट्रीम. आप सीट से सीधा क्यों हुआ? अबे तू उठ गया ना इसलिए. बट मारे ना वो लोग फिर भी.
Maybe there's a chance as well. We start to get some big booms coming out of the squad like godlike. Man like S Power, supply crate come down near them. He's a bit of a cheeky chappy. He's got that good energy about him. If they can get a shift on this one as well that favors them positionally, I think they'd be a team to show back up. This is the kind of environment they can certainly deal with some damage.
दोबारे once more Once more.
Make it this time.
Once more.
It's just a shame, Cam. Okay,
All right,
cool.
fair enough. Gosh, you've
Once
been
more.
done.
Once more. You can do it. Once more. Once more.
All the shots on that one.
They notice.
3 तो गया ना.
Look, that's the thing about ladders. They can be a bit hard to climb.
तो 3 आए भी तो.
Can be.
3 किल भी
Especially
तो आए
when
ना.
they're off the ground level. But a good attempt. See if Flash makes it later on. We'll have a
क्या पता मैं लेटा रहता और वो 3 किल भी नहीं आते.
Probably not now though. They've been embarrassed on the big screen.
सुबह हवन करा दे अपनी टीम की.
Nongshin Red Force looking over towards
ये
their
नजर
strategy
उतारता
of
रही लोग की
making
ना मैं.
for the eastern side, trying to play off that edge. Kamikaze looks over the top immediately, pulls off from that angle, gives them space on this one. Lost on a real long back.
मैं भेंडी है.
I do like where gives them space
नजर
on
उतर
this
रही
one.
है. नजर उतर रही है लोग की.
Lost on a real long back angle there. I do like where Lost is playing. He's done this a few times before.
नींबू
He's this
मिर्ची
really
ज़्यादा
cheeky
लेना.
position. Luckily,
ब्लैक
Tizzy
मैजिक बचा
immediately
सकता है
notices him.
अब. लाइव करूं? कुछ हुआ?
Slowly stepping up this hillside.
अभी तक तो कुछ नहीं हुआ है.
Up bit by bit.
कर्सर से कौन नजर उतारता है? ये मन में विश्वास होना चाहिए. किसी नींबू मिर्ची की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती.
Try and siphon some points out from that one, whilst you do still have this elongated uphill battle between Nonshin and STG.
सौम्य नॉक हुआ.
Ooh, the duo of Aurora as well, even getting a good distant connection off onto Godlike to at least knock one of the players. Alpha pushing a bit further down as well. They were debating going for it. Oh, but that's actually top. Getting the knock onto Soulless.
Yeah, that's awkward there. Kamikaze though, E-Arena. It's Mormon once again at distance. M4 taking the shots in. Kamikaze immediately has to rebuff that position. Nongshin Red Force takes advantage of it. So easy peeking. Good shots from Joker. Goodness me. Lucky to still have his hat on.
इंगड़म बिगड़म बहन की भोस.
Aaron has been hitting some
Aussie God गया रे.
Yeah, he's been
Aussie Wizgod गया रे.
great gun skill on display from range as well.
Aussie Wizgod गया रे.
Long range fights, but
अब फिर वही हो जाएगा भाई. God like 13 पे आ जाएगी. OG 14 पे चली जाएगी.
massively slows them down because Ulf had 2 players.
नजर उतारी की लगाई. मैंने तो उतारी थी.
Now they do. I think they just lost one entirely. Yeah, they did. So they're down to 3.
ये OG गई. भाई सुनो 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 सुनो. मैंने नजर अभी उतारी थी, ठीक है, बट ये जो चीज हो रही है ना, ये पेरिस में ऑलरेडी बहुत पहले हो चुकी है, समझे? तो जब वो मर गया था मेरी नजर तब उतार रहा हूँ मैं. देखो सौम्य नोक होगा उस टाइम पे और देखो रिवाइव हो गया. देख रहे हो? मतलब देख रहे हो भाई, तुम देख रहे हो, समझ रहे हो? समझ रहे हो भाई? कुछ तो शक्तियां हैं भाई मेरे अंदर भाई. मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई तुम्हें, मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई. नेक्स्ट मैच में ओजी भी करेगी कुछ ना कुछ, देख लेना तुम. जैसे कि इस मैच में गॉड लाइक करेगी, देखना तुम.
I think that's what I'm most surprised by, but Top has been having a really, really good day today. I think he's currently topping the damage meters, well, hey, with Reefus playing alongside him up there.
Ooh, well, Zone moves in, still has actually a bit of favour towards Aurora with the position they were set up in. But this battle between Vitality's been going on. Meanwhile, amongst it, S2G start to crash onto Tianba.
मतलब गॉड लाइक का चिकन, हाँ गॉड लाइक #10 इस बार. गॉड लाइक का चिकन है रे, मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई, इस मैच में गॉड लाइक चिकन है.
Hamzik so low as well, you're going to be caught on a wrap. Wow, somehow gets past the door. Oh, mate. Bullets bouncing by him, giving him a short back and side with a haircut, but he's still alive. Nades into the long building.
QZZ lucky there. Almost went upstairs as the nade came through. Joker will finally go down. I mean, Arena was certainly making some enemies, stinging away at some of the players around the map there. But for Tiamba, they've got to love this longhouse, and holding on to it is the name of the game. Sadly, no Milo here to make those 1v4s happen. Only 2 players from S2G, so not looking like another chicken dinner going forward. Desperate to take this longhouse off of them though and hold out all the teams coming in from the northeast. Molly goes down, forces Hamzy G into the homestead.
Yeah, they got the read though, they know the info. Heard the thunderfooting of the footsteps as he plays close on the stairs. Meanwhile, Vitality continuing to put pressure onto Godlike, holding the back line. Ulf stealing away some of the points as well. As down as well.
You can do it,
that's got about 1 point of health left, and that's Nonshin Red Force that are lighting him up with so easy coming in. Sexy left then. Scary scenes for Vitality. Nade's being cooked out from Scarface and dash back down onto Nonshin Red Force. Still waiting. The S2G side close towards Tiamba's compound. 4 different fights occurring here.
Yeah, this is pretty madness. Over on this side of the map, Nongshim Red Force looks to finish off the final player there from Vitality as they swing down. Leaves so easy on Overwatch towards Ulf. Flash stepping up to the play. Unbeknownst to them, this is a 5-man team inside the building. We're lost. Hamzy G and Tiamba underneath. Smoke start to bloom. Nongshim takes quite a lot of damage though as Godlike starts to push on through whilst Ulf maintains a little bit of help.
Flash just sprinting in, clear towards the top side of their area of the building. S2G QZZ with a smooth move and 2-step and dancing past the bullets. That's how S2G go down. More pressure could potentially be coming their way though.
Has to play the outside now. Love that from Aking though. Just decided to push up. Gets the good shots in. Will flush out the player. QZZ gets in the building. 12k underneath. There's E. Working as per usual. Ozzy's down and Tiamba is making the hold here. 1 player left remaining. He moves out. It is just Eagle, I believe, left here for the team.
Oh, he tried to bait him back on the double step into the building. Win finds that one on the reply. He can't
They
fall as well, and the numbers get fewer and fewer as we go down to our last 4 squads. Godlike Ida and Ulf remain. Ulf have been battling Godlike after Vitality. This was the next the intense action going with, and they've not had a moment of respite in a few minutes.
I mean, Godlike's playing a split right now. They've got Salme over on the western side, keeping tabs over towards Ida, trying not let them push, whilst Admino and S-Power essentially bully. Ketch is going to try and crawl over towards them as Win makes this swing.
Both have 3 men.
S-Power and Admino just not giving up though. They're going to send in good shots from Aaron. Tries to take down Win. Scarface tries to hold it, but cannot keep it here for Ulf as S-Power takes advantage of the momentary distraction. And that's just with 2 players here. Now they look to take the attacks versus Ida. It is Godlike Ida. A 3 versus 3. Nate's forward. Opens up the boot. Looks for more.
They thought they found the weakness. The isolated off-angle play from Salme. They run him down with the vehicles, but he blows away the first line of defense with a nade and leaves them in dire straits. Trying to pull back. Last bit of offensive utility thrown out by Salme. He's got to get his head down. Off-angle split between the 2 Ida players. S-Power from range, putting shots on target. Darkin waiting for the peak. Throws the nade over. Could be good to at least force S-Power back out into the open.
Good damage over towards S-Power there, like you say. Doesn't force him out though. He just holds his ground. Nade bounces off the rooftop.
Chal!
Salme's not bothered. Darkin now swinging side to side. Just
Chal! Last but
It's the shot.
God
Now just
live!
Rita all alone. The rest of Godlike pushing down
Chicken!
into him.
Chicken! आ गया! Chicken आ गया!
Terrifying
आ गया!
like being fired up. The ferocious crowd here in France giving them their energy. Chance after chance. Godlike, but can they do the arena proud as Rita bullets on He's low. He's trapped. And Godlike know that they are inches away from grabbing the chicken dinner. Salme with the elevated peak. They're looking for the shots. Rita gotta make the move. Peeks back up, fires the warnings over. That's one knocked as Rita looks to hold on. Can he somehow clutch this? Cut short at the final moment as Godlike find it.
Power right at the end. Look dire, look bad, but he brought it back into full clear picture. Godlike grabbed themselves a chicken here. They've been getting
क्या कहता है? क्या कहता है? अभी हुआ है भाई ये चीज का समझे कि नहीं समझे?
Through the hall as the fans cheer on their squad. That chicken dinner locked in. A clutch play at the end denied, and
Godlike, you know, Godlike, OI, only Godlike, and
again for them. I think today and yesterday it's just been a case of slowly but surely understanding every different scenario, how they want to play it out. But they have, like I said, just inched ever closer towards that victory. It's a nice set of
समझाया जा रहा है आपस में समझाया जा रहा है.
It was clear at the start they had a little bit of a slow burn to them, but the fire is definitely starting to roar a little bit now here for Godlike, and a good ending over on Miramar. What was quite a difficult circle to play.
Yeah, played it to the best of their ability as well, right? So many back-to-back fights where they were just thrown into the blender.
Yeah.
And no one got any
just
time.
crept out every time.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. Is like so many of those teams could have been in a position to keep this one going, but you just never had any respite. They were running low on ammo, using up all their meds. You barely scraped through one fight. Next team's right in behind you. Intense, like you know,
20 point मिलेंगे.
I think I was more
54 हो गए होंगे तो स्टेक 10 कर गई होगी. अगर विटिलिटी को कोजी पॉइंट या किल पॉइंट नहीं मिले तो.
Some really good off angles for the team, and he's a reliable player. It's quite rare to find that in a team where you can just rely on that one guy to do his job, picture perfect, and not go down in the meantime, because they were fighting two different fights at the same time. Yeah,
that's the difference of it as well. Right? That off angle setup when they crunched in with
मैं क्यों उतारे खामा खा?
This is a weaker knee.
मैंने तो चिकन ही करवाया.
Play off the back of this. The fact that he didn't panic, didn't overstep, cooks the nade, gets it off, and buys the team time to win that one. Incredible play from Salme. Big chicken dinner, but so much more to come. We'll see you in a sec.
Welcome back to PMWC at EWC 26. My name is the 7WG. I'm joined by Maxman and also Snowix, a professional player from Esports. Snowix, what are you doing?
तेरा टी-शर्ट पहनती था.
Chilling around.
भाई मतलब
at the booth of PUBG Mobile.
भाई मैंने नजर उतारी भाई उन लोग की समझे.
Enjoying the
ठीक
time
है.
with fun and watching the match.
भाई ये टॉप करेगी देख लेना गोड लाइक कल को. कल पंचटेबल टॉप मारेगी गोड लाइक. कल 4-5 चिकन आ रहे हैं गोड लाइक के देख लेना. हिस्ट्री क्रिएट करेगी गोड लाइक कल.
At the start I predicted E Arena and Nigma. But the way Nigma and S2G playing right now are really amazing, and I guess it's gonna be between these two.
If you had to pick one, I'm being complicated. Sorry.
Comeback stronger. Comeback बहुत तगड़ा होने वाला है देख लेना कल.
That's fair. You know what, Nigma Galaxy looking kind of good.
They are looking kind of good, especially with the numbers that they've been able to put up. What team has surprised you here in day 2?
S2G definitely.
Those back-to-backs.
Yeah, they did chicken today, no? Two? They play very well.
Yeah, very impressive. I do have a question for you though, of course. Position here in this tournament, Hustler Crew, took it away from you. I want to know, can you make us any promises as to what you might deliver in the full season of this year?
We're gonna give our best, and the goal gonna be to reach all global final.
Hell yeah, I love to see it. Let's go.
Okay, we'll be waiting for you at PMWC.
कल ही एकदम फाइनल है ना. हाँ कल एकदम फाइनल है. कल एकदम पॉइंट टेबल टॉप करेगी देख लेना तुम.
7WG. back to PMWC at EWC 26.
OBS bot.
You're impossible.
But मजा आ गया भाई, मजा आ गया.
Out of all the questions we have had from Godlike, we finally got the answer. I'm sorry. That was props for running. You know, props for running. But
for the rotation of many teams in this tournament, actually, that's quite good.
Just reenacting what happened in the game.
It was really scary. Lace towards the end there, super scary from Godlike. I thought you meant
Nepturo.
It was scary.
I thought you meant scary from Nepturo in that rotation.
स्केरी तो था भाई, मतलब जब लास्ट में दो सौम्य और आई थिंक एडमिन दोनों नॉक हुए ना, तब 1v1 बता भाई कुछ तो गलत ना हो जाए भाई. भाई इज्जत का सवाल है, 1v3 मत मिल जाइयो, नहीं तो सीन हो जाएगा. स्केरी तो था भाई.
Absolutely impeccable. It was a little bit scary, but of course we believe in the clutch ability from S Power and the way that they were able to fully swing on Nongshim, right? And then you think, oh, okay, Off might come and contend that. No!
Got to love this longhouse and holding on to it.
चलो यार दोबारा देखते, ठीक है, दोबारा देखेंगे, दोबारा देखेंगे. हाँ.
Action going with, and they've not had a moment of respite in a few minutes.
I mean, Godlike's playing a split right now. They've got Salme over on the western side, keeping tabs over towards Ida.
Godlike ने अभी तक 5 kill किया है.
Trying to not let them push, whilst Admino and S Power essentially bully Ulf. Ketch is going to try and crawl over towards them as Win makes this swing. What's over the moment? S Power and Admino just not giving up though. They're going to send in good shots from Aaron. Tries to take down Win quickly, but Godlike's in.
क्या ये फिनिश होता है क्या कि क्या सीन है? एडमिन नॉक किया. हाँ, केट गिव अप कर देता, नहीं तो 1 किल और मिलता इनको.
But cannot keep the hope alive here for Ulf as S Power takes advantage of the momentary distraction, and that's just with 2 players here. Now they look to take the task versus Ida. It is Godlike Ida.
ये अच्छा नहीं था.
3 versus 3. Nades forward. It's good. Straight to the vehicle. Opens up the boot. Looks for more.
They thought they found the weakness. The isolated off-angle play from Salme. They run him down with the vehicles, but he blows away the first line of defense with a nade and leaves them in dire straits now. 2v3 trying to pull back
अरे तूने क्यूटी को हटा दिया.
Last bit of offensive utility thrown out by Salme. He's got to get his head down off.
1 मिनट रुको ना, अभी देख लेना उसको भाई.
Power from range, putting shots on target. Darkin.
ये डार्किन को अच्छा नॉक निकालता पावर ना.
Could be good to at least force S Power back out into the open.
Good damage over towards S Power there, like you say. Doesn't force him out though. He just holds his ground. Nade bounces off the rooftop, but Salme is not bothered. Darkin now swinging side to side, just about gets to cover, but not before S Power hits the shot. Now just Rita all alone. The rest of Godlike pushing down into him.
The terrifying trio of Godlike.
हाँ यार सौम्य अगर सौम्य यहाँ आगे पुश करता ना तो बहुत अच्छा था. क्रेजी भाई क्रेजी. मैं तैयार हो गया. बट अगर यहाँ पे सौम्य थोड़ा जल्दी पुश करता तो बहुत सही रहता रे. एंगल क्रिएट करना था. देखो सामने से तो पावर लोग हैं ही, सो मेरे को सिर्फ एंगल क्रिएट करना था। थोड़ा सा अगर इधर आता तो ये सिनेरियो क्रिएट ही नहीं होता कि भाई 2 नॉक हो जाते भाई टीम के ना।
Godlike know that they are inches away from grabbing the chicken dinner. Salme with the elevated peak, they're looking for the shots. Rita gotta make the move. Peaks back up, fires the warnings over. That's one knock.
ये बहुत मस्त नॉक निकाला भाई पहले समय, फिर एडमिनो।
Rita looks to hold on. Can he somehow clutch this? No. Cut short in the final moment. As Godlike find it.
Oh, that's your fault. You gave them the license.
Yeah, I gave them
true.
license, but
SMH
revoking it
place.
for the second time. No, look, it just becomes this sort of point. Like, they are a
इसे
team
हो
that,
सब
yes,
वो
capitalize
सब
on
एक
eliminations,
ट्रैक्टर के
but
पास
it
चल
does
रहा
get to them on
हाँ
these longer stages, on these longer
मैं बढ़िया
types
तू
of
कैसी
tournaments,
है?
because their play style
ये
has
वही
just
तो
been
बोल रहा हूँ मैं,
completely shut down. Now
अगर समय
everyone
थोड़ा
is
सा एक
forcing
एंगल
a play
क्रिएट
into
कर
his
लेता ना,
placement. So
बैकअप तो उसको मिले जाना था यार। एडमिनो पावर दोनों थे, 1v1 के लिए जा सकता था भाई वो बहुत इजी, क्योंकि वो पहली पैनिक हो गया था, उसकी टीम के 2 बंदे नॉक हो चुके थे ऑलरेडी, तो वो थोड़ा पैनिक सिचुएशन में था क्योंकि जोन भी आ रहा था, तो समय के पास बहुत ज्यादा अच्छा चांस था। बट कोई बात नहीं रे, वहाँ का माइंडसेट अलग रहता भाई जब लोग वहाँ के। अब यहाँ पे बैठ के तो अपन कुछ भी सोच सकते, बट ऑन द स्पॉट जो थिंकिंग रहता वो थोड़ा सा वो रहता ना। बट कोई बात नहीं, चिकन है वो इम्पोर्टेंट है। 20 पॉइंट्स बहुत बढ़िया, एटलीस्ट 13 नंबर से तो ऊपर उठी होगी भाई, आ गई होगी भाई 11-10 पे। अब चिकन आता है तो अच्छा पुशअप मिलेगा। हाँ, औरोरा 104, ई अरीना 98, SUG 95। ये तीनों टीम का आपस में चल रहा है। शिंजर सुगोई मुझसे जलता है अभी, ठीक एकदम। ग्रेट प्ले।
Tomorrow, every team just trying to catch up. You know, the top team, I just got to get 10 points and win this thing. But this is actually incredibly close when we bring into that format and that rule that it still can be doable all the way down to 8th.
Ooh, all the way down to 8th. Okay,
Yeah.
you know, yeah, you're a believer. I like the belief that you're currently showing, because for authorized esports fans, they're looking to see some kind of bounce back here. Yes, we have seen flashes of greatness, but right now in the position that there are, 30 points away, not what this team wants to be, considering that they are the reigning champions of PMGO Season 1.
I mean, I believe in them enough to think that if they have a good game.
कल इन लोग को ये करना चाहिए कि ओजी नॉक दे और गॉडलाइक फिनिश करे। गॉडलाइक किल चुराए ओजी के, एंड देन फिर ओजी अपने किल भी गॉडलाइक को दे दे। सुगोई तो किसी से नहीं जलता भाई ना यार, मैं किसी से क्यों जलूंगा भाई।
I have to say for authorized, they're looking like DAY2 finals of PMWC Season 1.
No.
They're looking very
11 पे आ गई रे गॉडलाइक, 11 पे आ गई, 13 से 11 पर पुश। ओके, एक चिकन और देन फिर टॉप 7 तक तो कर देगी रे, है ना। 57 है, ठीक है। 57, 67, 77, ये तो टॉप वो इजी है रे। 2-3 चिकन चाहिए रे बस।
I mean,
अच्छा 2 चिकन आएंगे तो बहुत अच्छा मिल जाएगा। सो कोई भाई
have a good game in this final
वो नहीं
match of
जलता,
today. They still
उससे
have a shot
जलता है।
tomorrow, but it's looking worse and worse.
अच्छा मैं मेंबरशिप लो पहले, उसके बाद जलूंगा।
I think it really does come down to this final match. If they can get a 15-20 point game out of this last Miramar, then they should be okay.
I'm going to have to say for authorized, they're looking like DAY2 finals of PMGO Season 1.
No.
They're looking very... I'm not even... They're consistently not getting points, if I had to be brutally
कल
honest.
संडे है ना, सैटरडे तो था ना।
Very indecisive, which is the biggest issue.
आज सैटरडे था ना, कल संडे है ना।
Their mindset, hesitant, not trusting themselves. Though second page, one thing I want to highlight that we barely talked about throughout the entirety of these finals, guys. Horror Esports, really not being brought up in the conversation very often. And I know we have a lot of horror fans right behind us right now supporting them, but really there's no reason to cheer for them because they've been pretty much non-existent these finals.
Top India होनी चाहिए,
you know, because we saw them have some pretty good runs yesterday. Started today, they were also looking fairly strong. They had a couple of top 5 finishes, if I'm not mistaken. But now we're starting to see this team do not a whole lot of anything, and I don't know if that's because the teams around them are starting to really really pick apart some of these slower paced teams. I really do believe that the teams at the top of the leaderboard are much faster, much snappier. I use that word a lot, but it's the correct word. It's really descriptive for what we're seeing here is these teams are always on the mark, always going forward, always making a move at the right time. And the teams on the second half of the leaderboard, Hora included, I just think they're acting a little bit slow. They're making those decisions a little further behind than all the rest of the team.
At the beginning of the day, though, we saw Hora being aggressive.
बता तो है ऐसे कंफर्म कर रहा था देखो
what's hurting them.
I mean, actually, yeah, Hora had a good game earlier today, right? It was a podium. But the reason why I'm not super impressed, right, is that that was literally right next to where they usually dropped. They didn't drop there that game on La Cobreria. But it is, I call it Hora Mountain. And they didn't do anything off the back of that, Lace. So I'm really hoping we see something on a circle that they're not used to playing, because right now it's been a nothing tournament for them.
I even backed that up and I was like, oh, they've got that placement, they've got this mountain, it's easy win. Obviously, Furo took that win in that moment. But look, yeah, it's strange and I guess confusing because they're not doing anything remotely terrible in these final matches that should be putting them here. It's more or less like you're saying that all these other teams are just, we're calculating that. Yep. We're going to do a little bit better. So it's like they could have one game to pick this up, though. I do believe, obviously, it's their last game today.
चलो हो गया दिखाओ अगला मैच स्टार्ट करो मैं तो मेकअप देख रही बेकार कर रखा है यार मेकअप इतना अच्छा नहीं लग रहा अगर मैं अपना पर्सनल ओपिनियन दूं तो फिर तुम बोलोगे तेरे से किसी ने मांगा नहीं ओपिनियन
Now they're on top, you know, it's truly possible.
If there was any other team,
ब्लू वाली का मेकअप अच्छा नहीं हो रखा
will play those 6 matches, but right now with Aurora being in first place, we know what they've been capable of. They've been looking great, honestly. It's a team that's been looking really good, really consistent here in this PMWC at EWC 26, and they're looking to take that trophy home because that's what Top's missing. That's what Doc's missing. Shoal already has one global championship, and Refits, he wants to win that MVP and also get that trophy home. But let's send it over to Barney, which I don't even know where he's at. Where is that Barney over there?
For every click, every clutch, every respawn, we were there. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest
अच्छी नहीं है ना मतलब मेकअप अच्छा नहीं है ना क्यों धीरज बताएगा या मेरी पसंद सबसे लगा
every clutch, every respawn, we were there. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
I'm sure we can blow the roof off this building. Let's hear it one last time.
Let's get into it. On the cards.
चलो let's go baby
forward right now. Teams looking very, very good.
Getting
deeper and deeper into these matches. They're looking energized and good to go. Godlike also with a 20%. That's just the beginning of something great to come here on Miramar. Smash ruling will be in effect from tomorrow, but this is where we lay down that line in the sand, the literal sand here on
last
Miramar.
matches, last match,
contemplative.
last match,
hit up where they want to go next.
इसमें भसड़ मचेगी सारी टीम एक दूसरे को बहुत गंदे तरीके से मारने की कोशिश करेगी
Good to see him back again though. Hopefully we have him a little bit longer in this game, Jackie.
Hey, you don't so, man. It's good to have him back. Incredible talent,
मीरा मार मतलब एक रिकॉल कद्दू रोंडा में होता वो रिकॉल क्या यार अक्सिमिया जब तारो मार की किरकिरी
lobby once again, and if that
Eastern side, Valparaiso, Impala very much in play there.
OG की भी हाँ already bro दोनों का किया दोनों का किया.
Chumasera open for the teams to move down towards Aurora, getting out nice and early around that position. Top with the 4,970 damage, but Aaron and Scarface still doing an incredible amount of work here, despite where right now Ulf is on the rankings. That last match just generally wasn't that bad either. I mean, 81 points now. They're getting closer and closer to the top of the tables. Aurora wants to pull out something very, very special on this match.
S2G के नीचे गोड लाइक है
line higher than anyone else by a
OG के साथ है गोड लाइक
tomorrow to make tomorrow's run.
ऐसा मत करिए यार आपस में मत वीडियो यार अभी तो मत वीडियो.
You can earn a lot of points on that map. You can earn a lot of points on that map, and it can get you far towards that smash ruling or even.
Very good like.
Yeah.
Edmino.
No, it's true, bro. We've had some incredible games of Rondo here at PMWC as well at EWC 26. So, if it's anything like the beginnings we had, namely, it's fitting we get E-Arena on screen, right? Record-breaking game, some big moves. The stadium finish. See that? I know, bro. They're styling already.
They jumped off the top of the building straight to the back of the bank. Okay, love to see it.
You do. But yeah, you're right. I think we'd love to see some of that level of, you know, sheer world-class gameplay, sort of championship mentality happening right then as we get into tomorrow for that first game to give you that.
इस मैच में आ गया.
We'll find out how it goes. For those of you at home as well, don't forget to participate in the event yourself and draw to get some of those beautiful skins to commemorate what has been a very wonderful year here at PMWC. It feels like a rising tide has brought all ships up, Blank. The skill level, some of the plays we've
Top
seen.
6 पक्का है अगर 30 पॉइंट आ गए तो.
We've had drastically many compared to what we'd had in prior years. It's been a lot of showmanship, a lot of excitement. And Paris has been killing it as well.
Magnum निकाल दी EWC जीत जाएगी.
But hey, we'll dial in.
इस मैच में OG placement ले रही है.
This will be a present of a final game between these sides, and who's going to benefit most.
होल्ड करके खेलेगी OG इस मैच में देख लेना. Promotional है OG का ये वाला मैच. Legit गेम प्ले खेलेगी अपना. जो legit गेम है ना OG का. होल्ड करके लास्ट जोन में किल निकालने वाला वो करेगी. OG. दिल से godlike दिल से OG godlike दिल से टीम इंडिया सब कर दिया भाई मैंने ठीक है.
It's awesome to see. It really, really is.
Feels like we're getting some of those superstar players where, like you say, man,
superstars.
It could make the difference, right?
Bigger than just the normal stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. Larger in stature or potentially gravitational pull. Yeah. I suppose that's true in Milu's case, right? He does just seem to absorb everyone in the lobby. They come near him.
Yep.
You're gone.
He's a beast.
अबे मानने यहाँ पे क्या कर रहा है? OG ऊपर है, 40 अंदर है. ये मान्य आरू को गाइड कर रहा है कि इधर चलेगा.
Positions around there, some of the trash.
And so मैं power ये इधर है.
Of the map to start things off, like individual areas, not POIs. That does always make for a fun end game. Oren via the Ma, you got Nongshim. The back of that southern plane.
यार समय power इधर है रे.
Already moved across though, giving an anchor point for the rest of the team to move in towards.
क्या plane चल रहा है इन लोग का?
Down towards the south of the map, but at least gather a day. Way back. We're back 2021, 2022. We're going back there.
भाई अभी दोनों तो इंडिया के लिए ही खेल रही है. International lobby की इंडियन प्लेयर के लिए.
In some ways, it's felt like that has been the case, right? Kind of a weird dynamic of the old.
मान्य OG को rotation करवा के लग तो रहा मान्य OG को rotation करवा रहा है. फिर गोल्ड लाइक को करवाएगा वापस आके. मान्य दोनों टीम का एजेंट बन गया.
Neuron for both of us engaged at the same time. That's unreal.
Okay,
भाई गाड़ी नहीं लिया रे वो.
Over towards Milu by the gas station. Does have a vehicle. Don't abandon him. Come on.
ये साइकिल में फ्यूल भरवाएगा क्या?
So rude. His fires are going to be burning.
No, Milu's got bigger and better.
चला जाता हूँ किसी की दुनिया में.
Heads over towards Eagle. This is over towards east side of Impala right now. We do have OG actually rotating very closely at the moment. I think that's just a couple of players there, though. It's Aru. See a tanky over towards Graveyard right now. So quite a wide split as Godlike just slices down the center of them through Labandita. So they are cut off from one another for quite a little while here.
Let's check it. फिर से सो गया क्या?
quite a slow start because again, this is always funny. I mean, for end of game circle, end of day circle, this is really cash. Right? This is super casual. Nothing super scary to worry about with. We're not down towards that southeast side where we're playing uphill the entire time, up towards the plateau by the hay bales. It's just back to normality, which I bet a lot of players are quite fond of. It's going to make a lot of the early game a little bit more slow, a little bit more simple in your rotates. A lot of your daisy chains are going to be easy too.
Very cash money for these teams indeed right now.
Casual, not cash.
Could be both, mate. Casual cash money.
Yeah, casual cash money. At the end of the day, you know, you get yourself up towards that top side, potentially secure yourself.
Let's check it.
Cash money.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the lion's share of $3 million here on the line it is insane. I mean, it's life-changing money.
Oh yeah. You got the bread with the cheddar in the middle, called out a money sandwich. That's what they're all fighting over. Because it is ridiculous, man. You'd be doing wonders for your fans, for your organization.
Even just your family, really. It's an incredible thing to win. I mean, Yangon Galacticos, super cool following their journey. Since their win last year, I mean, they've been very much celebrated. You love to see it, and all the guys just seem so happy coming into this, and lovely to see them repping the Ancient Charm set as well. They've got their own skin and game. Wonderful experience here over at PMWC every single time, year to year. Authorized very central on this one though. Just over the western side of Picardo, moved out there nice and early, but we are hitting our next circle shift, the largest one here of Miramar. Into zone 2. It's going to be Ladriero though. I kind of already know it. It's not. Okay, good. I'm glad. I don't want to go there. I always find those circles really uncomfortable. Instead, we're heading over towards Power Grid. Enigma Galaxy kind of engrossed right now with Alula. Yasser, as well as Quick, a little bit slower to the plate right now as R3B and Claws get very much in the mix with them. Chasing him down. Give me another sight line, please.
They're begging for an angle. Hey, Lord though, up to his old tricks. Loves the risky peaks from all the way at the top side there. Pretty effective from that position. We'll see if he gets any chances to shine. S2G and E-Arena near each other as well on the drive up. Oh, hello, Darkin with a Mini 14. That's a connection over onto Falak.
Yeah, Falak going down there. Bad news there for Thrives. He's really the front man of the team. Brings a lot of confidence to the rest of the squad when he's still in play. Should be able to get the res on this one. That it was from Eder, I believe, and they are in front of them. So this is more a case of a step back type of deal, rather than the full-on commit.
ये फ्लैश इधर है, गॉड लाइक इधर है, कहाँ से कद्दू फाइट होगा क्या यार अक्षय भाई, कुछ भी बोल रहे हो, कुछ भी बोल रहे हो,
before 81 points, but they are taking
कुछ भी मत बोलो रे,
right now, going very low. Just about to stay alive in this one. Wonder if that was from S2G. There's some serious rivalry between those two teams as well. I love it. I do love it.
Feels like even over the course of this one event, we've had so many narratives of like little rivalries that have been popping up. And it's given us a lot of excitement. It's made some of the fights pretty intense, not only in the actual battleground, but for the reverberations it has between the two orgs that are going head to head. Left a lot of room for some cool stories to appear. Aurora on the move here, bumping around, doing the suspension in, but they won't care.
Always switch vehicles if you need to. I thought it was quite interesting for Aurora because it's starting Chumacera. I think it's quite a straight shot up towards that north side, but they were a little bit slower to the circle, so maybe playing a little bit more comfortable on the edge here, or they just wanted to get as looted as possible, understanding that there is quite a lot of dead space in this zone. And they wanted to know that when it comes down to it, they have the utility, they've got the resources and supplies to make it through to the end, and they weren't going to be mega late. by any means because they were
ये
starting
आउट
in
ऑफ जोन खेल रही है क्या?
Enigma Galaxy do finally find that angle. Saw them earlier all lining up to take
आरू है इधर.
Salula will get one dropped.
टीम अप हो गया रे. गोल्ड लाइक और आरू डोजी का.
Yeah, this is a
टीम
difficult
अप हो
one.
गया
We
भाई.
do move over towards that northwest side. We've got the field in play. We've got the
साला जोन ही बहुत घटिया बन रहा है. वेंडी बार-बार रोटेशन करवा रहा है इन लोग को. इधर जाके बैठ जाओ भाई, पूरा रोटेट देके इधर चले जाओ इधर. ये वाला कंपाउंड रहेगा रे जोन में. देख लेना अगला जोन भी यही है. यहाँ का ये अगला जोन. ये कंपाउंड जोन में रहेगा, मैं बता रहा हूँ.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Trying to make a quick getaway with Lord taking a couple shots towards the back of the vehicle.
अच्छा भैया बिल्ली तो बड़ी सुंदर है.
Few stray bullets to connect, but he's still on the move, so won't be dropped out of the car by Hora. They're just going to keep forging apart.
आतंकी नॉक ईड़ा से.
You also have OG, that's Orangutan, getting lit up with the crosshairs of Ida being able to spot them out and somewhat punish them, keeping them outside of the zone.
And finish B.
Up and over with Ulf close by as
Finish
well.
B. Finish B. क्यों पर?
Fury right now,
Why?
playing a 2-2 split. Yeah, I mean they've got.
अच्छी बात नहीं है. Fury best position.
Western side, and then one sits a little bit further east. They do have a lot of confirmation. I wonder if they're doing this just because they knew the playing path went from west to east, so a lot of players dropped out on that eastern side because there's more playable space over there in the first place. So they're assuming that there is going to be a big traffic jam on that eastern side, so they can afford to go for a 2-2 split right now. I would expect them to regroup on the next one, but this does give them opportunities and options going forward. And no one's challenged them. I thought S2G might try and plummet down there, but they've stopped short over towards some of the rockier areas of the map.
Westgard ने knock दिया. आरू ने भी finish निकाला.
Towards Aurora, our current lobby leaders. And one's already down. Doc's very low. Nade goes.
बहुत अच्छा नेड है. हाँ थोड़ा दूर गया. मेरे को लगा अच्छा नेड है. Sorry.
Oh dear me, Scarface once again. Those taps were deadly accurate.
Yes, third party. Third party.
Yeah, punishing quick jabs to the ribs there. Gonna leave a bruise. Orangutan rocking up, doing the classic strat. Ain't got time to stop. Bruising through one by one. Aurora eating the shrapnel, and that's Orangutan taking the heat straight to Aurora. So 104 points is where the day of big earners ends.
I love that from Orangutan, honestly. There's been so many times where they have had struggles on these roll-ups where they'll just roll through and try and get the drive-bys. There they just stop short. AKOP gets out and just hits the shots immediately. Then they can move on because they need to get further in. So big there too. Orangutan, shots from behind there from Ulf, but they're moving directly into occupied territory with 4 thrives. Hazaifa's down the backlines there though. No one's really safe. I think Ulf is right now just trying to profit off a lot of the teams coming in on that eastern edge. Sending it directly over towards S2G. This is a hell of a push. Nice shot from Razy though over towards 1. But T24 will shut him down.
Mate, punishing reactions with DBS up close there. Blows them away and loaded slugs into that one, but here's the re-aggression. Oh, mate. Vitality on the reply. Whoa, they're going to crumble under it. So 4 thrives keep on fighting. Amidst this as well, S2G were clashing against Tianba, and the nade has knocked another man, leaving them with only a solo right now that's alive and kicking.
And his A-King, I mean, Ulf quickly moved on this mark as well. They heard the fighting. They realized that there was an opportunity to open some space in the circle on the eastern side. They left behind that fight between 4 thrives, hearing it go on for quite a while. And they're going to be coming in late after this. OG even setting up in front of them, dropping down the barbed wire there for them to wander straight into. Tianba, it is A-King, making him move outwards. Understanding today the peloton won't be moving much further for Tianba. Try and get some points to finish things off. Nongshim Red Force playing down towards that south side. In the meantime, E-Arena took the eastern compound after that shift, and Furia regrouped over towards the western side. So, as expected.
ये किल चला लिया. मैं आका भरोसा ईडा का.
Off angle because of that. So well done.
मार इस ईडा को पहले ही से खत्म करो रे.
Ida as well. With Emre there getting line of sight back over, it's IQ that suffers from this one.
Again.
Yeah, bro. Ida started off, will finish it. So 4 thrives removed from the equation here. 7th place, 77 points at the end of the day for them.
ये मैं क्या भाई मान्या मेरा थोड़ा माइंडसेट मिलता है क्या मैं बोला ना इधर से उधर घूम के इधर पावर मान्या सुबह गया ओके एंड ओजी कहाँ है
I don't know, but
it's interesting.
ओजी इधर है ULF
They love that position, but doesn't seem like it loves them right now. Sadly, Aura's going to move down, try and swing over towards OG. And CG, what a shot over towards
Nahin, he's gone.
Galaxy. Sleepy will find OG on that one. Oath might want to push a little bit further in, clear out even more space over towards this eastern side. AKOP just trying to swing down, will immediately get shot from that. That was a bold maneuver. The rest of Aura moving up. Last player alive is up. He is down and out.
2 very quick pumps there from the shotty in their face, and that's going to finish them. Looked a little bit scary from Sky when he was left behind, but the off-angle still going, by the way.
तुम्हारी ऐसी की तैसी भाई.
Great sniper with a hell of a scope right now.
Yeah. That is great stuff.
अक्षय भाई चुप रहो रे.
Not what you expect to see.
OG गुंडा में फंस गई. Aura versus OG.
Directly a very
Yeah.
circle. But it's all this weird rocky ground towards the center here. S2G mostly having control over it. They even have Kamikaze down towards that south side, providing another point for them to move over towards. Aura looking over towards
chicken got light. Ek or chicken.
Those gatekeepers.
Chal man, chal. You can do it.
You've basically had this blockade slowly shuffling further back from Aura. They pushed in, deal with OG, set the focus up onto Ida. They've got a bit of a read as well where the other potential teams are. Just throw nades over, especially with the visual contact there. A few shots back onto them from Ulf. They've got a bit of a ridge to play off, so they can sort of hunker in. Solus is on the off angle towards the left-hand side. This is his POV here. You can still paranoid though. Compound behind them, that's got E-Arena in it.
Barking, finding final player there from Tiamba. So Tiamba will finish on 8th place, 71 points.
चल मार चल.
By Furix. I think they've got quite a good spot.
मार दो Aura को finish करो बहन की पकौड़ी को इसको मारो पहले.
And Kedge will pick up the elimination. So Ulf still putting up points this game, up to 5 so far, but they are down to 3 players after an early knock and flush over towards Solus. They're making the most of it on this eastern side. I like to see it.
Aura साले तू सबसे नीचे चला जा. वाह.
That's a nice readjustment there. Solus being hard confirmed, but that's stolen away by Hora that finally feel confident to push up into the face whilst E-Arena dispatch Alula. Shutting them down now, re-aggression, no fear, holds the line, puts shots on target. Ida getting involved as well. So the 5 elims they got might very well be where they end this one with only a single reserve. Mormon coming up quick. E-Arena, mate, they're in a good position. If they can pull points out of this game and stay alive, clean up on this battlefield ahead of them, it could be a gigantic slingshot to overtake Aurora.
Yeah, set themselves up nicely for tomorrow. Mormon dropping smokes.
a
heavy hit. E-Arena been quick with it so far.
Good like the NGX and Furia दोनों कुछ कर दी रे.
Big player for the team. What a nade over the top. That is a long toss on that one. Sends another for the airburst. A little bit of damage in. Swing gets hit hard, and E-Arena is bombarding the front lines.
It's massive from Swaps, and he wants even more. Sleepy just trying to steal points where possible, and this is now the response play.
It's a backstab right now, actually. Oh my goodness me. And they do catch E-Arena sleeping. Nade goes out, Sleepy very low. One last nade in the chamber, goes too far. Airburst might have been needed to be a little bit cleaner on that one. Schweppes not quite out. And Ida floundering in the background.
Mormon back to his old tricks. Headshot there onto Darkin to finally finish.
Power
it
knock
off.
दिया रे, power knock दिया.
नहीं,
नहीं, मरना नहीं.
Taking the hit over towards Godlike and
Last
Furia have
stop.
smelt this weakness. They're coming in for a close collapse behind the vehicles, putting the pedal down to the metal. With S power gone, goodbye Godlike, but now they've got another team to worry about. This is the fight established by Furia.
Pins pulled.
खत्म हो गया मैच. रेंडो हो गया.
Looking for Nigma Galaxy. And stitch them up on this side of the map at the moment. Good push out from Fury as well. Love to see it. They knew that they cleared the majority of the space. They get rid of Nigma Galaxy. They're playing essentially straight in towards that eastern side. No worries to the 180 behind them. Nigma Galaxy though, quick, a very, very quick rotate out, understanding that it's better to regroup, reassess from that location on the north side with cover before they make their next maneuver. They might actually just have to make a full send, full rotate towards the eastern side, despite not knowing what's there, because both S2G and Fury is going to have nasty sightlines over towards if they try and play in from that northern edge.
Non-ship being able to hit perfectly up against Flash, resulting in only Tops barely limping away there. Got back behind the vehicle and pieced out in the driving seat. They've got that 2-2 split with focus still turned onto Rita. It's the angle of Coops in play right here though. Close quarters connection, spamming with the SMG in the face. Yasser trapped, no escape plan there, and Alula fall off the back of it. Amidst this, we also wave bye-bye to Ida as the last man is dispatched. The arena taking shots over towards the setup from Nigma Galaxy. Hamzig looking so damn sick. For a little bit more, you peek out and your block could be knocked off.
SUG, you still got the Garan as well. It's very, very cool. Playing to the end here. Hamzy G looking good so far on the long-range peaks. Nigma Galaxy opt not to go for that swing over towards the eastern side. I do feel like this is a bit of a death sentence for them now. S2G looking for another chicken dinner here though. They have been so consistent with it. They have been so bold in these games and really taking advantage of that fact. And Fury is struggling to make their way out from this western side. Pushing into open ground. Lord explodes one vehicle. In comes the rest, and Schweppes is setting up for the big spray.
Schweppes could steal so much from this. In the sky, taking pot shots when they're weakest. The nades thrown from either side, detonating all around. As silence finally falls over Furia with him being dropped. Ayala cooking the last nade back, dashes it into Nigma.
Doesn't go far enough though. The grass kind of obscuring his vision just a little bit. Still over towards the edge, assuming they're going to jump out towards the side as the nade comes in, but both baits unsuccessful. JS9 need that long range to feel fine versus Furia. Ayala sits on the other side. Blue's going to be a bit of a nightmare here. Chief just stayed behind. We got the night cam on board. Not the best time for him either, watching his team in a real sticky scenario. Like you said though, E-Arena looking to put up more points, but it's Nongshim Red Force actually who might have a good chance here to really set themselves up the rankings. It'd be great to see those rankings, so we can set up for tomorrow of where that smash ruling placement would be.
For Nongshim, you're spot on though. They do thrive in these kind of situations, so let's see if the teams forget about them and they can step back up. Here you go, this is the lay of the land as well, what we wanted to see. E-Arena on top right now. They just lapped Aurora.
I am depressed.
5 points with a 7 elimination game and showing no signs of running out of fuel just yet. They've been keeping the intense action on. Tops was the last man from Flash. He had to hightail it, went fought from Nongshim a few moments ago, and he's still running away. Looking for a setup center zone to stay alive for a little bit longer, but might be food fed over to S2G.
Pops goes, MCG, man, what is this? This is actually insane behavior. But he's making it work. Bayonet on the front, and he is slicing and dicing through the opposition. Pure stabs to the enemy teams. Lobby getting perforated by S2G. Nongshim Red Force might have to move forward with the Kevlar in play at this rate.
नो बर्ड्स यस नो बर्ड्स
Damage done again.
मेरा हो गया
Shot
मैं
after
बता
shot. The bolt
भाई
action sending reverberations through the lobby, but now
I'm
they're going
done.
to try and turn this one to an up close and personal encounter. Non-shit. Put the pedal to the metal. They drop
कोई
in
बात
close.
नहीं फिर से ट्राई करेंगे अगले साल फिर से हार्ड लगता है इस बार
Kamikaze. 3 nades in the back pocket. One thrown towards him.
I hope next year जोनी मियां आए जोनाथन मियां आए थोड़ा आके थोड़ा इनको इंटरनेशनल लॉबी को थोड़ा अपना जलवा दिखाएं
Up close, good play done. The pump action silences S2G.
Arena off the distance, Nongshim Red Force looking to finish out the game now. What a good push up there. The hero Hyunbin himself does go down, but the rest of the team carries the cape forward and will eclipse out the rest of S2G, so no more chickens for you. 2 top teams remaining here.
Don't lose hope भाई एक दिन enough है come back only next year यार 2 दिन से जो काम नहीं हुआ वो एक दिन में क्या ही होगा
The shots coming through from Mormon. We know how sick this guy has been so far.
अल्फा तेरे को पता है इस मैच रूल का क्या सीन है किस टीम को 10 पॉइंट मिलेंगे
Go by his ABCs, keep this simple, keep it calm.
57 पॉइंट यार हाँ मतलब जो अपनी टीम सबसे ऊपर है उस टीम के 57 पॉइंट है एंड जो टीम अब जीतेगी वो ऑलरेडी 106 पॉइंट पर है अगर वो चिकन करती है तो 116 और अगर वो चिकन नहीं करती है इससे 2 रहती है तो उसके 112 पॉइंट हो जाएंगे भाई एटलीस्ट टॉप 5 एंड कर सके किसी को नहीं स्मैश रूल का क्या सीन है फिर क्या है वो स्मैश रूल क्या मतलब है उसका
A lot riding on this for either team. And like you touched on, that one bit of benefit is the manpower advantage for Non-Shin. They can play off each other in a slower approach.
The arena still have vehicles in play, but Nongshim Red Force, they're on foot right now. Feel the sand between the toes, but it looks rougher right now for E Arena.
120 पॉइंट आई थिंक नहीं 106 पॉइंट है ये रीना के 106 है अगर चिकन हुआ तो 120 हो जाएंगे 4 किल इनके मिलेंगे एनएस के इन लोग को बाय द भाई ये लॉबी ऐसी है यहाँ #16 भी आ जाए तो भी कोई ट्रोल नहीं करेगा बात ट्रोल की नहीं है ब्रो देखो सबसे अच्छी बात है कि फाइनल में गए ठीक है सर्वाइवल स्टेज जाने की नीड ही नहीं पड़ी ट्रोल की बात नहीं है बस ये कि यार थोड़ा ज्यादा अच्छा लगता है यार चिकन होता तो टॉप एंड करती टीम इंडिया तो कोई सी भी टीम ओजी गोट लाइक कोई भी एंड करती थोड़ा सा ये लगता ना कि साला
on the rack back around, he's going for the off angle adjustment. Hyunbin
ये तो यही बहुत बड़ी बात है कि इंडिया खेली यहाँ पे जो टॉप पर है 106 पॉइंट है 2 दिन में तो डे 1 में क्या हो जाएगा समय तो बिना मतलब रोटेशन में कैजुअलिटी हो रहा
है to show how much damage he can do. So easy wants to live up to his name as the punishing player rise.
NS का चिकन आ गया.
Red Force with the chicken dinner.
Showing some force right at the end of the day, and they do force themselves past everyone else on the leaderboard. This will be a nice points barrier going into tomorrow. Nongshim Red Force. Hyunbin has been amazing so far. That aggression that the rest of the team.
Remember, Arena ने PUBG टॉप करा था. अब उसके हाल देखो. Arena के हाल देखो, देख लो यार ज़्यादा नीचे थोड़ी है Arena.
To say the least.
I guess Aurora will currently तो भाई E-Arena ने कल टॉप थी ठीक है E-Arena अभी देखना E-Arena आज के पॉइंट्स टेबल पे भी #2 तो रहेगी मेरे को ऐसा लगता
unsheath the sword blank and chop straight through
NS
the
का
arena,
4v4 सबसे
standing
strong.
strong in that
हाँ यार
gladiatorial
NS का
combat
4v4
for the
सबसे
final
strong
chicken
है.
dinner of the day.
And this was a crazy finish from So Easy. Just did not stop moving. Essentially charged over the top of that rich side and just shut E-Arena down. What a wonderful play there to finish things off. I mean, definitely showing up a little bit there, I would say. And I mean, it's good to see. And I think for him, it's almost a good thing that his aggression is contagious, because the South Korea for a long, long time in the past, it used to be that they were the team
I
that would
think
dominate from the
E-Arena,
center. And then we slowly got
NS.
more and more of these teams, these players, D plus Kia, for instance, who started to bring that aggression.
I think got like रे 4 मैच लगातार चिकन आएंगे कल देख लेना got like के बैक टू बैक चिकन करेगी कल पहले मैच में 40-50 पॉइंट लेगी भाई got like देख लेना तुम कल got like हैक लगा के आएगी
S2G all looking fantastic.
सर्वर हैक लगा के वो लोग प्लेन में बैठे रह जाएंगे और नेट से फोड़ देगी got like इस ट्रॉफी के लिए खेल रहे भाई ये लोग ना इस ट्रॉफी के लिए
PMWC. Just so cool stuff. Can't wait to see more tomorrow.
कल got like कुछ भी कर सकती है नो डाउट भाई रोंडो देखो मैं तुम्हें बताऊं गोट लाइक का पॉइंट्स टेबल बहुत अच्छा रहता डे 1 का फर्स्ट मैच जो रोंडो चल रहा था ना भाई गोट लाइक ने रिकॉल का यूज ही नहीं किया उसमें उसने फाइट ही नहीं लिया रोंडो में एंड उसमें वो 0 किल पे चली जाती है समझे कुछ तो कहीं तो यार लैग कर रहा था भाई डे 1 से ही टीम ना हमारा कुछ तो चल रहा था भाई देखो पॉइंट्स टेबल देखना उसके बाद स्ट्रीम एंड करते हाँ 30% चांस है बस कमबैक के जिसके सबसे पहले 117 होंगे उसके बाद उनको एक चिकन लेना पड़ेगा तब वो विन होगी ये अपने ही बंदों से फाइट ले लिया लाइक को जी हाँ आपस में भी फाइट लिए हैं लोग
First things first, off the back of this last Miramar, were you surprised by Nongshim Red Force not going around the eastern side? And talk to me about those last moments in that game, of course. Despite Nongshim Red Force getting the win, E-Arena still looks fantastic today.
100% comeback. ये अपने बंदे से ही फाइट लिए वो जी अल्लाह नीचे हो जाओ बचा हाँ लो बचा बचा
ปกติครับมันเป็นช็อตที่เขาต้องเล่น
अल्लाह वाह ठीक है पीछे मुझे कहाँ तो नीचे चाचा हाँ ये मैच भी अच्छा रोटेशन लिया था बस चौक हो गया मतलब बहुत रोटेशन बहुत अच्छा था मतलब यहाँ से मैं बताऊं यहाँ थी ठीक है टीम अपनी यहाँ थी देन यहाँ से रोटेशन यहाँ आना देखते रहना अभी रोटेशन अच्छा था टीम का ठीक है आउट ऑफ जोन रोटेट की ठीक है टीम यहाँ दिक्कत आई यहाँ समय नॉक हुआ है ठीक है ये एंड पे यहाँ पे समय नॉक हुआ बस समझे 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 फिनिश हुआ देन टीम यहाँ पर आई यहाँ पर मान्या सबसे पहले आ गया पावर एंड एडमिनो उधर वेट कर रहे हैं अभी ठीक है फिर एडमिनो ड्रॉप पे जाएगा जोन था बस इस एंड पे गलती कर दी है भाई ये लोग इस एंड पे गलती की है इस वाले एंड पे यहाँ पे फाइट हुआ बस फिर क्या था इधर से फ्यूरिया भी आ गई इधर से ये एनजीएक्स भी है तो भाई फिर क्या ही होता भाई फिर तो गलत सीन हो ही गया यार दोनों तरफ से पड़ी है दोनों लोगों को ला 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 चलो एंड देखते लाइव में क्या सीन था इनका मेरे को पॉइंट्स देखने रे एनएस टॉप, ये तो वैसी वाली पॉइंट दिखा रहे हो।
With none other than E Arena. But right now we have something major going on with the club championship.
गुड लक के पूरे चांस हैं। ओजी के लिए बहुत ट्राई हार्ड है। हाँ, ओजी के लिए चाचा टॉप 5 भी आ गई। नेक्स्ट EWC तक नाम याद रहेगा, इवन इनविटेशन भी रहेगा। विदाउट BGIS BMPS जीते।
Fantastic job too. Does not drop a game. In the process. Yeah, I mean, honestly, insane work out of Magnus Carlsen. But it's also the story of Dennis Lazovic, right? Because second place finish for AGAL not only was massive for the club, but massive for GM Dennis as an individual. Magnus was saying that he's really looking to have someone that can kind of be his set rivalry. He wants a rival to look forward to going up against every single tournament. The question is the new up-and-comer, the 19-year-old GM, looking to play Carl's game or
नहीं दिखाया ना पॉइंट्स टेबल देखना मेरे को। उसके बाद ये मैग्नस भाई क्या कर रहे हैं इधर।
It does. I mean, so that
ये
now puts them
PM इसमें नहीं है, ये ओवरऑल EWC क्या चल रहा है ब्रो।
above Falcons after Falcons got the third place amount of points in chess. See that reflected here. Team Falcons still in second. However, that's now all the points AGAL can get this championship weekend. Falcons, though, are still in the discussion. There's an insane matchup happening as we speak at the STC Arena between Team Falcons and Twisted Minds. A little bit of a Mina battle going on. And if Falcons are able to come on top, move their way into the semifinals,
फाइनल में पेल रही है। हाँ भाई, सर्वाइवल स्टेज की टीम सारी पेल रही है रे फाइनल में। Yes, I guess गुड लाइक जीती। पता नहीं मेरे को आइडिया नहीं है चेस का।
For PUBG Mobile Esports, I would like to find out what's going to be happening. So thank you. Let us know what ends up happening. We'll be hearing more from Glitter Explosion. But let's get back to PUBG Mobile Esports, to PMWC at EWC 26, because right now E Arena has regained Hot Jukes that first place.
Let's go, baby. E Arena winning this, or actually being so back at first place, is insane, right? I mean, I cannot express to y'all how important this is for this team here, okay? They're coming out from Thailand, performing so well, especially the fact that they just barely made it here into the finals. It's so.
भाई ये टीम देख रहे हो भाई, ये फाइनल में ग्रुप स्टेज के लिए गई थी भाई ये टीम, ठीक है। ग्रुप स्टेज में कुछ अच्छा नहीं खेली, सर्वाइवल स्टेज के लिए गई थी ये टीम, फाइनल नहीं आ पाई थी, और ये भी फाइनल में आके लंका लगा दी रे टीम। हाँ, गुड लाइक ही जीती है। गुड लाइक का कहाँ से ले आया? चेस में है गुड लाइक ना, ले भाई ये ले लो। 112 पॉइंट ई अरीना के, एनएस के 105 पॉइंट, और आगे 104, S2G 103, एनिग्मा गैलेक्सी 89। भाई 5th पोजीशन तो आ सकती है मे बी। 57 और 89 में इतना बड़ा डिफरेंस तो है नहीं भाई, टीम इतना कर सकती रे, ठीक है। एक दिन में 100 पॉइंट निकालना थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट है, बट आसान भी है, ठीक है। इम्पॉसिबल तो है नहीं भाई, तो जीत भी सकती है अगर 100 पॉइंट अगर गेन करती है भाई, क्योंकि विटिलिटी ने करके दिखा रखा है, ठीक है। तो लेट्स सी क्या होगा क्या नहीं, कल ही पता चलेगा। ये तो अपने को इंडिया का कहीं नाम नहीं है। ये तो टॉप पर है। हाँ भाई टॉप पर है रे ये अरीना, ये 1 में भी टॉप पे है, डे 2 पे भी टॉप पर है ब्रो।
E Arena, or whoever ends up reaching 122 points tomorrow, after that they are eligible to win via Smash Roll.
Yes, they are. And to get Smash, what do you have to do? Just win a game. So it's just as simple as that, which in this lobby is no simple matter at all.
भाई इनमें से जो भी टीम चिकन करती है ना कल, हाँ आई थिंक यही रोल है। इन चारों में से जिसने 100 पॉइंट टच कर लिए हैं, इन टीम में से जो टीम कल चिकन करेगी भाई, वो स्मैश रूल में उसको 10 एक्स्ट्रा पॉइंट मिलेंगे भाई। मतलब चिकन के 10 नहीं 20 पॉइंट मिलेंगे उसको। विटेलिटी का टीम किधर भाग गया? वो तो टॉप 10 से बाहर हो गया विटेलिटी का टीम ना।
They're coming for him. They're coming for him hot, and they're gonna have to really perform because
देखना भाई यार, इससे तो पाकिस्तानी की टीम अच्छा खेल रही है। 77 पॉइंट पे है कम से कम 40
salary in Thailand. It's 500 USD a month, right? To win something like this would be absolutely.
हाँ गोड लाइक का बंदा है चेस में।
place just
13 पे है विटेलिटी। देख लो टीम विटेलिटी 13 पे है भाई। जो टीम ग्रुप स्टेज में #1 आई थी वो 54 पॉइंट लेके बैठी है भाई। कुछ भी हो सकता है। 40 कर सकती कमबैक। 40 भी बहुत चोक कर रही है। हाँ यार काफी टीम चोक की है भाई।
within Smash Point, still slightly, but this is best case scenario. We know that this is a team that works on mentality, and if they have a lot of pressure, they do not perform. They are just
for the title of PMWC 2026 Grand Champion. So outside of that,
भी कर सकती है।
exceptional kickoff. Like maybe we're talking back-to-back wins. But outside of
देखते हैं
that,
भाई क्या होगा क्या नहीं, कल पता चलेगा। और चलो भाई 11 ऑलमोस्ट बज गए हैं, चलते हैं। दो में याद रखिएगा कल मिलेंगे। होप सो अच्छा खेले भाई टीम। बाकी तो देखते हैं, प्रे कर सकते हैं। बाय गाइस, टेक केयर, थैंक्स फॉर वाचिंग, थैंक्स फॉर जॉइनिंग। राधे राधे, जय श्री कृष्ण, शुभ रात्रि।
Because right now, those teams that are challenging for that Smash rule, hear me out. We haven't gotten a chance to see it yet.